Don't relax yet. The tree might have been burned down, but the mana it absorbed is still here. That thing that was no mere monster. Now, collect the ashes.
With the zealous glint in her eyes, she had the fearsome demeanor of a witch from days long past. Her words were oddly forceful, hard to disobey. I guess she wouldn't have gotten to level 8 if all she could do was set stuff on fire.
For the time being, I thought I'd report my new info to Franz. It appears that was no mere monster.
I could tell that much. Mere monsters don't suddenly appear and break through multiple barriers to get to a magic academy.
Franz sure was a tense guy. His order was the best of the best, idolized by civilians, but Franz made me think maybe they didn't quite deserve all the reverence. It can't be easy being a knight. You have to respond to stuff that isn't your fault. You have so many people you need to protect. It's a lot.
You rat bastard. Damn it, the prophecy. It hasn't gone away.
He didn't sound like he was doing too well. And why was that prophecy still there? Was there a time lag or something? It was hard to imagine something more major than the partial demolition of the Imperial Capital's top magic academy. My thoughts were cut off by a mountain of ash being blown away, followed by Lucia popping up. When had she gotten buried like that? Blackened with ash, she instantly turned my way almost like magic, then angrily walked up to me. "What do you want me to say?" "Sorry, Lucia's coming, so I gotta cut this here."
Hey, we're not done.
Cry, let's make a break for it while Killiam buys us time.
Why? Hearing Citri's words, Killiam followed her orders and quickly put himself between us and Lucia. My sister was briefly caught off guard, but then her expression darkened considerably.
Brother? City. Come now, Cray.
I want to talk to her.
Lucia called for us to stop. The Abyssal Inferno gave orders. Killiam roared. Citri jabbed my back with unusual force as I allowed myself to be taken into the tower. Perhaps because of the rampaging monstrosity, there was almost nobody inside the tower. They must have all gone out to help fight the thing.
The Zabrudia Academy of Magic is a treasure trove. After all, it's one of the oldest institutions in Zabrudia and doubles as both a research institute and an academy. There are rumors that their vault houses a relic that would startle even a hunter. It's definitely worth collecting.
Oh, I see. What's this about collecting? We walked down a hall that was quite old, or to put it in polite terms, exuded history. Then up a spiral staircase that went to the upper portion of the tower. As all the magi at the academy could fly, this staircase was famous for going largely unused. It had been a while since I was last here, but I could still vividly remember how it felt to accompany Lucia to her initiation. The portraits of famous alumni on the walls and the intricate statues of dragons placed here and there were both tasteful and wondrous. The atmosphere inside the tower was noticeably different from the outside, which was apparently a result of the dense mana given off by the students and professors. As we walked along, I reflected on old memories. Lucia was normally quite composed, but that had been one of the few occasions I saw her somewhat nervous. Still, I'll admit I had been 100 times more nervous than she. Suddenly, I didn't feel Citri pressing against my back.
Oh, nobody's here? Maybe we'll take not just one relic but the whole vault? Is that our plan?
That's not our plan. What an absurd idea. Taking the whole vault would just make us robbers. Maybe this wasn't really Citri, but a post-haircut Liz. No, not even I could mistake the two with such good lighting. Besides, despite being a thief, Liz wasn't greedy. Citri made a very disappointed face. I was afraid she might snatch something if I took my eyes off her. Before she could think of any other devious ideas, I grabbed her hand and dragged her up the stairs with me. Simon, we gotta hurry up and go see Lucia's instructor. By the way, why were we going up this tower? It's not like we have business with Lucia's instructor. This was bad. I couldn't stop myself from getting swept up in Citri's flow. I had found myself using the word collect without thinking anything of it. I don't know, maybe my head wasn't operating right.
I see. So we are going to go collect it directly from Lucy's mentor.
In some ways, I think your good intuition works against you. It was so good, I couldn't even understand what she was talking about. Or maybe my intuition was just really bad. I want to go home. The moment I let out a deep sigh, a glowing magic circle formed at our feet. Strange letters packed together circled us.
What's this?
Oh, we're just being called. There had been a similar magic circle when I first visited with Lucia. They could only be used within the academy, but these teleportation circles, as they were called, could be used to forcibly bring someone to you. I had panicked when I first saw one, but this was my second time around, so I was used to it. I was about to explain this to Citri when my body gave out, and I fell to my knees. My limbs felt weak. Likely in the same situation, Citri collapsed against me. Huh? I thought this was the same one as last time? Unable to even cry out, I felt faint. Then, everything faded. When I came to, I was sitting on a crimson carpet that looked very expensive. The first thing I felt was something tickling my cheek. I tilted my neck and looked to my side, where I saw a familiar shade of pink. It appeared Citri was leaning against me. I then tried to move my arms and legs, making me realize they were bound with chains. Man, what the heck happened? Whoa! It's not often I recover before Citri. Everything was too sudden. I couldn't manage more than idle thoughts.
You're awake at last, Lucia's brother.
I looked up, and my head finally began to work as it started to process the scenery before me. I recognized this room. It had a high ceiling, and sunlight came in through the otherworldly stained glass. The room was cylindrical, its walls lined with bookshelves that almost reached the ceiling. Between the shelves were windows, from which all I could see was the sky. We were surrounded by numerous stakes driven into the ground. They were probably enchanted or something. Beyond the stakes were magi, men and women of all ages, standing around us in a circle. Directly in front of us was Lucia's instructor, an indecipherable smile on her face. A foremost professor at the Empire's greatest castle of the arcane, the Zebrudia Academy of Magic. Lucia's instructor wasn't a pure human. She looked a few years younger than Lucia. She had long silver hair, which she kept tied back to stay out of her way, and golden eyes. She wore a bulky robe that hid her body's outline. Even someone who knew nothing about her would still feel like something was off. I wasn't sure if it was true, but they said she was one of the few people to have the blood of both a human and a noble spirit. Her body had the distinguishing features of both races. While she was about as tall as Liz, unless I was hallucinating, the upper part of her ears were pointed. There were very few noble spirits in the capital, yet I never heard them talk about the person before us. Zebrudia's miraculous flower, a magus said to have been handpicked by the Emperor. Roderick Atalm Zebrudia himself. She was a human, yet not a human. She was Seg Claster, the Undying. I guess you could say she had an overwhelming presence. She wasn't glaring at me or anything, but I still felt intimidated. I quickly looked around before offering a greeting. Hey. Gee, good morning. What in the world is happening? Lucia's instructor ignored my panicking and said,
Citri, I'd suggest you quit feigning slumber. It seems Lucia's descriptions of you were quite accurate.
I understood. I accepted. I sighed. I get it now. Though she had been talking like a thief, this really wasn't Liz. It was just bad Citri. It appeared that today's Citri was bad Citri. Lucia! I should have let Lucia catch us before we got into the tower. But it was too late for regrets. With nothing else to do, I put on a half-hearted smile.
We will now commence the trial, Lucia's brother. You've been charged with nearly destroying this lauded academy. What do you have to say in your defense?
Numerous stabbing gazes were directed at Citri, who was still pretending to sleep, and me. I felt like our best starting point would be, as it always was, to assess the situation. But once again, I was clueless as to what was going on. What basis did Lucia's instructor, Sage, that is, have for suspecting me of wrecking the academy? All that damage had been caused by that tree. I know I had terrible luck, but I didn't appreciate the assumption that I had called that fiend over. If anything, wasn't it much more likely that a magus at a certain institute had conducted some strange experiment or something? From what I had heard, the academy wasn't as bad as Citri's Primus Institute, but from my perspective, that of a harmless bystander, neither could be called good. The looks I was getting were much craggier than when I had first come here with Lucia. Back then, my sister had just turned 15, meaning she had just become an adult, and the gazes were more curious than anything else. I stayed silent, uncertain what to do.
According to our investigations, the Level 8 hunter, Crayandri, the Thousand Tricks, sent the source of a dangerous creature, one of extraordinary mana absorption capabilities, a dire threat to a school of magi, into our midst, as a result of this Academy's fabled 1027 barriers. A quick reading of imperial law will find that this may well constitute 3 crimes and one of the 10 capital crimes. That would be municipal destruction class possession of a magical creature.
Oh, I see. By cray, maybe you don't mean the 1,000 tricks, but instead the 1,000-fold theurgics? Even after hearing it in such austere terms, it wasn't ringing any bells. I decided it would be best to sit still and listen. And when was Citri going to stop making sleepy noises and return to her usual self? Was the magic circle doing this to her?
Of the 127 barriers, some of them have never been broken, and some of them utilized methods now lost to time. Those barriers have now been destroyed.
Like frail glass.
The other magi were all quite old, making Sage look like she was someone's grandchild or something. I knew noble spirits aged slowly, but just how old was this professor?
Indeed, like frail glass. Some of the barriers were outdated, but they had scholarly significance. Thanks to the concerted efforts of the Abyssal Inferno and our magi, the magical creature has been turned to ash. However, our faculty, of course, and many of our students have been forcefully drained of their mana, and some are yet to recover from the deprivation. This was a clear act of animosity. Even if perpetrated by a level 8, we cannot overlook what happened here.
Ah, I get it. Let's say I was guilty of this crime. Were they going to forgive the Abyssal Inferno? That old lady scorched a good chunk of the castle, and while I was playing with a hot spring dragon while on vacation, hadn't she been trading fire with Akasha in the streets? Should know. She had been prosecuted first. What was weird was that these people seemingly had no uncertainty regarding my guilt. I don't know what investigations they had done, but calling this a trial was ridiculous. Sage's voice was cold, and her face was almost devoid of expression. She was never very hospitable to me.
And despite all this, Lucia's brother, I hear you want something in exchange. There's no telling how great the chaos may have been if the Abyssal Inferno hadn't arrived and stopped that fearsome magical creature before it could get through all the barriers. If that had happened, it's possible it may have escaped the grounds of the Academy and brought ruin to the imperial capital.
I looked around at the dozens of magi surrounding us. If they had been granted a seat here, they must have been among the best in the capital, though I didn't know any of their names. It's anyone's guess how so much wisdom could be gathered in one room, yet nobody came to my defense. And I didn't want anything in exchange. Citri did. At least I had Franz. Franz would help me. Unlike Citri, he never became bad Franz. I decided to ask for his help over the sounding stone once I got the chance.
Why don't you say anything? If you have any objections, then we'll at least hear you out. If not, in accordance with imperial law, you'll be prosecuted under the rules of the Academy.
So the Academy has extraterritoriality. I recalled hearing something about this from Lucia. In case any magi ever lost control and caused an incident, the Academy was allowed self-governance. I had ended up here out of sheer coincidence, and look at the trouble it had gotten me in. She said I could object, but when had anyone listened to my claims of innocence? I wanted this to get resolved smoothly, but would that happen? One of the surrounding magi raised a hand, then spoke.
However, Professor Sage, he is Lucia's brother. Would it not pose a problem to prosecute him without Lucia's permission?
The other magi began to speak as well.
The Avatar of Creation's talents are comparable to those of the Abyssal Inferno. And while Rosemary is feared for making oceans of fire, Lucia conducts herself quite properly. She's even developed a number of new spells.
It would be a problem if prosecuting the 1,000 tricks had some deep effect on Lucia. We might face backlash from all the students who adore her.
Hearing this from her fellow professors, Sage furrowed her brow. It appeared my younger sister was very popular. Lucia, your brother's so happy to see what a wonderful person you've become. Keep at it. Really, keep at it, I thought, while pinching Citri's knees as she continued to hug me and catch fake C's. All the while, the debate intensified before my eyes.
For one thing, the 1,000 tricks was previously selected to guard the Emperor. Even if we're permitted to run our own courts, we shouldn't be too hasty to do so. Prosecuting this man is too risky. There's no questioning this man's guilt. We repay both kindness and antagonism in kind. That's the way of the Magus.
It was Lucia who brought the item in. It would defy all logic to only punish the 1,000 tricks and not her as well.
If that's the case, then Anna's careless handling of the staff is also worth noting.
And one could hardly blame us for considering the poor management of Professor Say's tower.
Perhaps this was done out of spite for Lucia missing the Advanced Compound Spirit Staff Qualification exam for which she had received a recommendation.
The Advanced Compound Spirit Staff Qualification Examination. If I recalled correctly, that was the thing Lucia had needed to skip because of the Supreme Warrior Festival. The thing with the tree wasn't my fault, but I felt very bad about the exam. With more and more pointed words directed her way, Professor Say glared at her colleagues.
Don't be stupid. I'm merely using the privileges afforded to me. Do I need to remind you that many of the fabled barriers of our abode were destroyed?
You may call them fabled, but they've been left alone for the past 10 years, despite your constant reminders that they should one day be redone. Shouldn't you instead be glad that they were destroyed?
You're speaking entirely with the benefit of hindsight. What sort of dunce would express gratitude to someone who destroyed their barriers without permission?
The Lucia's brother buff was too powerful. If nothing else, I agreed with Professor Sag more than anyone else. If there was one thing I thought she was wrong about, it was that she seemed to think I had done anything wrong at all. She glared at me even though I wasn't the one raising objections. The magus beside her, a lady who looked about 3 times her age, lectured Sage in a shrill voice.
Yes, but please think about this in a rational light, Professor Sage. This man is Lucia's brother.
That's right. I'm Lucia Rogier's brother. Sure, it's tempting to say, so what? And, yeah, we're not even related by blood. From what I could tell, there were 2 factions. Those who said the 1,000 Tricks should be forgiven because he's Lucia's brother, and those who didn't care about that and wanted to punish him. I was waiting for the faction that would insist the 1,000 Tricks was innocent. Unsure when would be a good time to speak up, I sat there and smiled. Sage gave me a frigid look. One a lot like those I'd get from Lucia.
Lucia's brother, the 1,000 Tricks, why are you so quiet? Why don't you speak? Despite what the needless chatter might suggest, Lucia is under my tutelage, so I have the final say in what happens to her. Unlike my colleagues, I won't bend her in your favor. Even if you're the older brother of my beloved pupil, I'll offer you no special treatment. Your sister told me all about your methods. Under that barrier, you can't move nor can you use magic or those relics you love so much.
I hadn't tried to move, so I hadn't even noticed I couldn't. The next moment, my eyes flew open as something occurred to me.
Awfully late to be making that face. Crime warrants punishment, and destroying the barriers of the Zebrudia Academy of Magic is one without precedent. The details of your punishment will be decided after a discussion between the heads of the Academy's various departments, but I'm sure it'll reflect the scale of this destruction. Brace yourself for the consequences.
I can't use relics or magic. Does this mean Sea-Tree is one of my relics? Perhaps bothered by the expression I was making, Sage's cheek twitched as she banged the ground with her staff.
Hey, what are you thinking? Listen to me. Anna said you wanted the Academy's hidden treasure, but that's nothing more than a rumor. Do you think a magus would let word of something like that slip out? Because everyone bought into that nonsense, we're being forced to reveal the extent of the damage. Until a formal verdict can be reached, you're to be confined there. You should reflect on what you've done. If rumors start spreading, it'll affect Lucia as well.
I wondered if Lucia got her mannerisms from her instructor. Or maybe the reverse? Excuse me. I'll be very inconvenienced if you don't let me go. Back home, I've got some cake that's about to go bad.
Be as inconvenienced as you like. We've got it worse.
I knew she was having a bad day and all, but that was still cold. I never would have come here if I had known this would happen. I had a bad habit of giving in to pressure, even though I was never any help in resolving problems.
Goodness, to think we already had our hands full with that prophecy from the divinarium. Stirring something up at a time like this is one hell of a form of harassment.
Oh, you two? What a coincidence.
Quiet, I might be Lucia's mentor, but I'm nothing of the sort to you. You probably already know this, but noble spirits aren't just adept with mana. We also handle curse as well. It's because our wills are stronger. The majority of curses grand enough to qualify as catastrophes were caused by noble spirits. Even still, I'm not fond of the bizarre questions I've been getting bombarded with.
Seiji ran a hand through her bangs and gave a slightly overblown sigh. I guess even a magus hand picked by the Emperor and bearer of a title like Undying still had no shortage of worries. I empathized with her. With a shrug, the professor headed off towards the door. I tried to stop her, but found I couldn't stand up. It felt less like my body couldn't move, and more like it was ignoring the commands from my brain. Though I had enough freedom to move my mouth and pinch Citri's knee. These new barriers were really something. Oh no! This isn't good. Hey, Citri, how long are you going to stay like that? Unable to rely on Citri, I was close to giving up when the door was flung open. Contrary to my expectations, it wasn't Lucia.
What's this?
We finished evaluating the damage. There's something you should hear.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a newly arrived magus walk up to the professor and whisper into her ear. Sage looked at me like I had wronged her family, but she muttered under her breath.
Indeed. I see. Sure. But that's speaking with hindsight. It was originally the Sword Saints. What was that brat thinking? Yes, that's true. I don't like the idea of missing out on it. Hold on, there's clearly something wrong there. How did it come to that?
Then she fell silent. What could have caused her to sound so intense? After a bit of waiting and ignorance, the magus left, and Sage solemnly approached us. She looked down at us for a moment before giving an exaggerated task. She stuck her staff into the magic circle, causing it to fade and disappear. I blinked in confusion. Citri was still holding on to me.
Damn it. You're free to go, Lucia's brother. The situation's changed.
Free? What the heck happened?
I don't at all abide by this decision. However, it's been found that there is a possibility that the ashes of that fiend might make for a very valuable catalyst. Again, I do not abide by this decision, but most of the professors do, and it's the headmaster's call. If we were to punish you, it would weaken our claim to those ashes. The scales would be off balance, by your human standards.
Would you share some with me?
Sage briefly looked at her like she was insane. I couldn't really blame the professor. What happened to the girl who used to be even frailer than I was?
Lucia's waiting below. You shouldn't give your sister one more thing to worry about.
What occurred had been nothing short of a nightmare for that man. At first, he had thought it was an earthquake. With the constant screaming and violent shaking, he learned there was an emergency. When he realized that the massive black tree was aiming for his laboratory, he thought it was all over. Indeed, while stealing mana from various magi, the tree was no doubt targeting his workplace. This was a laboratory that had existed for nearly 100 years. This man's research was considered quite dull, even compared to that of his counterparts. But it was obvious to him why that fiend went after his lab. It was the magic potion he secretly possessed. It was a legendary thing, something anyone somewhat educated would have heard of. The sheer danger of it led to its inventors being erased, and research and possession of the potion being forbidden. It was simple fortune that had brought such an item into the hands of this magus, a man who was slightly talented but still within the bounds of mediocrity. All he had done was unearth the potion when digging a hole meant to be a garbage dump. He could still clearly recall the shock he felt when he first tested the potion's capabilities, confirming its identity. If word of this potion's existence were to get out, it would send shock waves throughout the imperial capital. If he handed it over to the Empire, his name would instantly become known to many. It would become known, and nothing more. He would just be the guy who happened to stumble across it. What drove him could only be described as dark impulses. For this man fed up with his own lack of talent, this coincidentally found magic potion would be his rosy future. He could get whatever he desired if he used this potion correctly. Though it had been erased hundreds of years ago and hadn't been recreated since, he might learn how to mass-produce the potion if he looked into it. To give up such possibilities and bend to authority would be to fail in the pursuit of knowledge. But then everything changed. No matter what happened, the thought of the potion had been enough to wash away his feelings of discontent. Ultimately, he hadn't used it, as it wasn't often you had a chance to use a potion of which you only had one vial. So he couldn't possibly have been found out. He hadn't told anyone about the potion, not his colleagues, friends, or family. Still, it was clear he had screwed up. By the sound of it, that fiendish tree had ended up here because of Lucia's brother. The man had heard rumors of him. The Thousand Tricks, a level 8 hunter and brother of the prodigy, Lucia Rogier. They said he knew things he shouldn't possibly know, and had the skills to guide the future. The immense black tree had suddenly appeared in the Zabrudia Academy of Magic, a place long protected by barriers and in one of the safest regions of the imperial capital. It had been unhindered by coordinated attacks from the Academy's Magi and crushed the magically protected castle as though it had been constructed from building blocks. There was nothing that man could have done to it. Good luck was what had kept the potion safe. Thanks to luck, coincidentally, nobody but the man had been present in the laboratory when the fiend had attacked. The fiend's attention had been momentarily diverted. The abyssal inferno had appeared. The falling rubble hadn't impaled the man. The tree had been defeated before it could return to its objective. The man had been able to flee before the arrival of anyone curious as to why the tree had been so focused on his laboratory. It was all thanks to luck. Looking out over the broad campus, he let out a sigh of relief as he watched the Magi flock to the mounds of ashes. A single wrong step would have killed him. It was only because of a series of coincidences that he was still standing. However, the die was already cast. If the 1,000 tricks learned of the man's survival, the hunter would once again resort to forceful measures. Even if he didn't, the tree's behavior must have tipped him off that something was in the man's laboratory. Surely the man himself would also be thoroughly investigated. He wasn't so foolish as to think otherwise. The man removed the bottle from his pocket and stared at it gravely. His heart was nervously pounding like a drum. He thought this day might come. You had to fight to live as you see fit in this world. A level 8 hunter was a more than satisfactory opponent. He looked at Professor Sega's tower, where the 1,000 tricks had gone. With the mentality of someone headed to their final battle, the man started walking. Departing the room at the top of the tower, we headed down the spiral staircase. Our sudden abduction and censure had left me exhausted. This was too much for one day. I wanted peace. Walking next to me, Citri, now recovered, made a face almost like she was a victim here.
My, what a terrible ordeal that was. Wouldn't you say, Cry?
All you did was catch fake Z's. It was a sort of uselessness I rarely saw in her. But at this point, it would take a bit more to lower my opinion of her. I looked at her reproachfully, but all she did was make a quizzical face. I couldn't match her stalwart mentality. And why did we head towards Sage Tower in the first place? We didn't have any business there or anything. Right, we went because Citri said so. And Lucia didn't come with us because Citri used Killium to hold her off. Was this whole misadventure Citri's fault?
She sent us home empty-handed. What a cheapskate. You'd think a long lifespan would help a noble spirit let go of their greed. We should have taken some in secret. Because of Lucia's stories, I was blinded by my presumption that the professor would share with us. You too, Cry. You should have said something.
I couldn't tell if she was joking or not. In the end, I never learned why those professors were so certain I was guilty. Before judging me, they should have looked into their own first. I was certain that the disaster had been caused by some magus running dangerous experiments.
Exactly.
Well, all's well that ends well. Let's go home and have some cake. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the door next to us flew open, and a figure cloaked in a brown robe darted in front of me.
I was wrong. I realize that now. I didn't think you'd send such a fiend. Here, take this and forgive me.
As I stood there, the figure shoved a metal water bottle at me, then climbed over the stair railing and jumped down. I froze for a moment, then frantically peered over the railing. The figure was already gone. Was that some sort of aberration? This place is scary. I'm never coming here again.
What is that?
Beats me. If Liz were here, she totally would have caught that person, though whether or not that would have been a good thing was a different matter. Seeing the glimmer in her eyes, I handed Citri the water bottle. Cautiously, she opened the lid. I waited a few moments. She didn't say anything, and it didn't seem like it was dangerous, so I peeked inside. Sifting around inside was an opaque liquid, the color of strawberry milk. In fact, the smell suggested that it was strawberry milk. I liked strawberry milk. I drank it regularly, and always had some in my refrigerator. But this guy had just suddenly appeared and handed me a bottle of it before running off. Maybe he really was an aberration? Even my sense of caution was developed enough to tell me not to drink milk received from a stranger. I was at a total loss when suddenly I noticed Citri was still holding the bottle silently. I poked her shoulder, which seemed to bring her back to her senses.
This color, this scent, could this be the legendary potion sealed away for its power and the danger it poses? Could this be Strawberry Blaze? I can't believe it. Supposedly, it was all destroyed. To think some still existed.
Oh. So it's something special? It has strawberry in the name, so this is just strawberry milk, right? It was unexpected, but it wasn't impossible for a talented alchemist to make jokes regarding potions. Taking even more care than usual, Citri gingerly replaced the cap. I didn't really get it, but it was nice that we got something valuable. However, that naive thought was followed by some bewildering info.
It is special. It's a peerless, extraordinary thrall potion. 1 drop is enough to entrap a person's body and heart. It's brought 3 nations to ruin. The alchemists who made it their family in the production method were all supposedly wiped from existence, but despite all odds, some still exist.
So it's something special?
If it's real, if we reconstruct the production methods, world domination might be feasible. Until now, nobody's managed to replicate such a confounding effect. But if we have a sample...
Yeah, Out of excitement, Citri spoke in quieter tones than usual, but her face was brimming with joy. I took the bottle from her embrace, eliciting a look of momentary shock from her.
Cray, I'll get my reward this time, right?
Yeah, later.
Yay!
Citri clung to my arm and rubbed her cheek against me. I nodded along and patted her head. I definitely can't give this to her. I'll get rid of it later. Apparently, while Lucia was being detained by Killiam, Seijay had passed by and ordered her to wait at the bottom. When we got there, we found Killiam sitting with his legs folded beneath him and Lucia standing around in a bad mood. Outside, dozens of magi were gathering up the fallen ashes. Citri looked like she might wander off in their direction, so I grabbed her by the arm. It seemed she hadn't fully recovered from the magic circle. No. Looking at me with upturned eyes won't change anything. As we walked, Lucia told me about the situation. She told me new things while looking like she expected me to already know them.
Honestly, what a godforsaken mess. The Imperial capital isn't your toy box, you know? Everyone keeps asking me.
Well, everything's resolved smoothly enough, so I think it's fine.
Oh!
I was breaking out in a cold sweat, but maybe it was a little late for that. It sounded like the source of the Black World tree was the staff from the Sword Saint. It hadn't even been activated, yet it started absorbing mana and grew into something massive. In other words, what Seiji had said was right. But this wasn't my fault. It was the Sword Saint's. Sure, I felt bad about all the headaches Luke caused him, but that didn't mean this was an okay way to get revenge. Honestly, that guy really was something else. Citri was supposed to be as ignorant of the situation as I was, yet she clapped her hands with a knowing look on her face.
I see. That explains why Professor Sage pulled back. Even this academy wouldn't want to start a fight with the Sword Saint and his cohorts.
So one monster saved us from another?
Goodness, would you two stop acting like this has nothing to do with you?
It just didn't feel at all real. Looking back on it, this had been an incredibly strange series of events. I had planned to take it easy in the Imperial capital for a bit, but then it turned out the sword from Eliza was a devil sword. And I gave that away, then got a staff in exchange, which then turned out to be something dangerous. And now, for some reason, a dangerous potion had ended up in my hands. That reminds me. Was there some reason that tree was so focused on that one tower?
Unlikely. That tree was just drawn to powerful mana, and a cursory search didn't find anything. But all laboratories have secrets, and as I understand it, it's possible something could have been smuggled out. Oh, see, Cry? Sometimes mysterious things happen.
It looks like you have something to say.
Brother?
There was nothing I could say. The only thing I had gained today was knowledge that Lucia was a popular girl. My sounding stone vibrated. As always, it had terrible timing. Did Franz know this mess was my fault? Well, it wasn't my fault. It was, if anyone's, the Sword Saint's. But everything had been resolved smoothly. There wouldn't be any more curse troubles. Even I wouldn't step on a landmine once I knew they were ahead of me. And what even was a thrall potion? With a small sigh, I activated the sounding stone. The first thing I heard was Franz yelling.
Ow! What happened?
Oh, you know about that? Don't worry, we won't have any more curses or whatever giving us trouble.
Hey, one moment.
I'm busy now, so I'm cutting it here. Later. I looked down at the sounding stone. I waited for a moment, but it didn't vibrate again. I guess he gave up. I'm sorry, Franz. I'm just a bit tired. Don't worry. I'll make sure there's no more trouble. Citri, you're in an awfully good mood.
Well, of course I am. It's my turn next.
Even from a sideways glance, I could tell how high her spirits were. She was twirling around with each step. I'm afraid you won't get a turn. You're my best friend, I owe you lots of money, and I don't want to make you sad, so there's nothing I can do.
You're going to come with me to apologize later?
Yeah, I know. You've done a lot for me, and as your brother, I need to have my act together. I'm your brother and all.
That's right.
After all, being her brother had pulled me out of the fire. But at the moment, I had to worry about Citri. If I didn't deal with this potion matter very carefully, I'd have to do a lot more than just kowtow. Forgetting to do things I had meant to do was a very bad habit of mine. I walked into my office. Even though it was off-limits to hunters, Lucia and Citri followed me in as though it was perfectly natural. Without actually saying anything, Citri implored me to hand over the potion. Lucia had probably followed us with a malcontent look because she had sensed something was up with Citri. Our alchemist was intent on badgering me until I gave her the bottle. Normally, I wouldn't be able to win in a battle of wills against her. I'd figure that I could trust my dear friend and hand her the potion. But I still hadn't forgotten how she had clung to me while pretending to sleep. Wait here a moment. Let's deal with this before I forget. I made them wait in my office while I pressed the mechanism and headed for my private quarters. This was a space designed so I could live in comfortable seclusion. There was of course my relic collection and my bed, but there was also a refrigerator, toilet, bathtub, and sink, all hooked up to plumbing. With a long stretch, I entered my private space and placed the potion on the desk. Then my eyes fell on the fridge next to my bed. I opened it and pulled out a bottle of strawberry milk. The almost expired cake had been given to me, but the milk was something I had bought covertly, because my sweet tooth was a secret. I poured a glass of it and returned the bottle, then compared it with the eerily named potion on the desk. As expected, the two hues were identical, and so were their scents. Could this really be such a dangerous potion? I found it pretty hard to believe. This thing was apparently called Strawberry Blaze, which I guess was because it smelled like strawberries. There sure were a bunch of odd potions out there. Experimentally, I brought the water bottle close to my lips, but then one of the rings I was wearing started to heat up. It was Red Alert, a ring that could detect approaching danger. It couldn't have been reacting to the milk, which meant the potion was clearly hazardous. I didn't think Citri would use it for evil, but it still was a dreadful potion that had destroyed a few nations. It was too risky to give it to bad Citri. Sorry, but the 1,000 Tricks is going to learn from those who came before and ditch this potion. Without hesitating, I dumped it down the sink. The liquid that looked and smelled just like strawberry milk swirled around as it went down the drain. Just to be sure the potion would never come into contact with my skin, I filled the bottle with water and rinsed it thoroughly. What a relief! Zeebrudia had been saved. All I had to do was apologize to Citri. The only thing I had done was dispose of a potion, but I had the sense of a job complete. I stared at the metal water bottle. I thought for a moment. My eyes darted between the strawberry milk on the table and the water bottle. Nonchalantly, I picked up the cup and carefully poured its contents into the freshly washed metal bottle. I did a double check and saw that the liquid rocking around the bottle was indistinguishable from the stuff I had just gotten rid of. The only difference was that the relic on my finger wasn't giving me any warnings. What sort of potion was identical to strawberry milk? As I stood there, Lucia and Citri came down, probably tired of waiting for me.
Bye. Are you not done yet? Way doing and...
This is, Citri dashed up to me when she saw the cup and water bottle in my hands. When she noticed the contents of the water bottle and the traces of strawberry milk in the cup, she looked at me with horror.
There's a bit less. Don't tell me. Did you drink some?
No.
This is bad. We need to make an antidote. And quickly. You drank so much of it undiluted. Worst case scenario, you could end up a puppet of flesh, only capable of taking orders. Huh? City? What was that?
Citri was losing control. The blood had drained from her already pale skin, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Panicking, she was almost cross-eyed. If someone as calm and composed as she was losing it, the potion must have been crazier than I had realized.
I am going out. I'll do whatever I can to make an antidote. Lucy, look after Cry.
Wah! 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 Before anyone could stop her, Citri flew up the stairs. I didn't even get the chance to say anything. All I had been able to say was, this is, and no. In those days, Citri was organized, but you'd be surprised how scatterbrained she had once been. I guess that part of her hadn't actually been fixed, just subdued. Lucia was looking around wildly. With her lack of information, I couldn't blame her for finding this incomprehensible. I told her I didn't drink it.
Brother, do you feel all right?
Now that you mention it, I feel a little weary. So yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. I went to the refrigerator and poured myself a cold glass of strawberry milk. I gave my ring a cursory check to make sure it was safe, then took a drink. The sweet scent of strawberries mingled with the aroma of the rich milk. This was it. This was strawberry milk. But how had a pro like Citri been fooled? She's off to make an antidote for strawberry milk. For a moment, Lucia looked at me silently, her gaze turning just as icy as her professor's.
Perhaps we should go after her.
On the outskirts of the imperial capital was the decaying district, Zeebrugge's most crime-ridden sector. On the border between there and the central district, there was a shady shop, and inside, Hugh Regland of the Zero Order was arguing with the shopkeeper. The interior was filled with a varied assortment of items, including armor, firearms, and even dubious medicines. Zeebrugge was the most prosperous of its neighbors, and wares of all sorts gathered in its capital. Taking a look through any of the shops near the decaying district was bound to reveal an item or two of contraband. Though there were crackdowns, it was hard to prevent the circulation entirely.
This shop doesn't deal in things like cursed items. As you're aware, Sir Knight, it's illegal to knowingly sell such malign baubles.
Indeed, but you must have a few items hidden under the counter. No? If you show me immediately, I'll show lenience. I'm allowed to turn this shop upside down, you know. I'm sure there are plenty of violations just waiting to be found.
Seeing the knight brazenly lean over the counter caused the gruff shopkeeper and some of the shady customers to grow pale. In Zeebrugge, the knights had plenty of authority to crack down on criminals, treasure hunters, and dangerous relics. Though they rarely did, they were permitted to investigate shops, even without solid evidence. On top of this, there was the justification of the divinarium's prophecy. But the shopkeeper just rapidly shook his head in response to Hugh's intimidation.
I'm not lying, sir. If we handled cursed items, I might end up getting hexed myself. I'd have to be insane to deal with something like that, or even let it into my shop. The other shops are the same. Well, it's possible. One might end up here without me knowing.
Detecting a hint of truth in the man's coaxing gaze, Hugh clicked his tongue. Skask.
This was the problem. Cursed items were generally indiscriminate. The devil sword found by the Thousand Tricks had been able to eat into even the disciples of the Sword Saint. While none of them had died, that was because they were excellent swordsmen. Most people couldn't endure being used by a cursed item. Once a cursed item lost a bearer, the next would likely be someone who didn't know any better.
Hugh had already been to 5 shops, and they had all given him the same response. He didn't know how that devil sword had reached the hands of the Thousand Tricks, but this request was quite a burden. Exiting the shop, Hugh saw another with a gloomy atmosphere. He furrowed his brow. The proper shops had already been checked by other knights. The ones that skirted the law had also been looked into. This meant that any further searching would require contact with the sorts of scoundrels that were avoided even in the decaying district. The decaying district was effectively becoming a land of its own laws, a wellspring of evil. The Third Order had repeatedly tried and failed to overwhelm the chaos-ridden pit. Former high-level ghost hunters, criminal organizations, and magic syndicates all had bases of operations in the district, and the labyrinthine streets remained unmapped. Not only did the criminals have the surface, but it was said they also controlled the sewers. Hugh didn't think of himself as incompetent, but neither did he think he would get anywhere by directly barging in. This investigation was going to require him to shed that armor he was so proud of.
Captain Franz probably hadn't anticipated this when he ordered Hugh to cooperate with the Thousand Tricks in the name of obtaining information. However, this was most likely what it would take to grab the hunter's attention. Hugh found it hard to believe the Thousand Tricks would make him his apprentice either way, but he figured he might be able to see something interesting. He might glimpse the depths of the power that a level 8 commanded, that which Hugh coveted.
He smiled. Even with adversity further down the road, Hugh Regland pressed onward. A core tenet of alchemy was that if the conditions were the same, the results would be too, no matter the alchemist. The right disposition was necessary to become a good magus. The quality and quantity of their mana affected which spells they could use as well as their power. Alchemy was different. Considered to be a melding of science and magic, the unending trial and error by legions of average alchemists and a handful of geniuses had slowly but surely developed the field. Lacking the high adaptability and power to break out of danger, alchemy was a bad choice for hunters, causing alchemists to be gravely overlooked. But its history stretched back far, and it was no stretch to say that alchemy had built the foundations of modern society. With such a long history, it was natural there were some results that had been erased. For instance, the thrall potion, Strawberry Blaze. Named for its strawberry scent, this potion was one result that had been scratched out. The potion acted on the brains of living beings, a single drop being enough to rewrite any creature's mind. Due to its powers that defied the known rules of potions and the many nations that had been driven to conflict by Strawberry Blaze, the potion's recipe, inventor, and the inventor's family had all been wiped from existence. All that was remembered was its name and its distinguishing traits. Rumors of its recreation regularly popped up, but they were never accompanied by genuine proof. If Strawberry Blaze remained unreplicated even after hundreds of years, it was fair to assume it had been made with fairly rare ingredients, or its inventor had been a real genius. Imperial law prohibited even attempting to recreate it, but within the Empire's chief alchemical institution, the Primus Institute, there probably wasn't a single alchemist who hadn't considered giving it a try. Though not all of them necessarily intended to use said potion, for most alchemists, the process was more important than the results. Their true desire was to pioneer greater understanding and obtain the truth. Chief Nikolov Smoky of the Primus Institute looked at the potion brought in by a panicking former apprentice. If this were the real thing, it would shake the world. Just like in the tales, the liquid in this metal water bottle was an opaque pink and smelled of strawberries.
Impossible. Peering into the bottle, he gulped. I didn't think any of it was left. I don't believe it.
A magus at the Zebrudia Academy of Magic was keeping it in secret.
A magus? Ah. I don't know about creating it, but I suppose storing it would be feasible for one of them.
With how unique Strawberry Blaze's effects were, the potion was believed to have been brought about through a combination of magic and alchemy. Looking at the metal bottle, he could tell that it too was specially made, with an interior enchanted to preserve quality. If nothing else, this wasn't some cheap thing you'd use for a joke. Then, above all else, there was his panicking former apprentice, Citri Smart, a former member of the Primus Institute and prodigy who had been involved in a number of projects. She was also a known treasure hunter who had established her own laboratory in just a few years. A certain incident had earned her the loathsome title, Ignoble, and caused her expulsion from the Primus Institute. However, she visited the institute from time to time, staying in touch with the various laboratories. Her hair and clothes were disheveled, suggesting she had run as fast as she could. Her face was pale, like she might pass out any moment. Nikolov knew she was a dedicated alchemist who could carry out morally objectionable experiments without batting an eye. He had never seen her like this. That, however, only increased the potion's credibility.
I need an antidote. Cray accidentally drank it undiluted.
I see. Her affections still cause her to lose her cool.
Nikolov kept these thoughts from showing on his face as he let out a deep breath. Even if this was her old stomping grounds, he had found it strange that she wouldn't keep such a legendary potion to herself. But if love was involved, then that would explain it. It was the singular and fatal flaw of the otherwise perfect Citri Smart. If not for that fault, her place as the prodigy would have been unshakable. While it may not have happened too often, one could hardly be a good alchemist if calls from their lover repeatedly caused them to shove important experiments onto others and dash off somewhere. The normal Citri's top priority would be replication, not an antidote. No, that went for any alchemist. Even for a mythic item that had gone hundreds of years without being replicated, an analysis of a sample was bound to reveal a hint or two about how it might be replicated. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. If Citri had brought the potion without hesitation, producing an antidote would have likely been more difficult than replicating it. It would require time, facilities, and manpower, thus leaving her nowhere else to turn. She did this regardless of the fact that reproducing the potion would make her name a legend. She was willing to throw away a chance at glory.
You are an alchemist. You can't let your composure slip.
She was trying to stay calm, but she couldn't conceal her unease.
Get a hold of yourself, Citri.
In her state of panic, Citri was forgetting something important. If she had her usual presence of mind, she definitely would have noticed it. Seeing her acting so disgracefully, Nikolov felt compelled to chide her. Strawberry Blaze had a unique trait found in no other potion. According to the legends, you could fully control anyone you gave a thrall potion to. This, however, raised one problem. How did the potion tell someone whom they were to obey? It didn't just choose whoever happened to be standing nearby. Something so unreliable wouldn't have been able to bring about so much tragedy. All sorts of researchers had struggled with this conundrum. All information regarding the potion had been erased, but consulting history books allowed them to form and exchange theories. They reached an inevitable conclusion: the potion must have been made with techniques beyond just those of alchemy. To be precise about its powers, the potion made one subservient to whoever gave it to them. This was how it had caused so much grief. This was the defining trait of thrall potions, the reason Strawberry Blaze hadn't been recreated in hundreds of years, and the cause for so many alchemists attempting to understand these potions in the hope of producing their own. Determining how to imbue such a trait would alter the history of alchemy. With its irrational nature, it was less akin to the logical art of magic, and closer to the not-so-logical art of curses. The existence of Strawberry Blaze became known and targeted for extermination after a user passed away, allowing one of their thralls to regain their sanity and escape. This incident also made it clear that the potion could recognize who was meant to be obeyed and couldn't be fooled. Therefore, if you gave the potion to yourself, there would be no effect. The 1,000 Tricks had probably tested it with this in mind. It was an incredibly risky thing to do, and Nikolov had thought this for a long time, the 1,000 Tricks would have made a very good alchemist.
An antidote? I can't turn down a request if it's from a former apprentice. I'll get a team ready immediately, and I'll be discreet about it.
The Primus Institute was not a monolith. Nikolov might have been the chief, but he had enemies around every corner. With their varying sets of ethics and objectives, attempting to unify alchemists was a fool's errand. While the Primus Institute wasn't as fiercely competitive as the Zerbrudia Academy of Magic, it wasn't unheard of for someone to be killed over valuable ingredients. This was an ideal opportunity. They would produce an antidote, but Nikolov would also attempt to replicate the potion. If he could successfully do that and discover the principles behind the potion, it would open the door to greater knowledge. It might also light the fuse of war, but how knowledge was applied was none of Nikolov's concern. He ordered his trusted assistant to begin preparations. They departed with a tense look on their face. Once they were done, Citri steadied her breath and dipped her head.
Thank you for your assistance.
She was an excellent student. Excellent, but with flaws. As her mentor, he found her competent and easy to deal with. If the 1,000 Tricks were a level 8 hunter, he should have exceptional mana material absorption. The Imperial capital had spots dense in mana material, just below the threshold where phantoms might start appearing. And this man had supposedly taken on a number of high-level treasure vaults. Even if Strawberry Blaze had brought nations to ruin, it was possible it wouldn't have any effect on a man like him. The powers of treasure hunters from hundreds of years ago were nothing like those of the current era. With each generation, humans became better suited to taking in mana material. In this aspect, mankind had only improved, never declined. When that man proved capable of conversation, despite having supposedly drunk the potion, Citri should have been able to surmise that it hadn't had any effect, even if she didn't understand why. Was this love-induced blindness? Nikolov had long ago lost that emotion, but failure was the basis of success. Perhaps this incident would cause Citri to take a good look at herself. But then, Nikolov found himself hit by an intense wave of dizziness. The bell in the corner of his desk started ringing loudly. It took him only a moment to understand what was happening. He placed his hands on his desk and looked around, then up at the vent near the ceiling. The bell was a device that detected gas, a necessary tool for any alchemical lab. This was an attack. He didn't know if it was paralyzing, sleep-inducing, or toxic, but he knew it was meant to bring him down. As part of his work, he used mana material to bolster his resilience, so this was something extraordinary if it was able to make him dizzy. Only so many people could have unleashed a gas attack this deep within the Institute. Citri, being a hunter, seemed unhurt by the unexpected assault. The purpose of the attack was all too clear. Nikolov tightly sealed the bottle before activating every one of the guard golems lined up against the wall. The slim, custom-built golems lined up at his orders.
Shit! They already caught on to us. I'm the chief, damn it. My golems kill any would-be thieves who come for the potion. I will not, I repeat, will not hand it over. Citri's my former apprentice. This potion is material for my experiments.
Had his assistant betrayed him? Or had someone from another laboratory seen Citri looking panicked and decided to follow her? Either way, they were all going to die. Nikolaf would never give up on such a precious asset. He grabbed his self-made omniantidote, still in the test phase, and downed it, relieving him of his dizziness.
I'd like to begin working on an antidote with all possible haste.
Citri, get moving. There'll be no antidote if they steal the potion from us. They'll do whatever they can to take it from us. This gas is a lethal variety.
The golems kicked open the door and moved out. At the same moment, a fierce explosion rocked the building. Burning wind and fragments of golems blew into the room. These people were ready to kill. They were intent on taking the potion, even if they had to murder Nikolaf. He couldn't let the word spread any further. He had to take them all out.
Let's go, Citri. We're at war.
The ignoble watched vacantly as Nikolaf stood determined, a glimmer in his eyes. Another day, another yawn let out as I did my daily relic polishing. The imperial capital had seen a series of incidents over the past few days, but this day, like the previous one, was just fine. Lazily basking in the sun shining through my specially made windows, I became acutely aware of how nice peace was. As I savored the serenity, there was a knock at my door, followed by Eva entering with a newspaper in one hand. Delivering a newspaper and giving her morning, except it was already noon. Report was part of her daily routine. I had told her she didn't need to bother with it, but someone as diligent as her would never neglect reporting to her boss. So she concisely informed me on the state of the capital.
It appears the Empire is taking the Divinarium's prophecy very seriously. For starters, they're taking a rather forceful approach to gathering information.
That doesn't sound good. There's been too much going on around here lately. Eva didn't say anything. Yes, I had made a number of mistakes, but if the Sword Saint hadn't given me that strange staff, the incident at Zam wouldn't have happened in the first place. Let's just ignore the fact that Eliza was the starting point of all this. If I pointed this out to her, she might stop bringing me relics, which would have made me sad. Besides, when she brought me so many items, there was nothing odd about a cursed item or two getting mixed in. After nearly a full day, Citri still hadn't come back. I figured she would have immediately noticed that the contents of the water bottle had been swapped out, so she must have been busy with some other matter. Generally speaking, I was the only member of grieving souls with excess time on their hands. While I entered energy conservation mode, one of the busy people, Ava, said to me,
By the sound of it, the church has something major.
I didn't do anything!
Is that the truth?
I didn't respond. Eva looked at me suspiciously. I guess she had already found out that I was the cause of the trouble over at the Academy of Magic. I didn't do it. I've done nothing. I had almost nothing to do with the church. About the only thing we had in common was that Ansem was a member of the church. There were several figures that were referred to as gods. Ansem's church revered the omnilusent god as the supreme deity. One of the most recognized deities in the world, they were the source of holy magic, which is to say, healing spells. The term cleric generally referred to people who worshipped this god and borrowed their power. Similarly, many hunters could be counted among the devout, including just about every paladin out there. In Obsidian Cross, a party where everyone had some form of healing capabilities, only their magus, Marietta, wasn't a devotee. Since the imperial capital was such an immense city, the Church of the Radiant Spirit had a large presence to match. But at the same time, the church tended not to interact too much with outsiders. You could join if you wanted, but they weren't proactive about recruiting. According to Ansem, this was because the omnilusent god's powers were finite. Something about how, if the number of believers increased, then so would the people drawing upon the god's powers, which would reduce the power an individual could receive. Technically, that was supposed to be one of the church's most closely guarded secrets. It's a miserly world. Despite their passive approach to recruiting, the church had followers all around the world, a testament to the utility of the omnilusent god's powers. In fact, when I went to see Ansem once, they seemed to get the wrong idea and made a point of visibly scowling at me. I was Ansem's best friend, his best friend, and Lucia's brother. I thought for a moment, wrinkles forming on my brow. Is it possible I did do something?
I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that. Does anything come to mind?
No, nothing. But you could say the same about the thing with the Sword Saint and the thing with the Black World Tree. Eva looked at me silently. Nope. I tried thinking, but nothing came up. Besides, since an Ansem wasn't like Luke or Liz in that he didn't go dragging me around, I hadn't even come close to a church lately. I nodded to myself, satisfied with my own slothfulness.
Well, the Church of the Radiant Spirit does specialize in matters pertaining to curses. I believe they're even involved in the safeguarding of the imperial capital.
I understand that Ansem's busy, but I checked the clock. He should be here soon. It was about that time of day when my guard would change, and today Ansem would be on duty. To be fair, he was one of the most popular paladins within the church. In terms of admirers, he probably even surpassed Lucia. Remember, the church liked him so much that they granted him that relic armor. Perhaps he couldn't get away when so much buzz about that prophecy was causing so many headaches. Lately, I hadn't had many chances to chat with Ansem and was in the mood to talk with him. I think once he gets here, I'll just tell him there's nowhere I have to go today, so he doesn't need to bother. The newspaper talked about the attack on the Magic Academy, but said almost nothing regarding the cause. I guess Professor Sage was keeping the truth a secret. Noticing a line that said nobody had died in the incident, I let out a sigh of relief. Then the sounding stone on my desk began to vibrate. I felt like this thing was going off every day. I didn't want to answer it, but I didn't have much choice with Eva right there. Leaving it on the desk, I activated it. The stone went still, and a brief silence ensued.
I'll kill you.
You've got the wrong man.
I'll kill you. I didn't tell you to stop the curses, then stir up something else. I told you not to cause any problems. A curse would be better than this.
He sounded as if he were right in front of me. It hurt my ears. Good thing I had left the stone on the desk. He sounded like his voltage was pretty high, but I couldn't help him if he didn't tell me what had happened. Despite it all, I am Lucia's brother, you know?
I assume you're aware that at this very moment chaos is breaking out at the Primus Institute over a certain potion.
Franz, does your order deal with every bit of trouble that pops up in the capital? I groaned internally. And you keep coming to me over every little thing? Did you become one of my fans or something?
I'll kill you. There was a leak from one of the Institute's alchemists. We wouldn't have found out otherwise. It was your alchemist who brought the potion in. 13 knights were lost when the Third Order tried to quell the mayhem. A paralyzing gas instantly took them out. I'm not cleaning another one of your damn messes. Get over here right now. This goddamn time, you're going to listen to me.
I see. Oh, how do I put this? I calmed myself with a deep breath, then hesitantly said, "But the thing is, that potion is probably strawberry milk." That potion our alchemist brought in, I wasn't sure what to say. I could even tell him the name of the manufacturer. It boggled my mind to think that strawberry milk was causing such a fuss. Going off of what Franz had said, Citri hadn't realized it was milk and brought it over to her old haunt. Citri, try to pay attention.
I don't want your nonsense. In front of the Academy of Magic, now!
Hey, it's not nonsense. I put it in the metal bottle, and she took it away. I looked up and saw Eva. She stared at me, her cheek twitching, her body trembling. They had it wrong, all wrong. For once, I wasn't at fault. If anything, I thought I deserved a pat on the back. If the fake stuff had caused so much uproar, who knows what might have happened if that was the actual potion? He said a curse would be better than this. Ha ha! Then let's make the next one a curse.
Please stop it.
What did these people want from me? All I did was throw away a potion and put some strawberry milk in a bottle. Yeah. I had done something unnecessary. I had given in to the impulse to compare the two side by side. I didn't think Citri would barge in at that exact moment. But there was still time. If she realized this was all a misunderstanding, our oddball alchemist would surely calm down. Even if the potion really were something dangerous, all this madness struck me as a little unnecessary, but I thought it better to stay out of this mess. Proper people don't go to improper places. Sitting in my chair, I crossed my arms and gave Eva, who was still frozen, a hard-boiled smile. Eva, the rest is in your hands.
What's in my hands? Please, don't leave this to me.
Oh, I've never heard Eva ask that. That's a rare drop. I gave a response, and the door opened. Ensum scrunched his shoulders and slipped in. Ah, Ansem. It's been a while. You took your time showing up.
Apologies,
said a voice muffled by a helmet visor.
Oh, haven't heard him talk in a while. Another rare drop. Eva looked equally surprised. Ansem had always been a reticent man. He was also a very polite man. Ansem's stature far surpassed what was normal for people, but his increasing size was taken into account during the construction of the clan master's office. He couldn't fit into my personal quarters, but he'd just have to deal with that. If he wanted to enter, he would just have to shrink himself with his armor. With the calm but weighty movements of a large monster, he came up to my desk. As I understood it, harsh movements from him were liable to break things, which was why he made such slow and cautious movements. His presence was imposing as always. Though she had known him for a long time, even Eva shrank back before his towering form. I imagine the church has its hands full with the curse business. I hate to say this after you've come all this way, but I don't plan to go out today, so if you're busy, then you don't need to stay. Heck, I wouldn't go out there even if I had you with me.
No.
With that simple reply, he sat down on the floor. Even that was enough to shake the ground slightly. He didn't have a weapon or shield, but his fists were enough to take down most foes. He would probably be the last one standing in a Grieving Souls battle royale. If he entered the Supreme Warrior Festival, I wouldn't be surprised if he won. Make yourself at home. Ansem nodded, then became still. When he stopped moving, he looked less like a person and more like an art installation. Is he really relaxing? Well, if he's fine with it, then I'm fine with it. Eva seemed unsure of what to do with our unusual visitor. Her earlier bewilderment had entirely vanished, a result of Ansem's great character. He was powerful and gentle. The world would have been a much worse place if he were as confrontational as Luke and Liz were. Our world held together where it counted. I got up, took out a metal polishing spray and a mop, then went up to Ansem. I had just finished polishing my relics and had nothing else to do, so I could give him a polish. I sprayed his bulwark of a back when he tilted his head my way.
No.
No need to be so reserved.
No.
Relic armor didn't get dirty easily, and polishing it didn't do much, but it was still better than no polishing at all. Once I started vigorously mopping his scratched armor, Ansem seemed to give in and became still again. By the time I had finished polishing every inch of his armor, the sun had begun to set, and my body groaned in pain. My collection was fairly large, but Ansem's armor was the only relic that I could get a workout just by maintaining, though, to be precise, his armor wasn't part of my collection. Marin's Lament, and it's a cursed item the church sealed off? Ansem grunted and nodded solemnly. It seemed there was truth in those rumors Eva had heard about the church having something big. Ansem didn't say much, but he wasn't at all averse to communication. As we chatted while I polished his armor, I had gotten a good grasp of the situation. It seemed the church was preparing to purify a cursed item in their possession, and Ansem was going to be part of the operation. The omniluscent god granted more than just healing powers. They also enabled barriers and sealing. The Church of the Radiant Spirit in the imperial capital had for a long time possessed a number of hazards whose curses had been sealed off. The reasons for these seals varied. Some were sealed because the church didn't think they would be able to handle the curse and had no other options, and some were set aside because there was a good chance the curse would weaken with time. The one thing they had in common was that no seal would last forever. Cracks would form over time, and though it was rare, seals could sometimes break without warning, a fact that had been learned the hard way. After talks between the Empire and the heads of the church, it was decided that one of the most powerful items they had sealed away, Marin's Lament, was to be purified. As they saw it, rather than risk the seal breaking unexpectedly and wreaking havoc, it would be better to undo the seal and purify it while taking all possible caution. A sort of reverse approach. It sounded like the seal was about ready to be renewed anyway, but the church was taking the decisive route. Is that gonna work? Purifying curses was great and all, but I just hoped the church didn't forget that Ansem was a member of our party. He was tough and mellow, but that didn't mean he didn't feel anything. Should I lend a hand? I offered in a hard-boiled voice before I knew what I was doing.
No.
He shot me down, even though Luke or Liz would have gladly accepted. But that was just fine. I was sure Ansem would be A-okay. If he needed someone, he could bring Ark or Sven, or maybe Lucia. The church might not be too thrilled to accept help from outsiders, but safety first. By the way, what sort of item is Marin's Lament? Am didn't respond. My collection had a number of relics that seemed like they might be useful during a purification.
but I thought it would be better to stay out. We were dealing with a curse that was being purified because if it happened to break out, it might destroy the imperial capital. Sealing was a method generally saved for curses too strong to handle in any other way. The Church of the Radiant Spirit was one of the best when it came to purifications, so the scent of danger was thick in the air. If I screwed something up here, I might never recover from it. Though with all the trouble I constantly caused Ensem, I wanted to help him somehow. Ensem then nodded his head and said, in one breath,
Marin's lament is a high-ranked cursed item that the church has kept sealed off for a long time. Using the spirit of Marin, a woman who met an early death, a dark magus created a hexen weapon. This has long been a source of headaches for the church. So much so that it immediately came to mind when we heard about the prophecy. We were all too happy to accept the Empire's suggestion. With the support of the Empire, there's no better opportunity to conduct the purification. You have no reason to worry, Cry.
I see. Sounds wild. Nothing like finding out the nearby church was holding on to something that dangerous to make you rethink living in a big city. How much damage has that weapon caused? Ensem simply grunted. And wait, that's definitely what the Divinarium's prophecy is about, isn't it? They said it was something that might destroy the Empire or whatever. There can't be any curses stronger than this, can there? How terrifying was this thing if it immediately came to mind when there was a prophecy about the Empire's destruction? Scary. I would have been tempted to run away if it were possible, but I couldn't leave Ensem behind. After a brief silence, Ensem slowly shook his head, then held up 2 fingers.
It's number 2, I guess. I believe there's one greater.
Good thing I didn't become a paladin. Okay, maybe couldn't was more accurate. Let's look on the bright side. Let's be glad it's not number 1. I made an effort to put on a smile and patted Ensem on the shoulder, to which he sighed deeply and nodded. Then the door flew open and Citri came in. It was immediately clear she had been through some rough ordeal. Stumbling into the room, her hair and clothes were disheveled, and I couldn't tell what had happened, but her right hand was pressed against her left arm.
Cry. Oh, and see.
Seeing her brother, Citri's frail expression stiffened. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Correcting herself, she stood up straight and cleared her throat. She removed her hand from her arm and brushed off her robe. Embarrassed, she was red to her ears. Well, that she was hearty and hale was what mattered. As far as I could tell, she wasn't injured, and she seemed fine in the head. I mean, even if she wasn't, Ensem could have fixed her as long as she was still alive. But why had she been pretending to be hurt in the first place? While glancing at her brother, she approached me, looking up at me with eyes meant to inspire guilt.
Because of your conniving, the Primus Institute has been shut down for the time being. Most of the top-level staff have been arrested. My credibility has been shredded. The only thing left for me is to be your wife by your side, for the time being.
Oh, okay. I wasn't conniving or anything, and while it sounded like something crazy had happened, I got the distinct impression the capital was a safer place now. It must have been hell, and I was sorry her credibility was gone. But she didn't look that put out. I know I said, it's good to find fun in everything, but I thought this was going a bit far. Despite his sister's predicament, Ensem showed no particular reaction. Both Liz and Citri had strong personalities, and after having spent so much time around them, Ensem had become a very tolerant person. His willingness to indulge his sisters was both a strength and a weakness for him. Embarrassment at Ensem seeing her performance had certainly subdued Citri. Normally, she would have given in to her excitement and thrown her arms around me. Instead, she looked at her brother with a conflicted expression. Then, blinking, she removed a small box from her pocket. Inside was an old pendant in the shape of a cross attached to a metal chain. A large crimson gem was set in the center of the cross. It was a bit blemished, but probably still worth a considerable sum. I accepted the pendant and held it up to the light. It didn't seem like it was a relic. I carefully looked over the deep red gem where I noticed some odd writing had been etched into it.
Before he was caught, Nikolov slipped that into my hands. He said it was a talisman with a long and reputable history. He said that if you keep it close to you, you'll be protected by a heroic spirit.
I see. Protection from a heroic spirit, you say? Sounds like it would be perfect for Ansem's current situation. Except Citri's mentor hadn't been protected, he had ended up arrested. Would this thing really work? Well, crosses were a holy symbol that those in the church liked to carry with them. Since Ansem was about to be part of a purification, it almost felt like this thing had made its way here just for his sake. It was probably better than nothing. Did fate cause all that mayhem just so this would happen? What a headache! He said after a long pause. With a chain of my own, I adjusted the length of the pendant, then placed it around Ansem's neck. He made a low, rumbling groan. An ominous air hung over the imperial capital. Merchants not based in the city were leaving like rats fleeing a sinking ship. Those who couldn't were battening down the hatches. The Explorers Association received at least 2 or 3 times their usual number of protection requests. The public hadn't been informed of the Astrodivinarium's prophecy, but they could still tell something was up. So much had happened in succession. There was the Sword Saint's apprentice who had gone on a rampage with the Devil Sword, that fiend that had appeared at the Zebrudia Academy of Magic, and then the alchemists at the Primus Institute fighting over that potion. Any one of those would have been a major incident, but since they had all happened so close to one another, only the densest people hadn't grown suspicious. Franz's team had tried issuing gag orders, but word of mouth wasn't so easily silenced. After constantly being flooded with questions from nobles and merchants he was acquainted with, Franz was beginning to reach his limit.
What the hell does that man plan to do next? I can't understand it.
He had finally established a task force for dealing with 9-tailed Shadow Fox and was ready to get to work when this prophecy suddenly appeared. The continuing series of incidents and the prophecy that nonetheless persisted were both beyond Franz's comprehension. Though perhaps it would be unfair to assume that someone else could have handled this situation any better. Things were happening too rapidly, and connections were only revealed upon closer examination. They were cooperating with the other Night Orders, but still didn't have enough hands. There wasn't much they could do when a new incident popped up while they were still investigating the previous one. Then there was the incident at the Primus Institute, the worst one so far.
Strawberry milk. Does he think we're fooling around here?
It was something right out of a nightmare. The seasoned practitioners of the capital's greatest alchemical institution had all been tricked. That they had all lost their minds over a bottle of strawberry milk was an embarrassment history certainly would not forget. Every alchemist involved in the fighting had been arrested. Even if there was truth to their claims that they had been deceived, that didn't change the fact that that potion was an illegal substance. On top of this, they couldn't punish the 1,000 Tricks for his involvement. They could perhaps charge him with fraud, but Franz was concerned that that man might say something to the effect of, "If what I did was fraud, then I'll just give you the real thing." Even if the chances of that were slim, he didn't want to risk it. Franz had indeed told that man to stop with the curses, but that wasn't a suggestion to cause other forms of mayhem. It didn't help that he probably did this while fully cognizant of what Franz had meant.
But Captain, if the prophecy remains, despite multiple disasters having occurred and been resolved, does that mean it's indicating something even more lethal?
Personally, I hadn't even imagined that the Sword Saint was holding on to something so deadly.
With so many relics and people, it was only natural that the imperial capital had a plethora of dangerous items. Magi and alchemists were both prone to keeping secrets, and even nobles found themselves owners of all sorts of objects. The vault in the imperial castle was no exception. A check of its contents was bound to reveal something or another. The items exposed by the 1,000 Tricks were likely just the tip of the iceberg. The outlawed Prahl potion, Strawberry Blaze, had turned out to be a fake. According to their investigations, Citri claimed they had obtained it at the Magic Academy, but Franz wouldn't have been surprised if she were secretly holding on to the real potion. Right after the appearance of the prophecy, Franz had dispatched knights to scour the capital for dangerous items, but they hadn't uncovered much. They had also looked into the Sword Saint, the Zebrudia Academy of Magic, and the Primus Institute. Nothing had come up. The knights had authority, but not the sort that would allow them to mandate a search without proper evidence. If they lacked manpower, they also had obstacles in their way. The most they were able to do was conduct interviews. Meanwhile, the 1,000 Tricks was getting info through means off-limits to them. More often than not, curses required specific circumstances to activate. Many people who possessed cursed items were unaware of it. In this case, the Sword Saint hadn't realized the danger that staff posed. It wasn't clear how the 1,000 Tricks had learned that thing was cursed when not even its owner knew it, but he had taken his usual helter-skelter approach once he had obtained it. Could it be that the 1,000 Tricks was trying to ascertain the subject of the prophecy? Was he applying his preterhuman artifice to root out each likely candidate? With a grunt, Franz shook his head, wiping this terrifying thought from the back of his mind. The Franz of the past, no doubt, would have ordered that the 1,000 tricks be questioned. But things were different now. In the past few months, Franz had endured all sorts of trouble through interacting with that man. He had already ordered Hugh to deal with him and had no further resources to spare on him. The 1,000 tricks would just shake him off, so Franz wouldn't bother.
We're going to direct some of our men to the church. On the off chance the cursed item runs rampant, the damage might be far greater than, no, it might even extend to civilians.
Marin's Lament was one of the most terrifying cursed items of which they were aware. Created through a vile rite carried out by a magus of ancient times, Marin's Lament had killed people across the land, eventually taking the life of its creator. It was most likely what the Divinarium's prophecy was referring to. However, Marin's Lament had unleashed its wrath a long time ago. Being spawned by powerful emotions, curses tended to weaken with time, and the church's barrier and purification techniques had improved over the years. What's more, apparently, the church had already been making preparations to purify Marin's Lament. This operation had simply required them to move the date forward a bit. Now, with the full cooperation of the Empire, failure was inconceivable.
We've enlisted the aid of the necessary organizations. We've also been in contact with Ark Roden, and the Immutable will be there as well. We're ready for anything.
The Immutable was the best paladin in the Imperial capital. He didn't come from a noble family, nor had he attended a knight academy, yet he had been deemed worthy of a special offer to become a knight. His exceptional skills in combat and healing had made him as highly regarded as Ark Roden. On top of that, he was also a member of Grieving Souls. Come to think of it, Ark Rodan is also a member of First Steps.
How does that man make his friends?
Perhaps he had good luck in this regard. Perhaps everyone who got involved with him grew from his trials. It didn't matter to Franz. It didn't change the options available to him. If it was for the glory of the Empire, he would have to endure whatever came his way. And so the day of the operation arrived. With the purification approaching, traffic on the road to the church was being restricted. Though the operation was being kept a secret from the general public, all the personnel coming and going from the church caused people passing to direct concerned glances at the knights on duty. Though it was a distant second place, the Zebrudia branch of the Church of the Radiant Spirit was the second largest building in the capital, beaten only by the Imperial Castle. It was clear even from a distance, unlike the Imperial Castle, which was an embodiment of utilitarianism, the countless white spires stabbing upwards, and the solar emblem of the church showed aesthetic refinement that made it pleasant to look at. You know, it's been a bit since I was last here. And some grunted, plodding along next to me. The church probably didn't have a paladin more famous than Ansem. It was in part because of his high level, his healing skills, his affability, and of course his massive stature. Unlike his sisters, his reputation was absolutely spotless. He didn't go on rampages like Liz. And he didn't occasionally break down like Citri. With such stability, he really deserved the title of Immutable. When he was nearby, absolutely, nobody paid me any attention, something I was totally grateful for. It's like what they say about shelter. If you're gonna hide under a tree, make it a big one. Looking around, it seemed the scale of this operation was as large as Ansem had said. On the road to the church, I saw not only priests and knights, but hunters as well. In the case of the Sword Saint and the Magic Academy, the trouble had occurred abruptly, but with such sound preparations, we were ready for just about anything. And most of all, I'm here. I let out a sigh of relief and knocked a hand on Ansem's pillar-like legs. This time, I'll do what I can. Except that's not really anything. After a pause, he let out a slow grunt. Normally, I'd never get close to something like a curse purification, but this time was special. Ansem was here, and I had learned from experience. For my simple and silent best friend, I was willing to lend a hand. Perhaps if I were present at the scene, nobody was likely to complain, no matter what happened. Preparations were underway in the church's courtyard, a large space paved with stone. When Ansem and I entered, the clergy, clad in their austere robes, began to excitedly murmur among each other while casting favorable glances at Ansem. Then their stoic expressions returned when they saw me in his shadow. Ansem was a source of pride for the Imperial Capital's church. I, meanwhile, was his unremarkable friend whom he kept around for some reason. When you also factor in all the messes I was constantly making for Ansem, it was no wonder these people didn't look at me fondly. Given my friendship with Ansem, none of the people were going to openly criticize me, but that still just meant I was using him for cover. The air in the courtyard was oddly serene. A large magic circle was drawn on the ground, probably for deploying barriers. With rituals like these, the bigger the scope, the more attention that needed to be put into preparation. Back when I still accompanied my friends on hunts, I learned this through the many times I watched Ansem set up barriers. All the formidable faces enlisted for the purification had already gathered in the courtyard. I recognized a few of them. I tapped Ansem's knee and said, "You don't need to worry about keeping me safe. I'm going to wander around, so you can go, if you have somewhere you need to be." After a delay, he grunted. Ansem wasn't great at self-advocacy, and as his old friend, I could generally tell what he was thinking. I didn't think I'd be running into any danger in a church, of all places, and I didn't want to get in the way of his work. With heavy footfalls, Ansem walked off towards the center of the courtyard. I raised my arms and took a deep breath. Something about this place made me feel like my soul was being cleansed just by standing around. Acting a bit like a tourist, I watched the preparations continue when I suddenly heard a deep voice.
Hey, Cray! What are you doing here?
I flinched. Turning in the direction of the voice, I saw the famous manager of the Imperial Capital branch of the Explorers Association, Gark Welter. All we needed was Luke, and it would be perfect. I ran into Gark at the Supreme Warrior Festival, but it had been much longer since I last saw Ark. Not far behind him was the rest of Ark Brave. Ark looked at me with wide eyes. Though the rest of his party were giving me dirty looks, Ark displayed magnanimity that showed he was worthy of the title hero. Let's just ignore the fact that he was never around when I needed him. Meeting Ark on a day like today felt like a sign of good luck. I was feeling safer by the moment. "I'm so glad you could all make it." Gark's eyebrow twitched. I hadn't done anything yet, so I hoped he didn't expect me to grovel. Normally, I'd never get anywhere near something so dangerous, but I was here purely to watch Ansem at work. I didn't know why, but Gark looked awfully tense. That was when something occurred to me. "I'm always coming at your beck and call, but this time I showed up before you even had to ask." Gark recoiled. Is this what they call preter-human artifice? I gave Gark a hard-boiled smile. Cheek twitching, he got right up in my face. I instinctively took a step back.
Cray? What are you planning to do this time?
Don't get me wrong, I'm just here to watch Ansem do his job. Generally speaking, I never did anything. Sure, you could say not doing anything was wrong in its own way, and you'd have me there, but this time, I really hadn't done anything wrong. I stood up straight, and Gark placed a hand on my shoulder.
Cray, I don't want any nonsense. I'm asking you what you plan to do this time. Do you understand me? What we're dealing with this time? Really, this isn't the first time. Is a true nightmare. This is a curse, something that plays by different rules. You realize that this is something so strong. The church asked the association for help, right? Right. They even pulled some strings to get Ark to come back. And this isn't just any curse, it's a weaponized one. 13 priests gave their lives to seal this thing off.
I wouldn't mind knowing how you managed to get Ark over here. If possible, I would have liked a sounding stone to contact him directly. But I guess Isabella or someone else from his party would have stopped me if I tried. And sealing this off cost 13 lives? I didn't know that. Branch Manager Gark silently stared me down. I guess he was watching his voice since we were in a church? Just as I was giving in to the pressure and considering groveling, Ark interjected.
Now, sir, I'm sure Cry has his own reasons. And you can never have too many high-level hunters. You should know that I, too, have only dealt with curses a number of times. Right, Cry?
Right! Ark! Ark! This is it. This is Ark. Welcome back, Ark. As always, handsome inside and out. A mindless smile formed on my face before I could help it, eliciting sighs from the rest of Ark Brave. For all he puts up with, Ark continues to indulge this guy. Hold on. There's been a lot of trouble because Ark hasn't been around. There was Arnold, the time the Emperor needed an escort, Fox, the Supreme Warrior Festival, and I ended up dealing with all of it.
Really? Sounds like a lot.
Looking back, I realized how often I found myself looking for him, but he wasn't around, and that was that. It's not like there would be any point in saying he was around if he wasn't. With both Ark and Ensem present, this operation was practically guaranteed to succeed. But that was the exact sort of circumstance that spawned complacency, so I thought I'd play devil's advocate just a bit. We might have an abundance of power on our side, but from what I can tell, this is a real beast we're purifying here. Don't let your guard down. Hearing my encouragement, Ark's usual bright demeanor stiffened up. Gark's eyebrows twitched spasmodically, and the local crime syndicate stared at me, the blood drained from their faces. Isabella, E, and the rest of Ark's party looked similar. It was just a light warning, but they were showing such exaggerated reactions. I didn't know what to do. An uncomfortable silence overtook us. Gark tried to break the tension with slow, forceful words.
This operation has been planned out in minute detail. The curse is weakened well, it's been sealed off, and we're moving under the assumption it's a powerful one. Not to mention the priests of today are also much greater than those of the past.
That's perfect. There's almost no way this can go wrong. A bit more devil's advocacy, and we'll be even more perfect. But the world's full of surprises. I was met with silence. I took a brief break from the hard-boiled life and tried to cover myself. Ha 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 ha! I'm kidding. Just making a joke. The powerful looks I was getting forced me to surrender. I might have been used to receiving hostility, and Gark was one thing, but I couldn't endure it from Ark. Gark opened his mouth and was about to take a step towards me, but stopped when we heard a baffled shout.
Oh, brother, why are you here? Oh, don't tell me. Are you going to be part of this?
Haste, hey, there! I turned and saw Lucia entering the church. She jogged up to us, her gaze growing suspicious as she got close, her overall expression just as grave as Ark and the branch managers. I hadn't realized she was going to be here. This is an aside, but Lucia only called me brother when she was flustered. With her rebellious phase, she was reluctant to call me brother and opted to call me leader as much as she could. But sometimes she would fall into old habits. Now, I take it something's got you panicking? Behind Lucia was a small crowd of faces I recognized. It was the members of Starlight, as well as some other magi from First Steps. With graceful movements, the leader of Starlight, Lapis, stepped forward, her handsome brow furrowed.
If the 1,000 tricks is coming to the forefront, should I assume this is no benign curse we're dealing with?
Human weakling, I've heard all about what you've been up to, sir. Damn it, the Supreme Warrior Festival just ended, yet I hear you're already causing all sorts of shit.
The moment I entered her vision, Chris started going at me. In a diversion from the norm, she was accompanied by the other members of her party, and they were all giving her exasperated looks. I felt like it was my lucky day, getting to see so many pretty noble spirits gathered in one place. The only ones I was really acquainted with were Chris and Lapis. It's not often you guys help with jobs like this. Noble spirits all tended to live by their own rules. They weren't concerned with authority and weren't bound by the same restraints as humans. Lapis flared her nostrils when she heard my remark. I envied her ability to make even the most casual movements picturesque.
Curses are our domain. The curses of humans are child's play compared to ours. When Lucia asked for our assistance, I could hardly deny her.
Saman, human weakling, don't tell me you don't know the legend of the cursed Crimson Spirit Stone.
My instructor asked for my help. She's got her hands more than full dealing with the aftermath of the Black World Tree, so I ended up here. I certainly didn't expect to run into you here.
I see. Lucia dragged them along. Lapis and her party were being awfully agreeable. Not that they were ever bad people, but I was willing to bet that showing their skills to the church would help them fit into human society. Ah, the legend of the Spirit Stone, the cursed one. Yeah.
If you don't know, don't try to protect your weird sense of pride, sir.
You know, there are some things we're better off not knowing. In a melancholic voice, Lapis blew away our dumb little exchange.
To regain the Spirit Stone is something we've yearned for many seasons. It's one of the reasons we left the forest. We thought it possible this uproar over a curse might be related to our search, but it appears not. The Spirit Stone is not something that can be sealed away by human hands.
It occurred to me that Eliza had once mentioned that her wanderings were in part because she was searching for something. Perhaps she was also looking for the Spirit Stone. Lucia cleared her throat. It seemed She had calmed down a bit.
The point is, leader, please do not interfere.
Well, yeah, you don't need to tell me that, and I don't recall ever trying to interfere. I noted the resplendent cast we had for this operation. You could tell the church was determined not to fail. And, just as this thought crossed my mind, I heard yet another baffled shout.
Kay Cray, Andre? What are you doing here? I didn't ask you to be here.
Followed by a large group of knights and attracting stares from the clergy was a man with whom I had found myself involved a lot lately. He looked like he had seen a ghost. The knights behind him wore polished, unified armor, which had a sense of orderliness different from the pure style of the church. Ah, Franz, you-hoo! Oops, I accidentally called out to him with the casual manner I used over the sounding stone. Franz marched right up to me, grabbed my collar, and began shaking me back and forth.
And what could explain yet another appearance by you? What the hell is happening? Any guesses? Is the prophecy referring to a curse? Spit it out already!
My eyes felt like they might start spinning. Shaking attacks were one of the few dangers safety rings didn't protect against. I guess he didn't care for the yoo-hoo if he was reacting so strongly to it. He told me to come, now he was griping that I was here. What did these people think I was? For some reason, nobody came to save me from Fran's jostling. I didn't expect much from Ark, but even Lucia and Chris, people who helped me fairly often, were just looking at me with exasperation. I don't feel good. I feel faint.
Captain Franz, the conference is about to begin.
1,000 tricks. We'll have a long talk later about this and the Devil Sword and the Academy.
When he let me go, I stumbled and nearly fell, but stayed upright by grabbing onto Lucia's outthrust staff. All this when I had just come here to do a little spectating. Does Franz have something against me?
You brought it on yourself, sir. I'm pretty sure you're responsible for the majority of his gray hairs.
I wasn't sure what to say. The noble, not weakling, prodded my shoulder, while Lucia looked at me accusingly. I'll have you know, I'm Lucia's brother, and Asem's best friend, and both Liz's and Luke's best friend. You know, maybe it's only natural that I draw so much attention.
Now we're going to. The church is leading this operation.
Take care.
You're coming with us?
I had a few thoughts of my own regarding that, considering everyone had just been asking why I was here. But I didn't see what other options I had. If I didn't go to the meeting, I could be in danger should anything happen. Fine, but I'm not going to say anything.
Just sman.
The church in the imperial capital had been rebuilt to accommodate Asem's size. The hall being used for a conference room had a ceiling high enough for him to easily fit in and came with a special seat just for him. It was proof that his strength and accomplishments hadn't gone unnoticed. It didn't relate to his work as a hunter, so I didn't know much about it, but apparently he had done some excellent work in an incident involving someone connected to the upper echelons of the church. Ansem didn't talk about himself much, so when I saw what a name he was making for himself, I became proud, relieved, and encouraged to try my best. Except I wouldn't do that last one. The conference quietly began. I got the impression that the plan to purify Marin's lament was a logical one based on hard numbers. Curses were born from strong feelings. The power of a curse could be influenced by circumstance and the caster's capabilities, which made them liable to defy expectations. That power was also known to degrade with time. The Church of the Radiant Spirit sealing techniques were developed with the intention of purifying a curse once it had been weakened. Their plan involved gauging the strength of Marin's lament based on the destruction it had caused in the past, consulting the records of numerous other curses to estimate Marin's current power, and finally hitting it with a force stronger than that estimation. By all counts, they had gathered more than sufficient firepower to overwhelm Marin if it remained in peak condition. There was a detailed explanation of the techniques involved, which all went over my head, but I wasn't going to complain about that. I had my doubts when I first heard that the church planned to release a curse and purify it in response to the prophecy, but now I understood why the Empire was so willing to permit it. When you added Ark, Lucia, the members of Starlight, and more, failure seemed impossible. Heck, I wasn't sure you could get a better team if you tried. You could call Luke, but curses probably weren't something that could be cut. Once the basics had been explained, the old priest at the head of the table got up and began to speak. His name was Edgar, and he supervised the churches in the imperial capital and had done a lot for Ansem. His gaze was placid like the surface of a morning shore, He had the face of someone who couldn't harm a fly, but I was told he had once been a capable paladin.
We've gathered here the best the Imperial capital has to offer. With the aid of knights, the Explorers Association, Magi of the Zebrudia Academy of Magic, and more, I believe it's quite unlikely that the purification might fail. Does anyone have any reservations?
His voice had that aloofness you saw in people who worked in ecclesiastical roles. He sort of reminded me of Sora, the Holy Fox Maiden, but it was hard to picture this guy being incompetent. He wasn't like that phony oracle. I nodded along without really thinking, when suddenly, Franz rose from his seat along the left wall. All eyes gathered on him.
We understand how this will play out. However, I'd like to request an extra layer of precaution just in case. Extra personnel, or perhaps preparations to reseal the curse should the purification fail.
We've secured a force that exceeds even the curse's highest estimated strength. Is there something that has you uncertain?
Edgar looked at Franz through narrowed eyes. The other priests became restless, caught off guard by Franz's request. It was hard to imagine many people besides Franz being able to speak up in a room like this. I didn't understand it all, but I guess there was some hole in the plan? For some reason, Franz glared at me, a smile forming.
It's a minor concern, but there's been no shortage of mayhem lately. It's in the best interests of Zebrudia that we have no further chaos.
Barriers were used at places like the Supreme Warrior Festival's arena. They were a form of magic, where the more potent the spell, the more time it took to ready. Utilizing multiple rare catalysts, several priests spent hours placing a barrier. It was intricate work where it was better to have a group with a decent average skill level rather than just one exceptional caster. In this field, priests far exceeded hunters. Quietly moving their hands, the priests of the Church of the Radiant Spirit continued their work. They were utilizing a layered barrier magic circle, a new technique that enhanced efficacy through building a three-dimensional object instead of the usual methods of drawing on a flat surface. The trade-off was that the construction required greater catalysts, more time and higher technical skills, but this wasn't the time to fuss over things like that. I knew a lot about relics, but I wasn't nearly as familiar with curses. I found the Church's explanation incredibly fascinating. For instance, I hadn't known that curses could do more than just drive people mad. They could also form bodies of their own. The plan was simple. Marin's lament would be unsealed in the layered magic circle. Once the curse had been weakened by the barriers and attacks from beyond the barriers, the priests would use a divine ritual to purify and erase the curse in its entirety, forcing myself to look like I knew what was going on. I observed the ritual space and saw Franz's reinforcements arrive through the large gate. The new arrivals weren't your usual sword and shield knights. They donned silver armor and carried firearms, some big enough that they required both arms to carry. The guns were smaller than what the Wolf Knights in White Wolf's Den had, but their long, narrow barrels told me these things were cutting edge. There were 25 knights in total. The priests began to buzz when they saw the strange knights. Meanwhile, Franz glanced at me, giving me an almost villainous smile.
That's an experimental unit. Those guns use talismanic silver bullets, can fire up to 50 rounds in the span of a second, and they don't come cheap. I thought the Primus Institute was throwing money down a hole when they developed these things, but I guess you never know what might be useful. With this, that curse is as good as dead. 1,000 tricks.
Human weakling? I take it you did something to Franz while I wasn't looking? Sir?
How inelegant! Humans are such barbarians.
What the heck is the Empire doing? Making silver bullet firing squads? Firemars weren't a very popular form of weapon. The reason for this was simple. Phantoms and monsters generally couldn't be stopped by a few bullets. It was quicker for a mana material enhanced hunter to hit them, and using gunpowder to fire a projectile was too slow for hunters and powerful monsters. Then, when you add in the possibility of running out of ammunition, it was little wonder why they weren't widespread. And if those bullets were silver, using these guns must have been stupidly expensive. Oddly confident, Franz signaled the knights to get in formation. Moving in perfect unison, the squad split in two and formed lines outside the magic circle. They were setting up a crossfire, the bloodthirsty maniacs. After repeated bouts of bickering, the conference had ended with Franz's opinion being accepted. It was in part because these guys were an official knight order, and also because Gark had offered his support for the idea. Considering the priests were supposed to be the central figures in this operation, I wasn't sure where Franz's gusto was coming from.
all because our leader is always saying things he shouldn't.
Given what we're up against, I don't think we can be too careful. Yeah, you're right, Ark. I folded my arms and nodded. My sense of safety was skyrocketing. It can't hurt to be cautious. I was met with silence. I really wish they would stop getting so weird every time I said something. The next moment, Ansem and several priests exited the church building and joined us. You could really see just how much Ansem stood out in a crowd. Just by walking, he shook the ground. Edgar headed straight to Franz, and a few priests placed a box in front of him. I took a step back, afraid that maybe the cursed item was inside, but that wasn't the case.
We initially had no plans to use this, but this is a relic that the church has been keeping in storage. This should alleviate some of your concerns, Captain Franz,
he said, as he opened the box. When I saw it, my eyes bulged and I let out a gasp. This is... Inside was a chain with a multi-hued luster. It was about as thick as my thumb, but long enough to fill up the box. The chain type was one of the most diverse categories of relics. I had a number of them in my collection. There were many things a chain type could do, but the timing meant this was almost certainly...
It's known as Pillar of Light. It's a chain bound from light, and it works even on incorporeal entities. With its ability to bind any target, it's a special piece, even among our collection.
Oh, not often you see a chain that actually binds stuff. That got me some looks. You see, a lot of chain relics were joke items. If anything, because there were so many kinds, practical ones were pretty uncommon. My hounding chain was a sad thing that, while it could chase and bind foes, anyone with a bit of strength could free themselves or break it. I guess that still placed it above a cat chain, which wouldn't even chase targets. Once I had permission, I touched the chain, then lifted it up. It had a lot of weight for something so thin. I was sure it was made of metal, but it felt smooth as silk. That alone made it clear this was something our technology couldn't replicate.
Leader, have you figured something out?
I wonder if I can negotiate through Ansem to buy this. No? It was quite a long chain. Holding it up, I could see the light through it. I knit my brow as I examined it. Though I might have appeared hard-boiled, I wasn't having a single productive thought. The chain's beauty was captivating. Its powers didn't seem particularly interesting, but that wasn't really how I decided a relic's value. I simply liked relics, and this chain was something not in my encyclopedia. Just how long is this thing? If we were in a private setting, I would have done something like grab one end and wrap it around Lucia, but I at least had the awareness to realize this wasn't the time for that. I wanted to look at it a bit more, but I reluctantly put it back and let out a sigh. Leave it to the world-spanning Church of the Radiant Spirit to have something so interesting. This looks good. We've got enough strength, I'd say.
Oh, why was that a question?
We had several priests and first-rate hunters, an experimental unit that could rain silver bullets, and a relic chain. Our ranks were unbreakable. There's so little to make me uneasy, it's actually making me uneasy.
Can you say something that isn't nonsense, sir?
Chris was only saying that because she didn't know the usual me. Protecting the Emperor was only a small chapter in the Cryandri casebook. Edgar nodded a few times, noting all the people looking at us.
Now that we've been given the 1,000 Tricks' approval, let us begin preparations. Ansem.
Unless I was just imagining things, Ansem's grunt was deeper than usual. Now then, I'm gonna get to a safe spot and do a little spectating.
Huh, what a petty affair. I had my doubts, but I suppose it wouldn't turn up that easily.
The leader of Starlight, Lapis Fulgor, was muttering discontentedly as she watched the ritual proceed. Hearing her, Chris looked on in fascination.
But it's pretty interesting, madam. You'd never see guns like those used on a curse in the forest.
It's barbaric. They're up against a curse, in case you haven't forgotten. Though I suppose those things might work against one produced by a human.
Even noble spirits generally knew of the Church of the Radiant Spirit. The magic they used was different from that of noble spirits, but the Radiant Spirit they worshipped very clearly was a powerful one. There were also situations in which the Radiant Spirit's powers were more useful than those of noble spirits. The spell they were preparing was unfamiliar to Chris and Lapis, but they had no doubts as to its function. It wasn't known how strong the malign energies of Marin's Lament were, but there was a degree of sense in the Church's calculations. If Lapis and her kin were carrying this out,
They would have taken a route that leaned into individual strength a bit more, but that was a matter of cultural differences. There was no need to interject over something so minor. Still, they'd been disappointed when it came to their real objective. The prophecy had gotten their hopes up. Chris blinked as she intently watched the ritual go forward.
Maybe it really isn't among humans, madam.
It was definitely taken by a human. It yearns for human blood.
It was over 1,000 years ago, madam, and it hasn't caused any harm recently.
The legend of the cursed Crimson Spirit Stone was known even among humans. However, not many of them knew that it wasn't a legend, but something that really existed. This was because noble spirits weren't eager to talk about it, and humans lived very short lives. Long ago, when a bond of friendship still existed between humankind and noble spirits, a large war broke out between the two. A forest was burned, the queen of the noble spirits was killed, and the proof of her stature, the Crimson Spirit Stone, was stolen. Extreme enmity turned that stone into something accursed. Now imbued with a curse by regal blood, the stone went from owner to owner. In its wake, it left a trail of human corpses that dwarfed the number of noble spirits that had been killed by mankind. Up to the present day, the stone continued to travel about. A noble spirit would never kill one of their own over a treasure. They knew the strength of will found in those who weren't far from death. This was exactly the sort of tragedy a covetous human would cause. As the years went by, the war between the humans and the nobles came to an end. It was hard to say the two races were now on good terms, but there were noble spirits descending to human settlements. But the stolen stone was still lost. The return of their gem was something all noble spirits yearned for.
You think it would just disappear on its own? Our lives are long, as is our rancor. The malign energies in that stone are like desire given form.
A desire that would not be satiated. The grudge against those arsonists wouldn't fade, even if thousands upon thousands of them were killed. To cleanse this ill will would require destruction or bargaining. Interference from the outside was impossible. Something like the purification being performed on Marin's lament would never work.
I imagine if it ended up in the church's hands, they would send it back to us. They know how dangerous it is.
If it hadn't caused any harm recently, that was because a seal had most likely been placed on it. But the Spirit Stone wasn't something that could be kept at bay so easily.
But we've all searched for years without finding it, so it's probably not just going to show up.
What are you doing up there, sir?
Chris's voice instantly shifted from serious to bewildered. Atop a large arch, the 1,000 Tricks was sitting like an ornament, his legs dangling over the side. He looked down at Chris as she waved her arms at him. I thought I'd have a good view from here.
Quit screwing around. Sir, everyone's taking this seriously, and that should include you. No wonder Franz is always...
That man, I doubt he knows anything about what's going on. That was a look of genuine confusion he wore when Chris brought up the Spirit Stone. It appeared even a level 8 hunter couldn't be good at everything. Honestly, why did Eliza the Vagabond find him so enjoyable to be around? Several people from the church entered carrying a box tightly secured by chains. That must be what they stored Marin's lament in. They set the box in the center of the magic circle, not far from Lapis and her party. Seeing the humans grow tense, Lapis uncrossed her arms. It wasn't what she had hoped for, but she figured she may as well take this chance to observe a curse made by a human. There was a palpable tension in the courtyard. The magic circle on the ground was surrounded by knights, hunters, and priests. Despite these extensive preparations, they didn't display any hint of complacency. Though she had just been barking about this and that, Chris was back with the rest of her party focusing on the circle. I watched all this from atop the gate where I was perched on an ornament, my legs dangling over the side. I wore a hard-boiled smile, while I had asked Lucia to put me up here so I could have a literal bird's-eye view. It was also because this was the best place to be out of the way. Down there, a stray bullet might come my way, and I didn't want to potentially be a hindrance to the purification. The layered barrier magic circle consisted of a magic circle drawn on the ground surrounded by 13 pillars. As I understood it, those pillars added an extra dimension to the circle because they had magic words engraved into them. They were thick enough that I could barely wrap my arms around one, which made me think they wouldn't be easy to collapse. The gaps between them were big enough for Ansem to pass through, but from my vantage point the circle still looked like a prison cell. What an elaborate ritual! Very good, very good. Now that I think about it, I haven't been able to watch one of Ansem's or Ark's fights in a good while. At the father's command, the chain-wrapped box was placed in the center of the magic circle. I pulled out my smartphone and snapped a photo, then sent it to little sister Fox. Cursed items, RN.
We will now commence the purification of Marin's lament. Remember to stick to the plan, everyone.
The father suddenly looked up, making eye contact with me. I gave him a meaninglessly meaningful smile, then nodded, intending to convey my gratitude for all his efforts for Ansem. The father's eyes widened. Then the priests surrounding the pillars raised their arms in unison. Then I felt it, a wave of energy emitted from the center of the circle. The pillars became connected by a net of lightning, and a bizarre pattern floated in the air. Magic circles were a form of magic that utilized a form of writing, as it were. Under different circumstances, I would have found the otherworldly scenery captivating. Outside the circle, Ansem waited, still as a boulder. The seal hadn't been broken yet, but the box began to rumble, its chains rattling. It was an eerie sight, the way it moved, almost like it was writhing in pain.
Ready arms?
Hearing Franz's order, the knights raised their guns. Almost like a choir, the priests began chanting an incantation, and the hunters got into combat stances. It felt like all hell could break loose at any moment. The only one not bracing themselves was me. But I kept my smile on. The father raised a rod and shouted in a voice that carried.
Release the seal.
Almost as if waiting for that moment, the chain sealing the box broke at once. The sanctified ambience of the church was gone in an instant. As the box opened, it was accompanied by a chilling scream, like the mournful wail of a dying woman. From my overhead perspective, I saw, or rather caught glimpses of, something drenched in blood. That same moment, the priests began reciting prayers. The box was enveloped in golden light, and flames reached the ceiling. A voiceless scream, far greater than the first one, shook the ground. The glow and heat of the purifying flames forced the knights and hunters to step back. The plan was for the purification to begin for real, once the curse had been weakened by the circle, but I wasn't so sure this thing was getting any weaker. Just like they had said, the curse resembled a woman. I say resembled because her eyes, nose, face, hair, body, everything was cloaked in black and falling apart. It looked exactly how I expected a spirit of the dead would, but I had no idea if that was her normal form, or if the flames had something to do with it. Maintaining her form despite the flames, the curse thrust her head out of the blaze. As though he had anticipated this, Ark directed his blade at her. Everything stopped for a moment. The clamor, the shaking, it all disappeared for a moment. I couldn't even hear the incantations. The blue bolt shot from the tip of Ark's sword pierced Marin's lament. The girl's mouth flew open. Her long arms flailed in pain, but were deflected by the lightning running between the pillars. We easily had the upper hand. At this rate, the purification would be complete before Ansem had to do anything. The carefully established barriers didn't look like they would break easily. It looked like a lot of us would be unnecessary. Chris was even grimacing and covering her ears. But that was when Franz shouted in a voice on par with the booming thunder.
Don't butt your guard down. Fire.
What a lunatic! At Franz's order, the knights all commenced firing. The courtyard was rocked by a violent cacophony of a different sort than that of Ark's lightning. Gunfire was something even hunters rarely heard. The guns produced by the Primus Institute unleashed a storm of bullets. Unleashing 50 rounds a second seemed to induce a fair bit of recoil, pushing the barrels away from their target. But accuracy didn't mean anything when you could rain bullets. I was agog at the muzzle flash and the very unknight-like fighting. Franz, however, looked like he was having a good time.
Ha ha ha! How's this, 1,000 tricks? This is the might of the Knights of Zebrudia.
No way you can call this that. It looked like they were at least doing the bare minimum and not shooting the pillars. The barrage of bullets tore through Marin's lament and the box she had emerged from. Her translucent, burning figure flew backwards. She was incorporeal, but as Franz had said, the bullets were still inflicting damage. Her charred face contorted in agony, her body no longer hidden by the flames. Contrary to my expectations, she looked like a child, a human one. I had heard that the source of Marin's lament was a girl named Marin, but I hadn't realized curses could take the form of what had spawned them. She looked frail at first glance, but that made it all the more terrifying to think she had eaten into the hearts of thousands of people and destroyed more than a few towns. Hey, isn't this a bit overkill? This is terrible. It's like we're picking on a weakling.
Leader, that's a curse.
My sister snapped as she glowered at me. She had yet to get a chance to help out. I guess fearsome hunters weren't so easily swayed. Nearby, Lapis knit her handsome brow as she and her party stood and watched.
Not bad for something given form by humans. Something truly malignant must have occurred.
Explains why the church put so much effort into their preparations, madam.
Lapis was no surprise, but if someone as gentle as Chris was reaching the same conclusion, then I began to feel like a moron for thinking this was just bullying. I recalled hearing that some phantoms could disguise themselves as weaklings and strike when you let your guard down. Perhaps you couldn't make it as a hunter if you let yourself be fooled by appearances.
Oh, is it really that powerful?
Spare me the mockery. It's nothing compared to you.
Was that a compliment I just heard? Being slammed by fierce attacks, Marin was tossed around the circle and bounced off the barriers like a rubber ball. All the time spent bringing in the pillars and engraving them appeared to have paid off. I was beginning to think the chain wouldn't be necessary.
It's weakening. It's working. Just give it a bit more.
The violent fervor of the knights and the priests meant Ark was the only hunter who had gotten a chance to do anything. We really did have more than enough firepower. Then I had an idea. If I tried playing devil's advocate here, maybe I could sully my reputation as a preterhuman artificer.
Man, I'm on fire today.
I'm not so sure about that.
Would you cut that out, sir?
Hear me out, we might actually get to see something interesting.
You human failure.
Back when I was still trying to fulfill my role as party leader, I used to always try and put on airs in such a way. Needless to say, it was nothing more than a facade, as even back then, I wasn't capable of much. Marin clawed at her head and let out a sorrowful wail befitting her name. It was a conglomerate of every negative emotion. It was a scream without sound and without meaning, but the emotion, the murderous drive, was all too apparent. Even through the barrier, it was powerful enough to freeze my heart. Umbral flames erupted from her small body. They ate away at the golden flames, deflected the bolts, and incinerated the incoming bullets. Still, even a hexen weapon that had devoured countless lives was no match for the peak of the church's techniques. Encased in flames, Marin banged against the edge of the barrier, but she may as well have been hitting a wall. The pillars trembled, and their bases were blackened, but the flames remained firmly in the bounds of the barrier. The priests said they had referenced records to estimate her power, and it looked like their calculations were spot on. The black flames began to gradually regress. The curse was weakening, just as the church had predicted. Between the barrier, the lightning, and the bullets, I didn't know what was doing the trick and what wasn't, but this was enough to kill a dragon. Perhaps deciding that Marin had been weakened enough, Edgar turned and said something to Anne. This meant it was time for the purification. Even if it had been weakened, I was under the impression that eliminating a curse entirely was a pretty difficult thing. Especially when it came to something of a magnitude like Marin's lament, even the Church of the Radiant Spirit had to use their best miracles. This told me I should be proud that Ansem had been selected to play a major role. Ansem nodded to the father, then stepped into the barrier. He was the first to do so since the attacks began. Ansem Smart, the Immutable, was considered to be the best paladin in the Imperial capital. Everyone besides me in Grieving Souls had some aspect in which they were second to none. In Ansem's case, that would probably be his immense resilience. His giant stature made him tougher than steel. He could heal and defend with the powers of the Radiant Spirit, and he had high mana material. No attack could faze him. He was the Immutable. That resilience naturally applied to physical attacks, but also to everything else, including magic attacks, environmental changes, poisons, paralyzers, other drugs, diseases, and even curses. Tempered by Citri's poisons, Lucia's spells, Luke's swords, Liz's selfishness, Eliza's free spirit, and my lightning Ansem had every hazard covered. Even in the face of an extraordinarily dangerous curse, he stepped forward without fear or hesitation. When he boldly passed through the barrier, Marin turned her wild eyes towards him. The umbral flame scorching her body assailed Ansem. Yet this manifestation of malice didn't so much as rattle him. He stepped forward, undeterred by the malign energies attacking his body, causing Marin to retreat for the first time. She must have picked up on the immense power housed in his body. Did this hexen weapon, only capable of hurling anguish, retain the vestiges of a will? Unfortunately for her, the area of the circle wasn't so wide that she could escape Ansem. She quickly found her back against a wall. With nowhere to run, Marin let out an exceptionally loud scream. Ansem began to extend his arm. All that was left was for the miracles of the church to purify this pitiful weapon wrought from the vile nature of mankind. Or so we thought. Ansem's shoulders shook and his arm came to a sudden halt. The priests all gasped and stared in shock. Noticing that the situation had changed, Franz lost the haughty attitude with which he had commanded his knights. Now his eyes were as wide as they could go.
What in the world is... No, when did it get there?
At some point, a strange figure had begun to writhe in the space between Ansem and Marin. The figure was black. At first glance, it looked like a lump, but then it unfurled, stood up, and it became clear that it was a humanoid. It was a knight. It was the silhouette of a knight, every inch of it shrouded in black. It was an unsettling onyx that swallowed light, like a hole had opened up in the world. In the bright glow of the magic circle, they were impossible to overlook. Then, the bright glow of the magic circle, they were impossible to overlook. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. Perhaps the most confused of all was the target of the purification. Marin, what had been just a silhouette, instantly gained texture and depth. In the blink of an eye, a mere shadow had become a direful black knight. The knight stood before Marin's lament and drew a sword, almost as if to protect her. The blackening of the pillars accelerated.
An unknown power. Destroy it.
Fire! Kill it!
Having stopped for the purification, the gunfire resumed. Silver bullets lacerated the interior of the circle. The church had accounted for all sorts of contingencies when planning out this operation. To name a few, they had considered what might happen if Marin's lament was stronger than anticipated, or what to do if Ansem became incapacitated. However, you could hardly blame them for not considering the possibility of reinforcements manifesting. A curse that had been sealed away for years couldn't possibly have any allies, and per Franz's request, there were knights on duty to prevent anyone from getting in from the outside. Ansem's titanic frame was like a wall. For anyone on the ground, it was probably hard to tell what was happening. But funnily enough, sitting atop the gate's ornament, let me see the situation he was in. The father had called it an unknown power, but that wasn't right. I had seen it clearly. I couldn't help but rub my eyes. That night, it came from the pendant Citri gave us. Oh, is this a nightmare? The knight thrust his sword into the floor. Some sort of black liquid resembling blood fountain from the surface, forming a curtain. By some mysterious power, the bullets coming from both sides bounced off the erupting liquid. Franz's jaw hung open unflatteringly. Then Ansem let out a roar as he stepped forward, fist raised. It was the world's most primal form of spellcasting. Traditionally, magic was the use of mana to power prescribed steps that caused phenomena. The steps could involve sounds, writing, gesticulations, and breathing. However, a very small percentage of people could induce phenomena just by thinking. Those with the right aptitude could use this primitive magic. It was unique in its lack of classification, powerful because only certain people could use it, and impossible to control. Able to sometimes cause widespread damage independent of one's will, people fearfully deemed these curses, and those who willfully used them were called shamans, to distinguish them from magi. She was the fearsome enmity born from the research of one deplorable shaman. Fear, spite, envy, anger, agony, murderous intent. The strong emotions that produced curses were frequently negative ones. The shaman gathered anyone they could so long as they had the right aptitude, men and women, young and old, and gave them no choice but to kill one another. They were left in the dark with no other options for survival. Blood gave way to more blood, spite invited further spite, and murderous desires took shape. Then, when the last person standing, Marin, reached the limits of her strength, a new unprecedented hexen weapon was born. The desire to kill lost its target and its meaning, but the emotion persisted undiluted. She only wanted to kill, for that was her only reason for living. To her, the urge to kill was a given, just as much as drawing breath. He was the result of those who went to be saved. Following his liege, who had been driven from friends, family, and county, a loyal knight fell before he could complete his duty. He left behind a pendant which soaked up his regret that he couldn't protect his liege to the end, and his hatred for those who reviled his liege as if he were a demon and tried to have him executed. All emotions but the desire to defend the weak were sheared away, instilling the cursed pendant with a protective nature. The innocence or guilt of those he protected was none of his concern. That the accusations directed at the knight's liege were true and credible, that his liege, silver tongue, and cruel nature had killed hundreds of innocents, these facts were irrelevant. It didn't matter who. The knight only wished to protect the scorned. Emotions that formed curses were pure, but multifaceted. There were those he couldn't protect. There were those who wouldn't rely on him. Curses of different eras and different sentiments could mingle and give form to something new. What occurred here was something you could probably travel the world and not see again. The priests who had lifted the seal, the armored knights and hunters, all stared in astonishment at the two curses. Rotting limbs cloaked in black, a figure wrapped in rags and only barely managing to resemble a person. It began to writhe, then in a matter of seconds became something tangibly human. The murderous rage that had been cowering before the light regained her clarity. The knight revitalized with something to protect, and the accursed spirit, now far more eager to kill, both faced the incoming attacks and unleashed their might. After appearing out of nowhere, the mysterious Black Knight drew a sword black as the void and cut down the incoming bullets while the curtain blocked the lightning bolts. Ansem swung his fist, but the Black Knight managed to block it with his blade, sending sparks in all directions, accompanied by a high-pitched metallic ring. The pillars of the layered barrier magic circle continued to darken, cracks forming on their surfaces. It might have been powerful and cutting-edge, but it still had its limits. Hexen power was the term used to describe a curse's strength. The layered barrier magic circle had been built with the intention that it would be more than enough to handle Marin's hexen power and keep her sealed off. But you could also view that as its upper limit. The church said they built the barrier to be somewhere between 150 to 180% of Marin's highest estimated hexen power. Therefore, if the barrier wasn't holding, then this Black Knight must have been, at minimum, about as strong as Marin. But what in the world is that? Is that also a curse? God damn it, Citri! The situation had been instantly turned on its head. The priests directing a spell from outside the barrier were showing signs of fatigue.
Increase the power, we can't let them escape. At the very least, we have to eliminate one.
Kill 'em! They're the disaster from the prophecy.
Edgar was keeping a calm air, but his expression was grave. But that was nothing compared to Franz, who was yelling savage orders with bloodshot eyes. He glanced at me just now. What for? The Black Knight's defenses were impenetrable. Holy light, bullets, he blocked it all with his body, not letting anything get past him to Marin, who had changed considerably since his arrival. Previously, she had looked about 30% human. Now it was closer to 70. The umbral flames had transformed into a jet-black dress, and her vague and decrepit face now had a clear visage, with eyes, nose, and a mouth. She no longer resembled a candle's final flickers. She had clearly gotten stronger. But if she was a curse that killed anything and everything, wasn't it strange that she wasn't going after the Black Knight? Then, the onyx flames emanating from Marin's lament wrapped around the knight. His wretched form underwent another change. His armor glowed purple, and his left hand now held an immense black shield that looked like it could block anything that came his way. As if it had been nourished, his sword had grown in length and was now veiled in Stygian flames. These two were synergizing.
Human weakling, there's nothing interesting about this, sir.
See, calm down. I know. This is where it starts getting interesting.
Brother, would you please quit playing around?
Cut the games, 1,000 tricks. What is that thing?
Chris, Lucia, and Franz all yelled at me, but I thought they were better off focusing on the purification. Did they really have to pin everything on me? Well, this one time I actually was sort of at fault. Shit, I should have worn perfect vacation. I was afraid that if I stood up, I might fall and hurt myself, so I stayed seated as I cheered them on. Simon, Ansem, you can do it! In rapid succession, Ansem swung his fists at the beautiful but disturbing sword and shield. It seemed his preceding punch had just been a way of testing the waters. His swings were rash, but they were enough to quite literally shake the ground. Everything trembled from the force of Ansem's iron fists. He was a big man, which made him naturally durable, but he was also powerful. Mana material enhanced a person as their heart desired, so they could remain slender while being freakishly strong, like Liz. But as we also saw with the former Supreme Warrior, muscular fortitude and strength were still intertwined. Mana material had made Ansem grow large, while also giving him the strength of a mythological hero. Grieving souls fought regularly but never did arm wrestling because when it came to pure strength, Ansem was simply unbeatable. With his superhuman build and might, his attacks didn't need holy power to be overwhelmingly destructive. Ansem could flatten a normal person even if they were clad in armor. Faced with Ansem's fists, the Black Knight took evasive maneuvers for the first time. He ditched the shield Marin had granted him and fell back. A fist rammed into the abandoned shield, bending it like a twig and sending it skyward. Marin's lament shot flames at Ansem's feet, but they failed to hinder him. The magic circle was supposed to have been on the wider side, but it became quite cramped with an unrestrained Ansem Smart inside. He didn't carry a sword or shield today, but his arms had better reach than most weapons. The knight swung his sword as he fell back. While the sword traveled in a vertical arc, Ansem swung his fist. Though it had been bolstered, the knight's sword was still dwarfed by Ansem. Taking a hit to the flank, the knight lost his grip on the weapon, the blade stabbing into the ground. He stopped for a second as if in a daze. Ansem seemed less like a paladin and more like some sort of beast. If anything here looked like a curse, it was him. Given how fond they were of my friend, I assumed the priests knew all about him, but their expressions were stiff as ice. Simon, Ansem, you can super do it. His violent rampaging left no room for the knights or other hunters to lend a hand. It would be too easy to accidentally hit him. However, the one person accustomed to cooperating with Ansem, Lucia, wasn't afraid to go on the offensive.
Hailstorm!
From her hands emerged an ice-laden tornado which grew in the blink of an eye and swallowed up the magic circle and Ansem with it. This sort of magic advanced spells with wide areas of effect was Lucia's specialty. They also excelled in visual appeal. I could recall excitedly telling her how cool this spell was when she first showed it to me. Doing things like flying on a broom had led to her being treated like a gimmick magus, but she was a proper spellcaster through and through. Everyone looked at Lucia, aghast that she would cast a wide-scale annihilation spell over her friend.
A spell like this is nothing to Ansem.
A roaring silhouette moved about the ice storm. This was a spell that frequently turned monsters into ribbons, but he was used to this. Honestly, I felt he had the right to complain a bit.
Is that really an organic creature, sir? He's moving inside Lucia's spell.
I thought she was going a bit far with that, but I had to admit, I also struggled to believe Ansem had once been on the small side.
But with this spell, nobody on the outside can offer any assistance.
Look, human weakling. Even Ark doesn't know what to do, sir.
It wasn't just Ark. Franz and his knights were equally befuddled. Because of the hailstorm, no ranged attacks could reach their target, not that anyone could get a clear shot anyway. Though anyone not used to fighting alongside Ansem wouldn't have been able to help out in the first place.
Cray, use your brain!
I didn't know why this was directed at me. Yeah, about that, sorry about Lucia. It's just, this is how we approach every fight. Lucia didn't say anything, but simply hung her head in embarrassment. The scale and duration of a spell generally depended on a magus's skill, and her hailstorm didn't look like it would be going away anytime soon. Just like there was no bringing back a fired bullet, most spells couldn't be undone once they were cast. Grieving souls ran on a you snooze, you lose mentality. Which was what led to this. Lucia may have appeared level-headed, but she absolutely had muscles for brains. She wasn't as bad as Liz or Luke, but she was still more bloodthirsty than your average hunter. And you could say the same thing about Ansem. You couldn't become a high-level hunter without a strong sense of love for the battlefield. He followed up with more attacks, taking advantage of Marin and the Black Knight's fear of the hailstorm. A black silhouette and a white silhouette mingled in the twister. I couldn't see much, but I could tell that Ansem was applying pressure. I assumed Marin's screeching was just being drowned out by Ansem's roars. His habit of roaring during attacks was a habit he developed shortly after grieving souls started hunting. It was apparently his way of overcoming his timidity, but now that he was a giant, he just looked like he had gone berserk. Reaching the end of his endurance, the Black Knight was tossed from the hailstorm. Given the dents in the top half of his armor, I was pretty sure a human would have died long ago. He slammed into one of the pillars, which was now mostly blackened. Then...
Wah!
She probably felt the same way I did. Ah! It broke. The thick pillar fell over, and the layered barrier magic circle disappeared. The magic circle wasn't just there to keep the curse from escaping, it was there to weaken it. A section of the barrier vanished, causing the temperature to suddenly drop. I felt a foreboding chill down my spine. One of my safety rings activated out of nowhere. Everything was shaken by an ear-splitting wail. The blood drained from the faces of the knights and hunters. Some of them fell to their knees as if they had lost their strength. Marin's lamb got her name from her ability to cause destruction through her wails. That must have been what my safety ring had protected me from. The defensive utility of these rings was praised for good reason. Hailstorm wore off, causing the tornado to fade away, revealing Marin. She had dark eyes and messy hair. Her form hadn't changed, but the aura around her had intensified. Her humanoid outline only made her that much more unsettling.
I don't believe it. How can she still have so much power left?
Unfettered, Marin's Lament stood on unsteady feet, then darted off. Roaring violently, feet cratering the ground, Ensem gave chase and took a swing at her. Marin screamed as she just barely managed to evade the blow. She flew to the battered, unmoving knight and picked him up in her arms. Ensem was powerful, but one of his few flaws was his poor accuracy. The trade-off for taking more swings was that fewer of them found their target. He attacked what appeared to be, girl cradling the knight. With a paladin throwing boulder-like punches, the fearsome curse took advantage of her freedom to run away, screaming as she fled. The other people present seemed unaffected by the curse, which meant those were probably just plain old screams she was emitting. Gravely, Marin quickly scanned the crowd surrounding her, then looked up at me, sitting atop the exit. Our eyes met. I shook my head on instinct, but she glided towards me. Carrying the knight, she ran through the air. There was absolutely nobody in front of the gate, yet she came to me atop the ornament. She didn't even hesitate. "What are you coming over here for?" This always happened. Nobody ever listened to me. Marin let out a frantic wail. The sound alone was enough to freeze your soul, and the swarming priests trying to stop her all fainted. There was nothing I could do but smile. Good grief. I know I say this a lot, but this wouldn't happen if you people used safety rings. I crossed my arms and looked down at the encroaching curse. Time seemed to slow down, making a single second feel like 10 or 20. I didn't run or hide. I knew how these things worked. She'd chase me even if I tried to flee or take cover. Marin's Lament continued to sprint. Behind her, Ansem ran like a wild beast, attacks from Arc Lucia and Starlight closing in from all angles. I thought that I might be in hell. Not that there's anything I can do about it. Marin's Lament held out her hand as if begging for help. With a hand thrust before me, I automatically held out my own. It was a terrible habit of mine. Then, Marin's eyes widened, and she came to an immediate halt. Frozen in midair, the chain pierced her from behind. She vaguely watched as the luminescent object burst from her chest. The chain came from all directions, puncturing Marin and the knight she held in her arms. It was the chain that the father had prepared just in case. Pillar of Light. Looking at it in the box, it appeared deceptively long, which was apparently because it was actually multiple chains. I turned towards Edgar and saw him throwing the final chain. The links of light dug into the back of Marin's head. Her mouth opened and closed, but made no sound. The air began to regain its cleansed ambience.
Good heavens, I really had to use it. I know I didn't have much of a choice, but now that they're stuck in midair, setting up a magic circle won't be easy. All we can do is leave these two sealed there for now.
Relieved to see that Marin's Lament had stopped, Ansem let out a groan of vexation. Leave it to a relic to restrain something not even the latest layered barrier magic circle could fully handle.
I wondered what you were doing up there, but now I get it! I should have known! Way to go!
While being pierced and restrained in midair, Marin maintained her spiteful glare at me. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything wrong. Don't reach for me again. You scared me. A magic circle was being rapidly put together in the courtyard. Meanwhile, a conference was held in a room where they could keep an eye on Marin's Lament and the Black Knight, still in the air and threaded by the chain. In a state of alert, Edgar let out a deep sigh as he looked over the gathered faces.
We're grasping at the thinnest straws here. That was certainly not the sort of emergency we had accounted for. Who knows what might have happened had we not prepared the relic thanks to Sir Franz's suggestion.
That wasn't the sort of thing anyone could have seen coming. Nothing we could have done. Isn't that right, Thousand Tricks?
Ha! While I was spacing out, Franz suddenly threw the ball my way, so I quickly nodded my head. I heard audible sighs from Ark, Chris, Lucia, Gark, and more. Who would have thought a knight would have emerged from that cross pendant? I was confident that I'd seen a good range of things, but it seemed there was still a lot beyond the horizon. I'll just keep that to myself. Nobody saw what happened.
Still, what are the humans of this land doing hiding so much dangerous shit?
Franz silently directed a lethal glare at me. Looking at me like that won't help. Should I just start groveling?
Nonetheless, Marin's Lament is undoubtedly one of the strongest curses I've ever battled. I understand our role was to weaken the curse, but neither mine nor Lucia's advanced spells served to do anything more than hold off their advance.
It seemed to have some effect on the night, but everything just passed through Marin's lament. It didn't look like we were entirely ineffectual, but this is something different from a visitant monster.
He was right. It was hard to think of many monsters that could take Ark's lightning and Lucia's hailstorm head-on and stay active. Ark's main role wasn't as a magus, but Lucia was capable of knocking a dragon out of the sky. I was pretty sure half the reason those pillars broke was because of her, even if everyone was pretending like it wasn't.
Indeed. It would seem the esoteric techniques of the Church are the only way to resolve this. They're immune to outside interference so long as they're bound by Pillar of Light. As to how we'll reattempt the purification, that's something we're yet to figure out. The layered barrier magic circle won't work if they're in midair, and 2 curses of that power gathered in one spot is something we've never seen before.
I see. I guess this matches the Divinarium's prophecy.
By the way, Franz, I can't help but notice the way you keep glancing in my direction. This didn't seem like a good time to speak up needlessly. We had a star-studded lineup, and sometimes it's best just to not say anything. I folded my arms and nodded without really knowing what I was agreeing with. That was when our thus far inactive members, Starlight, spoke up. I got the impression they had been waiting for this.
Magic has little effect on curses. The best way to deal with them is with powers of a similar nature. In our forests, this role is given to nobles who spend years cultivating mental fortitude.
They're shamans who wield a different sort of power than the rest of us. So those born to the right bloodlines developed the aptitude over many years. Sir...
Because her ire hasn't at all faded, taking on a curse of this magnitude through direct means won't be easy.
The noble spirits all spoke up. Calling this bunch even somewhat obliging felt like an exaggeration, but they definitely came in handy at such times. They're messing with Chris, aren't they? She talks like that because she was told to be polite, but why is she the only one doing that weird sir thing?
Her ire hasn't faded, huh? I guess there's nothing we can do about that. The origin of Marin's lament is a tragic one. She too is a victim in a sense.
I didn't know what had happened to Marin, but I had trouble seeing it that way after all the mayhem she had caused. As I sank into a fake state of contemplation, Lapis narrowed her eyes and made a surprising suggestion.
Purifying this will be a heavy burden for the hands of a human. Zebrudia has been kind to us. If necessary, as curses are our domain, we can call a shaman from our forest.
Good heavens, a noble shaman?
Gark looked in shock at Lapis and the father. For a time, Starlight had been one of the more problematic parties in the Imperial capital, so perhaps that had spurred this decision of theirs? I didn't know them that well, but I thought they had become a little bit more agreeable since joining our clan. Come to think of it, Kachachaka is a shaman. Wonder what he's up to these days. Is he still in Peregrine Lodge?
However, the shamans of the forest despise humans. Bringing one all this way will require the cooperation of Zebrudia. And, I imagine the church has its image to maintain.
I see. I will admit, if the layered barrier magic circle isn't sufficient, then I can't imagine the central church has anything that is realistically. And Sem's the only member of our branch who can purify Marin, but under such conditions, the curse will likely escape.
And Sem let out a troubled groan. If a curse that radiated hatred and homicidal impulses, and had been released from its shackles, would choose to flee, then I guess it really was possible to be too strong.
I've received orders to make dealing with the prophecy my top priority. I'll take responsibility for the procurement of whatever we need. If this is what it takes to stop the prophecy, I'll consider it a bargain.
With so many capable people, we had the resources to deal with anything. I felt really out of place.
Noble spirits avoid metal as a general rule. The only exceptions are gold and silver. Prepare a carriage made only from flora and gemstones, and see to that it's pulled by unicorns or griffins. The shaman doesn't care for crowds of humans, so you must block off the main thoroughfare upon their arrival. Treat them as you would treat royalty.
I was pretty sure we didn't go that far out of our way, even for royalty. The fact that Lapis seemed to be speaking genuinely made it all the more troubling. Franz grimaced, probably at the thought of all the steps it would take to shut down the main thoroughfare.
Are there no alternatives? What about that professor, Sayclaster? She's a noble magus.
You must be joking. That woman's only half of a noble. And maybe I shouldn't expect a human to know this, but magi and shamans operate on different principles.
Franz had his work cut out for him, but this time, I truly hadn't contributed to his woes. In fact, you might say that since Lucia, Ark, and Sem, and everyone in Starlight were all members of First Steps, I had done a lot to help. Yeah, I know. That same line of thinking is why my level is so high. Franz, the father, and Lapis all got to work making future plans. With nothing to do, I stared absent-mindedly out the window at Marin's lament.
Something bothering you, Cry?
Not really. I hadn't even said anything, unless that was the problem. Everyone's gaze gradually turned my way. Lucia's unamused glare was particularly painful. Had it become clear I hadn't been paying any attention? Bothering me? Something is bothering me. No, nothing comes to mind. Then, I had something. It didn't have anything to do with our current predicament, but it was bothering me. It was Liz. In my guard rotation, her turn would be next. I didn't see any point in having her protection, since I was running into all sorts of chaos anyway, but I didn't think she would listen to me if I told her not to show up. Not to mention, she knew that Luke and everyone else had gotten something, so she was assuming she would get something too. The truth was that all the things I had given my friends were nothing but trouble, but she wouldn't care about something like that. If I didn't give her something, she would absolutely cause a fuss. Oh, what am I going to do about that?
If there's something, now's the time to say it.
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything.
It doesn't matter how minor. Every time you say this, then go off and do something.
What had I done to warrant such a low opinion? I got the feeling this wouldn't be settled unless I said something. It doesn't have anything to do with the subject at hand, but, right. I'd really like a treasure chest or some other kind of locked object.
What are you babbling about?
The important thing is that it's locked. An old, wooden treasure chest that's pleasing to the eye. Liz, you see, loved locked treasure chests. The more complex the lock, the better. The closer it matched the stereotypical image of a treasure chest, the better. In this case, it didn't even matter what was inside. If I complimented her when she opened the box, she would be satisfied. Everyone looked at me doubtfully. Even the father seemed unsure of what to do. Guess I shouldn't have said that after all. I'll look for one on the way home. With the conversation over, I left the church along with Lucia and everyone in Starlight. I stretched my back, overwhelmed by the sense of freedom. Lucia sighed as she watched me. Despite my odd statement interrupting things, they had a boisterous and frank exchange of ideas, after which we agreed to request the aid of the noble shaman. Until then, the curse would remain bound by the relic. The fact that those two were in such a visible position clearly annoyed the father, but I thought it made for a nice bit of avant-garde furnishing. Though more of them had started spending time among us, noble spirits generally didn't mesh well with humans. When dealing with a shaman revered among their fellow nobles, any sort of mistake could expand into an international incident. During the entire discussion, Franz looked thoroughly displeased. Being someone of his stature couldn't have been easy.
I'd suggest you hurry. We'll contact our forest as soon as we can. You need to begin preparing.
This might take some time. We'll contact you once preparations are complete. I'll have a sounding stone ready. 1,000 tricks, hand over the stone I lent you. I don't see you needing it anymore.
What? I was sure you were giving it to me?
Like hell. Even in the Imperial capital, those are precious strategic assets.
I wasn't sure what to think when he'd first handed it over, but it turned out that having a direct line to Franz was pretty convenient. I reluctantly returned the stone, which he snatched from my hand and gave to Lapis. Once she had put it away, Franz gave me an irascible look.
Can I take it? There's nothing else worrying you.
Not really. I don't know, I guess I don't really know what's going on. I'm not proud to say it, but I have been nodding along simply because everyone else was.
That's what you always say. And what was that random statement from earlier? Is this clownery the trade-off for your inhuman abilities? What's the treasure chest for?
Didn't I say that it's irrelevant? Just forget it already. Gosh, Franz, calm down. What's there to worry about when we've got such a dream team here? With Ark, Gark, Lucia, and Ensem, we're set on all fronts. Nobody got hurt during the purification, And with a group like ours, we can handle any sort of curse. No need to put everything on my shoulders. Franz ground his teeth. Search me all you want. There's nothing to find. Didn't you see that I needed Lucia's help to get atop that gate? Every time something goes wrong, you all bring it to me. I wasn't exactly idle. I was very busy resting, and I needed to buy a treasure chest. I only came this time as a precaution and ended up not doing anything, right? Let me be clear. I'm much more mundane than you seem to think I am. All I do is cause problems.
So you realize it? Goddamn you! Who do you think you are?
Crap. Maybe I shouldn't have said that? Just as I was about to take cover behind Lucia, the ground shook. I turned around and saw Ansem calling to us. Not that he was actually calling, per se. He wasn't wearing his helmet for once, and he had a few priests following behind him. Franz stopped his chastising when he saw them. Ansem was big enough that he could just barely pass under the gate. With a presence like that, anyone would shut up if they saw him approaching. But what does he want? I wondered as he cleared his throat. When he spoke, I realized how long it had been since I had heard his voice unmuffled.
Cry? Regarding your need for a treasure chest? The church has something. Come with us.
Welcome back, Cry. How was the church?
All right, I guess. I hadn't been there in a while, but it looks like Ansem is still getting along nicely with them. On my way up the staircase to the clan master's office, I ran into Eva. With everyone slandering my good name, Eva's unchanging presence was a source of salvation.
All right, Cry. Do you think I'm totally ignorant?
All right. Man Ansem really was something. Even if he wasn't a gigantic hunter, serving the church sounded like a lot of work. If he could befriend everyone there, then I guess what's on the inside is more important than the outside. What's more, he told me that a handful of people besides us had noticed that the Black Knight had emerged from the pendant. This meant that all the witnesses had decided not to blame him and were keeping their lips sealed. How many virtuous deeds did he do in his previous life to earn this sort of respect? As someone who was always the subject of baseless suspicion, I envied him. What I didn't envy was how nonchalant Lucia was about letting him get swallowed by her hailstorm. Maybe I'll take after Ansem and live an earnest life. But I am living earnestly. I don't know what's going on.
Cry. You seem to be in an oddly good mood.
Is it that obvious?
Considering the tumult at the Church of the Radiant Spirit, I'm a little confused.
It wasn't like I was upbeat because of what had happened at the church. It was because, at the very end of it all, I got a little present. Everyone should have an excellent childhood best friend. Since I was always the one receiving, I was keeping an eye out for a chance to one day repay him. Starlight said they'll do something about the mess at the church. Everyone's been panicking about the prophecy or whatever, but I get the feeling it's going to be resolved smoothly. Too much has happened in rapid succession, and I'm tired. Eva didn't respond to that. Though I hadn't done anything, my total lack of stamina meant I was worn out just from seeing everything up close. I noticed Eva was looking at me intently. Her sharp eyes sat beneath a furrowed brow, focused as if there were something written on my face. I took a step back without thinking. What?
Nothing at all. It's just that I make my living reading your expressions. The recent series of curse-related incidents has stirred up lots of chaos. A large number of people have fled from the imperial capital. If a resolution really is imminent, then we have an opportunity.
I had a feeling it would be better not to inquire further. With how perfectly suited she was for her job as vice clan master, I tended to forget that she had once worked for a major trading company. The imperial capital sure had been a hectic place recently, from the trouble with Akashic Tower and the dragon attack to the current prophecy business. So much mayhem in so little time would make anyone want to pack their bags. You can run if you want. I'll run with you. Looking surprised, Eva held up the palm of her right hand. On her ring finger was a familiar ring.
I won't run, especially not if you've entrusted me with the safety ring. I know what I'm getting myself into.
That was too manly for me. I never showed that sort of resolve, and I always wore upwards of a dozen rings. At least it looked like this would be the end of the madness. I had had my fill. I had even returned Franz's sounding stone, so now I'd get to be lazy for real. The assorted chaos had affected my friends' schedules, leaving them with newfound free time, so maybe we could all hang out together.
I just remembered Liz is here. She and Tino are in the clan master's office.
Oh, just as the simulations predicted.
She was in very good spirits. Something about receiving a present. Are you going to be okay?
Ho ho ho, for once, a perfect reading, not an inch off. My genius scares me. Is it all dancing in the palm of my hand? Is my preterhuman artifice taking shape? This was it. Just this once, I forgave myself for getting carried away with the hard-boiled act. My eyes were anything but sharp, but I knew all there was to know about my friends. After all those years spent with them, I had something to show for it. There's something I need to ask of you. The church should be sending over their best treasure chest any moment now. Could you do me a favor and get someone to take it to the lounge?
Well, certainly. But it's a treasure chest, you say?
I was sure even she would be surprised by the sight of it. In all my years as a hunter, I had never seen a more treasure-chesty treasure chest. Liz was going to be pleased. I hadn't at all expected the Church of the Radiant Spirit to have so many treasure chests in its possession. They had told me to pick one out myself because they had no idea what I was getting at. But I had just laughed at the absurdity of it. In my office, Liz had Tino in a chokehold. She had definitely gotten bored while waiting for me. The moment she saw me, she tossed Tino to the side. Just before she could pass out, she flew at me, every bit as energized as Eva had said.
Cray Bobby!
There, good girl. There. Handling her with one hand, I looked at Tino, stretched out on the ground. Her messed up hair made me think they had been sparring or something. I didn't think a bit of boredom was any excuse to have a mock fight in someone else's room. Carelessly scolding Liz could just end up making Tino's life harder. So I just gave her a look of disapproval. She didn't seem at all sorry. That was when Tino's fingertips began twitching. She had regained consciousness. She sat up and shook her head. Her cheeks flushed when she saw me.
Master, when did you get here? I'm sorry you had to see me, Ike.
Don't worry. Here, you two. There. Compared to how she used to be, our junior hunter had gotten scarily durable, mentally and physically. As her master, I figured I should be happy. But perhaps I should have been more embarrassed that I couldn't keep Liz under control. What am I going to do if Tino specializes in durability and becomes gigantic like in Sam? The moment she was on her feet, Liz grabbed Tino by the arm and shoved her in front of me.
It's almost my turn to be your guard, right? I just couldn't wait any longer and came early. I'll give it my very best. You can use T2, though I guess nothing too weird has happened since the attack on the lounge.
Ah, right. That happened.
It happened just days ago, Master.
Oh, I get it now. So the daily guarding is to protect me from further ambushes. I mean, after everything that's happened, you'll have to forgive me for forgetting about the attack. But enough about that. I'm showing a rare stroke of genius today. Eyes glimmering, my dear friend Liz was waiting like an eager puppy. Actually, Liz, there's something I'd like to give you. She perked up. I thought it was unfair that everyone but you was getting something.
I love you.
Lizzie, control yourself.
Liz leaped, embracing me from behind and rubbing against my back. Her body heat was almost enough to make me sweat. I had more or less expected a reaction like this, but I wasn't sure how to feel about her exuberance. After all, we didn't even know what was in the treasure chest. I assumed she'd be happy even if it were empty, but seeing her so overjoyed had me second-guessing myself. Tino was also getting left out, but she didn't seem bothered that I hadn't gotten anything for her. She seemed much more concerned by the way Liz was pressing her nose against my neck and persistently sniffing me. I'm having it brought to the lounge.
Woo! I can't wait. Let's go. Hey,
Almost like magic, Liz instantly moved in front of me and was tugging on my arm. Her bright smile tugged on my heartstrings. You won't cry if it's empty, will you? I had gone from feeling like a genius to a man crushed by uncertainty.
The lounge is still being repaired.
Oh, right. I forgot it was in ruins. Just like Tino had said, the lounge was still in a rough state. The floor had a large crack in it, and tables were still scattered about. Unable to fulfill its role as a place to relax, the lounge had none of its usual inhabitants. But at the moment, none of that seemed to matter to Liz. Her eyes sparkled, and she was grinning from ear to ear.
Oh my God, it's a treasure chest.
You're right, Lizzie. And not only that, it's from a treasure vault, isn't it?
A genuine treasure vault chest. It's got that distinct impression.
Hearing that, Tino looked envious. It wasn't flashy, it was a basic but absolutely flawless treasure chest. The wooden body was framed by rusted metal and had a large padlock affixed. It was big enough that Liz or Tino could easily fit inside, and heavy enough that I couldn't lift it. It was the spitting image of a treasure chest. I couldn't imagine a single treasure hunter would be averse to the sight of this thing, all the more so if they were a thief, a role that entailed lockpicking. Of all the things you could find in a treasure vault, treasure chests were among the most exciting. A rare spawn in vaults. The chests themselves were relics, and sometimes contained several more relics. This was probably a result of mana material recreating concepts of chests filled with valuables. There were theories that relics from chests tended to be high level, and some people had indeed become incredibly wealthy by finding chests containing multiple rare, powerful relics. It was fair to say that finding a chest in a treasure vault was every hunter's dream. Though, by the way, they were sometimes empty. At the same time, however, treasure chests entailed a big risk. Most of them were set with sturdy locks and deadly traps. Relic chests were tough things, so breaking the chest and snatching its contents wasn't possible. Hence why so many parties wanted a thief who could pick locks and disarm traps. This also explained why unopened chests sometimes popped up on the market. I couldn't blame anyone for not wanting to attempt a disarmament when failure generally resulted in death. On several occasions, our very own party had nearly been wiped out that way. The underground storage facility and sim had brought me to had contained several chests, all of different materials and styles. I was told they were donations from faithful hunters, so they had to be handled properly, and they were dangerous, so they couldn't be opened without excessive caution. Thus, the church didn't know quite what to do with them. They told me to take my pick, a funny choice of words, so I took the best of the best. There were a few other metal-framed wooden chests, but this one had the most aesthetic appeal and treasure chest-iness. Even if it turned out to be empty, I could use it to store all my odds and ends, emphasis on odd. Only problem was that this thing was super heavy. It's really cool, isn't it? The moment I saw it, I knew this was the chest I wanted.
Woo! It's been too long since I've opened a chest. Hey, T, get over here! Are you sure?
Responding to Liz's beckoning, Tino hurried over. It was cute the way she really seemed hesitant about joining in, but Liz was probably using this as a training opportunity. Picking locks was a very dangerous endeavor. I lightly bumped Eva on the arm, and we moved to a safe distance. Most traps were single use, meaning we should be fine so long as we had our safety rings, but it's better to be careful.
Cry. What's in that chest?
What do you think? Eva seemed to thoroughly consider it. The answer? I don't know. As far as I was aware, there was only one way to know what a treasure vault's chest contained, and that was to use the magnifying glass relic, Treasure Tracer. However, the hunter who discovered this desirable relic was assassinated shortly after they made its discovery public, and the relic itself was destroyed. A second treasure tracer hadn't yet been found. Brimming with excitement, Liz checked the lock, but something seemed to puzzle her.
Cry, baby. This lock is a really simple one. And for traps?
She knocked on the chest, then picked it up and checked the underside. Liz, you're super incredible. That chest is too heavy for me to even lift up. You sure are strong. Opening relic chests required not only knowledge, but also skillful use of the senses. You could say that their use of all 5 senses and the 6th to challenge unknown mechanisms made people like Liz the best suited for treasure hunting. Looking perplexed, she examined the chest from every angle.
How about we just try opening it up? Agreed. It doesn't seem like there are any explosive traps or anything. I'll let you do the honors. Chances to open chests are a rare thing, and you can use this as an excuse to show Cry Baby how much you've learned. Really? Are you sure?
Tino's eyes were wide open, and she sounded happy. Eva was surprised, but Liz just showed us a proud smile. Yeah, you're a great teacher, even if you did just have her in a chokehold. Tino crouched down before the lock dangling in front of the chest. She removed a pick from her hair and carefully inserted it into the keyhole. Just as Liz had said, it was a simple mechanism. After just a few seconds, there was a clicking sound, and the lock came off. It was such a deft movement that it reminded me of Liz. But this was only the beginning. Picking locks was important. But even more important was disarming traps, as this was when lives were on the line. Relieved to have the lock undone, Tino smiled at Liz, then at me. Something about her boastful smile resembled Liz's. I couldn't help but wave at her. Then it happened. The motion was unbelievably silent, smooth, and comical. The unlocked chest opened without a sound, hopped up, covered Tino, who still had her back to the chest, swallowed her whole, then returned to its original position. It was all over in less than a second. Liz had been unable to react. The same went for Eva, and I'm all but certain Tino herself had no idea what had happened.
Ugh.
Liz blinked. Eva's expression was vague and unmoving. Nobody said anything. Those movements were smooth as Tino's. No, that's not it. Good thing Eva and I kept our distance. That's not it either. Should I be worried that she didn't even scream? So it wasn't a chest? So was it a monster? Or was it a relic? What was it? Then I remembered that when I got the chest, they said something about people occasionally going missing in the storage unit. And that was why they had called me over.
Tino, she's been eaten?
I always thought this might happen to... No, stop thinking like that. What were the people of this land doing hiding so much dangerous shit?
Huh? What? Tea! Cray, baby, what is this thing?
Then the treasure chest swallowed her up. Ah, my perfect chest closed its lid and returned to its original position. Eva looked at me vacantly. Silence reigned over the lounge. Perhaps satisfied with a meal of two, the chest stayed completely still. Or maybe it would move the moment one of us turned our backs on it. Liz had definitely been trusting my judgment back there. Makes sense since I was the one who brought it over and all. To think someone as acclimated to crises as Liz would be eaten so easily. She could have tried to fight it. She could have been her usual violent self for it.
K-Cry, what in the world is this? K-Cry, what in the world is this?
Eva looked at me with unconcealed fear, something I rarely saw from her. I wanted to tell her to calm down, but I was too uncalmed to get the words out of my throat. But this was fine. I was sure of it. Liz had survived being swallowed by dragons, so I was sure she could shake off being eaten by a treasure chest. As for Tino, she would just have to do her best. So what is this thing? I looked at the man-eating treasure chest that was pretending to be a very normal treasure chest. I was aware of monsters that could disguise themselves as treasure chests, but I didn't think that someone like Liz, who had been through many gauntlets and developed quite a nose for danger, would be so easily fooled. Calm down. Get a hold of yourself. Not even my best would do us much good here. And there was a good chance Liz was still trying to break out.
I'll call someone. Someone who can destroy that thing. I'll call Ark.
Oh! That was a good idea. But how was Eva calmer than I when I was supposed to be the one accustomed to crises? While keeping an eye fixed on the treasure chest, Eva moved towards the exit. Then, the moment she made a break for it, the chest closed the distance in an instant and ate her up. I felt like I might vomit. Shit! Am I dreaming? What, a gluttonous treasure chest? How much does it hold? The treasure chest resumed its state of disguise. You're not fooling me. Not one bit. I have no idea what I'm going to do if Ark ends up getting devoured. Heck, how is this thing's capacity clearly greater than its size? That was when Lyle's party entered the lounge.
Oh, when did Cry get here? Watch that chest over there. Oh!
Before I could say anything, the chest flew at them and swallowed the whole lot of them in one bite. What incredible capacity. Why? They weren't even running. Oh man, is it trying to erase any witnesses? It was all my fault. All because I had been drawn in by the allure of wanting to look cool.
Oh my Cry, what are you doing here all by...
What's this Traso-ack? Marietta and Sven were both eaten upon arrival. I no longer knew what was what. This was a terrifying thing if it could eat a level 6 hunter like it was nothing. When I thought about it, I realized that everyone was getting eaten while their attention was on me. If they had the state of mind they took when raiding treasure vaults, I was sure this wouldn't be happening. Maybe I should just let myself get eaten right off the bat? Of course this happened after I had returned the sounding stone. Since I was planning to spend the day shut in my room, I didn't have any relics on me, though I'm not sure I could have handled this even if I had any relic of my choosing. If you're so voracious, you should just have a chocolate bar. I can't imagine humans taste very good. The next moment, the treasure chest leaped forward, landing right in front of me. Startled, I took a step back, and the chest did nothing. I had stopped moving out of sheer resignation, but after a few moments the chest still hadn't done anything. After gobbling up Liz and everyone else, was this thing really not going to eat me? Was it a gourmet? God, to think this thing too heavy for me to lift, yet could move like a snake and hit the ground without making a sound. That sort of stealth horrified me. Wait, hold on. My eyes opened wide. I took a deep breath and made up my mind. I gently touched the lid of the chest, opened it just slightly, slipped a chocolate bar through the gap, then closed it again. For something so heavy, its lid was pretty light. Even I could lift it. I could hardly ask for a better treasure chest. Large capacity, silent, automated functions. I suppose it's also perfectly secure? The treasure chest didn't respond. How could it? It was a treasure chest after all. It couldn't talk for the same reasons the carpet couldn't. One of the most famous relics was the magic bag, a bag that held much more than its appearance suggested. I had just one, and it was only capable of holding specific items, but these bags were rare, coveted, and very useful. Magic bags were the sort of relics where, even though one that could store anything would sell for upwards of 100 million, they rarely made their way onto the market. Thinking about that, I came to understand how this chest so easily got the jump on Liz. It was because this wasn't a monster or a phantom. It wasn't a monster or a phantom, so she deferred to my judgment. Are there magic bags that can hold living creatures? Once again, I opened the lid. Inside was impenetrable darkness. Unfortunately, there hadn't been much research into what went on inside magic bags. This was in part because they usually couldn't hold life forms. I thrust my hand into the darkness and retrieved the chocolate bar I had put in moments earlier. There were some junk items that didn't let you remove what you had put in. But it appeared this chest wasn't one of those. My carpet, who spent his days indulging in debauchery with his girlfriend Carpets, could learn a thing or two from this chest. I can add and remove as I please. Perfect! With a slight snap, I bit off a bit of the chocolate bar and savored the sweet sensation. I started craving some tea when I came to my senses. I didn't need a chest that could swallow thieves and assailants. I threw my arm into the chest. Eva. I want Eva. I want Eva. My fingertips came in contact with something soft and warm. I tightened my grip and pulled with all my might. Exiting the darkness, Eva popped into sight. Confused, she just sat on the floor until she eventually came to understand the situation and let out a deep sigh. Eva with her glasses crooked was a very rare sight.
I thought I was going to die. It was pitch black, and I had no clue which direction was which.
Thank goodness she's alive. It seemed her memories were also intact. It was probably some function of the chest that allowed me to fish her out all by myself. What a quality item. Eva must have been scared as I noticed tears at the corners of her eyes. It's a magic bag, so there's no way you would have died.
This is a magic bag? Really? You should have said so. I was incredibly scared.
I guess she had regained her strength. I let out an internal sigh of relief as I apologized to her. I had also been incredibly scared. Liz and the others were hunters, but Eva was just a clan employee, with so much less mana material, among other things. That must have been a nightmare. Even the safety ring I gave her probably wouldn't have been much use. Did the chest not eat me because it saw the church give it to me? Or is it because I complimented it? A real opportunist, this one. I took a deep breath and muttered a certain name as I stuck my arm in the chest. I want Liz. I want Liz. After learning what had happened, Sven let out a groan.
I get it now, Jay. Just more of your antics.
Lyle and his party reacted similarly. They didn't look angry. Rather, they were shocked that they had been caught off guard by a treasure chest. Hunters didn't just battle in treasure vaults, though that didn't necessarily include ambushes inside one's own clan house. Despite being surrounded by those it had just eaten, the chest remained perfectly still. As for Sven and co., they might have been a bloodthirsty bunch, but they weren't going to seek revenge on a mere object.
But damn, a magic bag that can hold living creatures? If we sold it, we could build a second clan house.
Has one hell of a capacity, too. It fit all of us inside.
The hunters all looked at the chest with evident disgust. They had a point, but was I the only one who considered it a fatal flaw that the chest liked to gulp people down? Especially since it looked like they couldn't get out on their own. Putting aside a certain carpet that didn't allow riders too much dedication to one's role wasn't necessarily a good thing.
Cry, baby. I could have gotten out, you know. It's just that when I saw T, I tried to grab her, but then the exit closed.
I turned towards Tino, but she had her back to us and was quivering silently. I guess that's what happens when you suddenly get swallowed from behind. The chest probably mistook her for a robber since she was the one who had broken the lock.
But this thing is huge, no doubt about it. There was a town in there. We didn't get a chance to explore it, though.
A town? There was a town. What's this chest doing eating a town? Just how much can it hold? Just about every magic bag sold for a hefty sum. So how much would this one sell for? I began to wonder if maybe knowledge of this chest hadn't become common because it ate anyone who knew of it. I had made the discovery of the century, and it was a terrible one. Eva adjusted her glasses as I patted the perfect treasure chest.
Cry, are you planning to sell that to a trading company?
Nah, I'm not gonna sell it. Why do you ask?
It's just that it might disrupt the balance.
Even a normal magic bag could affect the market, so something with this sort of capacity would be cataclysmic. I could think of a number of potential uses for it. Like, maybe you could drain a pond or something. What an insane thing I've gotten my hands on. Maybe I'll make it fight the carpet.
Does this mean my turn is over? Why? Where's the curse? Cry baby, am I getting shortchanged?
What? What was that about a curse? Why did she want something like that? Was I talking to Luke? Who else would insist that they should go through hell because everyone else got to? I guess she sort of was Luke, mentally speaking. As Liz started making a scene, the others got ready to leave.
You can leave us out of this mess. Give me a break. Sama and Marietta, we're off to the training ground.
I guess we could use some training as well. Who'd expect to get eaten by a treasure chest in their own clan house? What if this leaves lasting trauma?
You're not the only one traumatized.
Likewise, I'm going to rest.
Even Eva was abandoning me. I was being left with Tino, a noisy Liz, and the chest that had caused all this trouble. It was fine. They could rest. I was used to things like this.
One more time, cry baby. Let me have a do-over. I definitely won't fail this time. Simon!
This isn't over because you failed or anything. And what do you mean by failing? I hadn't planned for this to happen when I gave her the treasure chest. How could I convince her of that? Would she feel better if I let her have her fun? I gave in and let her hug my back, but then she suddenly stopped and looked at Tino. Under her harsh gaze, Tino twitched and glanced to the side. Come to think of it, you've been awfully quiet since coming out of that chest.
You hiding something, T.
What are you talking about, Lizzie?
Her eyes were darting around. Thieves were generally good liars, but I suppose the mentor-student hierarchy disrupted that. Liz pressed her lips to my neck, then moved off me. Clenching her fist, she grinned as she walked up to Tino. Looking cornered, Tino looked around before making up her mind and darting towards me.
Master! Master! Here!
Caught off guard, Liz still managed to snag her leg. Tino held out her arm but fell, hitting the ground face first just before she could reach me. Yet she didn't seem hurt as she raised her head and opened her hand in front of my eyes. An old ring rolled from her palm. It was made of wood and had a strange pattern cleanly engraved on its surface. It also had the distinct atmosphere of a relic.
That was on the ground, so I just sort of went for it. Then the exit closed.
Whoo! T, are you saying you took my role?
And no, Lizzie. I didn't know what I was doing.
Young Tino had entirely taken after Liz. Honestly, I was amazed that she had chosen the ring over the exit. She had become a real thief. Liz was stunned, so much so that she had apparently forgotten to be angry. I got the feeling that if I didn't say something, Tino would be in more trouble than she realized. I picked up the ring and put it on. Then, before Liz could regain her sanity, I said, "It's all according to plan, so you can calm down."
Huh? You planned this so I don't have to kill T after all?
Yeah, Tino was growing increasingly pale. Her ability to stand up for herself despite Liz's thorough discipline was genuinely incredible. But this wasn't the time to be applauding her growth. I needed to keep Liz distracted. Come on, calm down, Liz. Here, I've got it. Why not explore the town? I don't know who made it, but it's a town inside a chest. I'm sure there's something interesting. I turned and looked at the chest. A town inside a chest. Any idea who made it? Liz blinked. Tino was sweating bullets, though maybe it was a bit late for that. Without saying anything, I went up to the chest, opened the lid, and stuck my arm in. No points for guessing what I said. Come out, everyone who went missing at the church. Come out, everyone who went missing at the church. Over 10 priests emerged from the treasure chest. Not even Liz could hide her surprise as more and more of them popped out. They displayed varied reactions upon emerging. There were some who seemed to doubt their very eyes, while some were moved to tears. Liz and the others hadn't been in there too long, so they hadn't been affected much, but since some of these people from the church had been in there for years, I couldn't blame them for crying. Look at Eva, she had grown teary after being in there for just a few minutes.
I can't thank you enough. You really saved us.
Yeah, I'm just glad you're okay. All's well that ends well. That ends well. Talking to them, it sounded like they had all been swallowed up when they had accidentally undone the lock while cleaning the storage room. I don't know how you accidentally undo a lock, but I took it as a sign that these weren't the most diligent priests. By the sound of it, there hadn't been much alarm when any of them went missing. But wouldn't someone find it suspicious if they found a lock undone when that wasn't supposed to be the case? I furrowed my brow and examined the chest, and at that very moment the chest picked up the lock and secured it. I see. So it has an automated lock? One that sprouts arms. Is that a thing?
So you guys made that town?
And no! That was there before us. You see, down there, you don't get hungry or thirsty.
That was really something. Some treasure vaults operated on different rules from those of our world, and this chest might be something similar. I could see all sorts of uses for this. Like draining an ocean or something. Oh, maybe I could use it to keep ingredients fresh? Potential uses aside, this was undoubtedly one hell of a relic. If the Empire found out about it, they might take it from me. All sorts of terrible possibilities began to occur to me. For now, why not just say you were spirited away and returned to your families? We'll take care of this chest, so please keep what happened here between us. Thanking us profusely, the priests departed from the clan house. I didn't know how much they planned to tell Father Edgar, but, well, I guess I was willing to return this thing if they asked me to. This super capable chest was more than I could handle, and I couldn't see how I'd put it to use. I could save space in my room by storing my relics in this thing, but being unable to leave without outside help was a huge deal breaker. Man, I never expected I'd end up saving anyone. Life is full of strange experiences. These past few days have been a whirlwind of strange troubles. But if some people got saved as a result, then maybe it wasn't all for nothing? I was ready to wrap things up, but then Liz looked at me with uncharacteristic severity.
Crybaby, something tells me those guys come from different periods. Not all of them had the same uniform.
Huh?
I bet that without the sun, their sense of time got all screwed up. You think it's possible people don't get older in there?
I fell silent as a chill ran down my back. Tino covered her ears as if she were having a bad premonition. I could relate. I didn't want to be involved in any more crazy stuff. They really were spirited away, weren't they? I think I'll hold off on having this thing fight the carpet. This isn't something to play around with. I took a deep breath and tried to put it all out of my mind. Sure, our friend the treasure chest was a little freaky, but that would be fine as long as I didn't use it. Luckily, it looked very nice, so it could just be some interior furnishing. Well, for now, I'm just glad I got to see how much you two have grown. I held out my hand, and looking at my new relic ring, Tino looked incredibly surprised to hear that.
And what sort of growth is that?
If I had to say, I guess that she had prioritized Tino over the ring. On the other hand, that Tino went for the relic instead of the exit proved that she had become a real hunter. I don't think I can take any more trouble. I'll have to take this ring to Mathies later. Humming to myself, I took the ring off, or I tried to. Then it hit me.
Master, what do you think of the ring?
I feel like I've been shown up by T. Well, I'm not gonna argue with Crybaby about it.
I cleared my throat and shoved my hand into my pocket. It's not too shabby. I'm gonna go get it appraised by Mathis. I can't get this thing off. Could it be that thing's cursed? Well, what am I gonna do? I had a cursed ring. As far as relic shortcomings went, being unremovable was a fairly common one. Sort of like Luke's devil sword that couldn't be dropped while in use, anything that couldn't be physically removed or would return on its own if discarded was considered to be cursed by hunters. Some relics ended up like this, due to what was supposed to be a precaution against them getting lost, but most of them were nettlesome items that had some sort of negative effect. Of course, they were still relics. If their charge ran out, then so would their adhesion. Except that the majority of these items had high capacities and the ability to drain mana from their wearer. Relics of this variety were very likely manifestations of cursed items from the distant past. This theory was heavily supported by the fact that, like cursed items, the best way to get rid of an unremovable relic was to have it purified by a priest. Before this could turn into an ordeal, we quickly headed over to Mathis's shop. He wasted no time taking a look at the item, and with the Tino effect improving his mood, we began to discuss this ring that wouldn't come off despite not feeling particularly tight. The moment he heard what had happened, his cheeks began twitching.
Cry? Don't tell me you really put this thing on without thinking.
And no, not at all.
You dunce. You've been collecting relics for how many years? Or did you just start yesterday?
Many relics were largely unknown, and plenty of them were dangerous. That's why relic appraisers were so valuable. Tino grew pale at the sight of Mathis's stern expression, but Liz was more than willing to fight back.
Did I hear that right, Mathis? Does his high level mean nothing to you? No way in hell he'd put that on without thinking.
With a grunt, Mathis scrutinized me. Liz's objection brought out a sigh of relief from Tino. Yeah, let's chalk this up to preter-human artifice. I folded my arms and put on a hard-boiled smile, a skill that was very convenient at times like these. Don't worry about that, just get on with the appraisal. I want to see if I'm on the right track.
Comparing results, is it? Give me a minute. I've seen this ring before.
What a reliable guy. I was right to make this my go-to shop. Mathis retrieved a thick, handmade book from the back of the shop. The product of decades of experience, this was an encyclopedia packed with information, much of it known only to him. With a thump, he set the book down and thumbed through it until he stopped at a certain page.
This is it. Who else but noble spirits would make a ring out of wood? Not every day you get something so vexing on your finger. Where'd you find it?
This was definitely it. The ring in the picture looked exactly like the one on my finger. Next to it was a name. Hermit's ring? It's a ring used for training?
That's what the noble spirits told me. Only a handful of appraisers know of it. The noble spirits, that is, can't stand that one of their items is loose in the world. They shared this information with us, hoping it would help them recover their relic.
I see. Damn. I can't picture it at all. Not after Chris and Eliza have defined my image of noble spirits. Mathis continued his explanation in a grave voice. I had shown him a fair amount of dangerous items in the past, but it had been some time since I had last seen him like this. His heart would probably stop if I showed him the treasure chest.
Among the ancient noble spirits, there were a select few with exceptional power and blood. They were the higher nobles, and one of their oracles made this ring to obtain the powers of the higher dimensions. Just goes to show it's not only humans that get up to no good.
Ha! Am I going to get powers from higher dimensions? That didn't sound too great. Did this mean I would have to start adventuring with my friends? So, are there any noteworthy effects?
Cry. Listen closely. This ring attracts curses.
It attracts curses?
That's a ring made by a higher noble oracle, in other words, a shaman, so they could handle greater malign energies. There's a similar technique known as kodoku, and this is an extension of that. The ring was set aside when it proved too effective, as it had led to the deaths of several higher nobles. But because it's still talked about, it's manifested as a relic. Those long lifespans of theirs aren't always a good thing. Cray, that ring is much more of a hazard than you realize. You'll need a capable noble shaman just to take it off, even if you are a level 8.
I felt like I had just taken a blow to the head. Tino looked at me with concern. The wooden ring didn't look as dangerous as Mathis had said it was, but I guess that's just how some items were. I spent a moment staring at the ring, then stuck my hands out and said, "Hey, Mathis, I know this is sudden, but I'm not wearing any other relics that attract curses, am I?"
What are you talking about?
It was just that I had been bombarded with curses since before I put this thing on. I couldn't imagine what having to deal with even more would be like. Maybe there wouldn't be enough room. They'd have to form a line. I have a feeling the two negatives will form a positive. Thank goodness this doesn't seem like anything serious.
Temper your spirits. By losing to a devil's sword, you've disgraced our name.
The apprentices all swung their swords single-mindedly. With the damage caused by the devil sword still apparent, an intense fervor unlike any other had fallen over the dojo of Soln Roel, the sword saint. After glancing at his students, Soln looked down to his side, where the source of all the mayhem now rested. The devil sword was thrust into a pedestal and glimmered in the unobstructed sunlight. It had reportedly glowed an ominous crimson when disrupting people's minds, like it had when Nadoli wielded it, but now it was black as the void, and pity had added a testing Faust. That eerie glow bewitched people and brought madness upon anyone who picked it up. Its demonic nature was the real thing. If Nadoli, one of the most talented apprentices, had been possessed, then this was unlike anything Soln had seen before. the talents of Soln and his students had earned them a special place in the imperial capital. Some of his apprentices came from the city's most powerful noble families, and they were sometimes given deference equal to the knights. It was that deep trust that led them to help with security at the gathering of the White Blade. If word spread that some of the swordsmen of this dojo had been possessed by a devil sword and gone on a rampage, their reputation would plummet, and so might their status. It was thanks to the swift actions of Sir Franz that it hadn't yet come to this. Though they couldn't disguise the fact that the dojo had been ruined, they had placed a gag order in the nick of time. There might be rumors, but as long as no outsiders had been hurt and no proof existed, there was no reason to worry. Apparently, the Thousand Tricks had asked him to take care of the matter. Real cunning of him, seeing as he was the one who had sent the sword over. The one group that did know what had really happened was the students themselves. Thanks to a display of power from Solon himself, only a few apprentices withdrew after the incident. He demonstrated what a human could achieve through training to be a swordsman. After all, a foundation of the Solon School of Swordsmanship was to train the heart, mind, and techniques so that one could face impossible odds with all their strength and maintain a calm mind no matter the situation. By this metric, Nadoli still had a long way to go. It didn't matter whether or not the Thousand Tricks was to blame for this. The results were still a source of embarrassment for Solon. He placed a hand on the pommel. Solon had traveled all over the world so that he could master the blade. He had dueled many powerful foes, been blessed with many friends, and at some point earned himself the title of Sword Saint. Like a sharp blade, a tempered spirit wouldn't be broken by a cursed devil sword. Solon himself still had room for improvement, but he could at least shake off a cursed blade. Dispatched by the Thousand Tricks, the troglodytes were repairing the dojo's damage with incredible speed. It wouldn't be long before the building was as good as new, though Solon was starting to suspect it might look a bit different than it used to. The apprentices watched as Solon calmly held the devil sword.
There is indeed a terrible power lurking within this blade. This is a demonic weapon that leads its wielder astray and dials them into committing massacres. But it's the weakness of the heart that it preys upon. Attain the placidity of a lake, and you won't be swayed by a sword.
Therefore, due to his unshakably earnest and obsessively pure desire to be a better swordsman, Luke Sickle had been able to hold the sword without being led astray. In fact, all famous swords could sway a person's heart to some degree or another. Anyone who could touch this sword and maintain their sanity was instantly worthy of being regarded as a true swordsman, regardless of their technical skills or achievements. Just as holy swords chose their wielders, so did devil swords. If used by one with the right heart, a devil sword could be a very reliable weapon.
Anyone who thinks they're worthy can challenge the devil sword whenever they please. I'll be there to preside. If you can fight back this blade's wiles, that will prove you've entered a new phase of your training.
With a new clear-cut objective, the apprentices were filled with renewed determination. At this rate, the appearance of a swordsman who could triumph over the devil sword wasn't far off. Perhaps the recent tragedy wouldn't be without its benefits. Solon heard shouts of determination from his apprentices. Nadoli was among them. He had recovered from his wounds and was swinging his sword with absolute dedication.
Master, where's my trial?
Luke, you can learn not to cut.
I did that a long time ago when Cry told me to. Now, Master, I want to cut some really tough guys.
I seem to recall telling you the same thing. It then occurred to Solon that maybe Luke hadn't been led astray by the sword because his heart was already wayward. Solon let out a deep sigh as a very bad feeling swept over him. Even for the Sword Saint, guiding his pupils down the right path was no easy task.
Does this mean our troubles weren't for nothing?
What magnificent amplification. This staff is comparable to a powerful relic.
Both fear and excitement mingled in her assistant Anna's voice. Sage Cluster tapped a finger against her temples as she began to understand that those stories she heard of Lucia's brother were no joke. The most important professors of the Zeebrugge Academy of Magic were all gathered in the lecture hall. Though the repairs on the building and the barriers were still underway, they had all come together to hear of a new discovery. In the center of the hall was a strange staff of pure black. This, however, was no ordinary staff. Just about anyone remotely versed in magic could probably see the whirlpool that formed as it drew mana in from the surrounding air. This was a rare trait found only in the very best staves. A superior staff would of course channel the mana of its wielder, but also that in the air around them, converting it into spells with extreme efficiency. This particular staff had been made from the ashes of that Black World tree, which had wrought so much destruction. They had been surprised to learn that the ashes would make a superb catalyst, and all the more so to learn that they could be used to make a top-tier staff. At this point, the professors didn't even appear to be angry over the damage done to the Academy.
The Black World Tree. Is it fair to assume there's truth to the notion that it was made to mimic the World Tree? Could the mana absorption perhaps be a secondary effect? Considering what we saw, it makes far more sense that the absorption is there to aid its growth. The World Tree is said to have drawn in immense amounts of mana through roots that have spent years upon years in the ground. This staff's absorption is meant to fill that same role.
A magus would do just about anything to get their hands on a staff that significantly enhanced their abilities. High-grade staves were incredibly rare. Materials, maker's techniques, and the time of production could drastically alter a staff's capabilities, and no two were identical. Even for craftsmen capable of producing first-rate staves, only 1 out of 10 produced could withstand actual use. Most importantly, though, the staves produced in the modern era were overwhelmingly inferior to their relic counterparts. Even the staves of famous magi rarely manifested more than once, and any modern staves that could compete with relics were inordinately expensive. At an institution like the Zebrudia Academy of Magic, distinguished staves weren't quite so rare, but when the possibility of making a powerful one arose, it was all but inevitable that everyone cast aside their work on restoring the barriers to come together. Sage, who had been a magus much longer than her appearance suggested, had hardly seen anything like it. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
If what we know is true, the previous staff had never gone rampant while being used by the magus that befriended the Sword Saint. Perhaps it turned aggressive because it suffered mana deficiency after spending all those years in storage without being used? Which would mean the attacks from Rosemary and our Magi satiated it. The reasoning is sound. In other words, the 1,000 Tricks sent us this staff anticipating this outcome.
That couldn't be. Their eyes were being clouded by the discovery of a lifetime. If Sage stayed silent, this conversation would veer off into bizarre territory.
Wait. No matter his reasons, we shouldn't forgive the fact that he damaged the Academy and endangered the city.
Yes, but Professor Sage, not even the Empire has said anything. After all, the 1,000 Tricks just recently saved the Emperor's life and hindered the plans of Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox at the Supreme Warrior Festival. Criticizing him now would put us in an awkward position.
They had a point. Sage had personally looked into the 1,000 Tricks, and despite her low opinion of the young man, she was forced to admit his accomplishments were astounding. One of the professors scowled as they looked at Lucia standing despondently next to Sage.
Not only that, he's Lucia's brother.
We are adoptive siblings, Professor, and I'm also of the opinion that my brother went too far in this instance.
Why was his little sister taking Sage's side when all the other professors were siding with the 1,000 Tricks? If her daily conversations were anything to go off, it was because he was always creating extra work for her. Though strangely enough, if you listened long enough to those conversations, you could hear an affectionate tone in her voice.
Adoptive or not, that's beside the point. The problem is that the costs of a conflict with him would vastly outweigh the benefits. Our time would be better put to use exploring the new possibilities of this mock world tree, or whatever it is. If it expands by absorbing mana, then under the right circumstances, can't we reproduce it infinitely? The ability to infinitely reproduce a material on par with the world tree would be a historic discovery.
They had entirely gotten over the immense damage the tree had done to the Academy. Of course, with Sage and the other professors around, they would be able to manage the situation should another rampage occur. Still, that was no reason for the professors to be so casual about the possibility, but such a statement would only fall on deaf ears, a fact Sage was more or less resigned to.
Now then, we should discuss which laboratory will be in charge of researching this staff, however.
The room froze. The staff's properties alone made it a fascinating subject. Anyone involved in magic research would be willing to pay an arm and a leg for it. Normally, the rights would go to whoever had made the staff, but these were unique circumstances. Stopping the staff's rampage had required the efforts of everyone in the faculty. Sayes let out another sigh at the prospect of another long argument. But then the professor from earlier said something unexpected.
I'm sure you all have your own propositions, but Lucia Rogier is the 1,000 Tricks' younger sister, and she works for Professor Say. As I'm sure you're all aware, he made a spellbook for Lucia, and it's very likely that he similarly brought us the staff with her in mind. I believe it is only sensible that we entrust the staff with Professor Say's laboratory. Does anyone object?
At once, the other professors all looked at Sage. What could all these renowned magi be thinking, ceding such precious materials to another? Sage looked around at her colleagues. Nobody appeared to have any objections. No, there was something. Their gazes were so heavy they weighed her down.
Understood. However, this staff is undeniably the product of everyone's efforts, so you will all be kept up to date regarding everything we uncover.
This is sure to go down in history. We look forward to following your progress, Professor Sage.
This was a collar. It was a form of bait meant to entice Sage, the one person still opposed to their current stance, not to step out of line. Of course, it was also done out of respect for the 1,000 tricks. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that he treasured his sister. The common sentiment at the academy was to forgive him. If all the victims were leaning in that direction, then Sage was in no position to say otherwise. It seemed this matter was solved, but that didn't mean she had forgiven him. He had already twisted Lucia's talents by giving her that deranged spellbook.
Be sure to pass on our regards, 1,000 Tricks' sister.
Still peeved as she was at the start, she clenched a fist and shouted back at the professor, who was a good few decades older than her.
We're adoptive siblings.
Damn that 1,000 Tricks! Using our nature as alchemists against us was cowardly.
Freed from his interrogation, Nikolaf Smoky left the jail with Citri once she arrived to pick him up. He had only been held and questioned for a few days, but it had felt like months. Nikolaf was the head of the Primus Institute and a man of noble birth, and thus had a fair amount of power, but the sheer magnitude of this incident meant even he didn't get off scot-free. It would be a bit longer before the rest of the researchers would return to the Institute. They wouldn't have been let off nearly so easily if they had been fighting over genuine strawberry blaze and not just strawberry milk. If nothing else, Nikolaf would have been removed from his position and banished from the Institute. In that case, the Institute would have been ruined, since just about every member of the faculty had been involved in the struggle.
I'm sorry. I, too, allowed myself to be fooled. Cry has something of a sense of humor.
Who would expect him to deceive his own party members? He's as merciless as they say.
Nikolaf had heard that the 1,000 Tricks toyed with the Emperor himself while escorting him to a conference. Numerous trips into treasure vaults must have numbed his sense of caution, though it was rare for someone to grow numb not only to dangers but also to authority. It wasn't unheard of. The most famous of Zebridian champions, Solis Rodin, was one such person. Citri held her hands in front of her face, shielding herself from Nikolaf's glare.
He can be exceptionally cruel.
Those were clearly crocodile tears. An apprentice who had made a name for herself among the vicious world of alchemists wasn't going to cry over something like this. The title of prodigy wasn't just some pretty decoration. It was proof that she was versed in all the skills necessary to an alchemist, including playing politics.
Oh, quit it. Our idiocy made us susceptible to such trickery. In fact, this incident has taught me just how many people want me dead. Citri, I take it nothing happened in my absence?
Nothing. After all, just about everyone was arrested.
Ah, we've never been more humiliated.
The knights hadn't arrested Citri, which was fortunate for Nikolaf as she was technically his former apprentice. In his precarious situation, few people were willing to associate with him. She hadn't been arrested because there was clear evidence she hadn't been involved in the fighting. That too must have been part of the 1,000 Tricks' calculations. Nikolaf could tell his former apprentice had affections for Cry Andre, and Cry seemed to pay considerable attention to his childhood friend, a combo that consisted of the famously prescient preterhuman artificer and the alchemic prodigy would be a force to be reckoned with. Though for now, Citri showed no particular interest in going up in the world. Suddenly, Nikolaf realized why his former apprentice was in such a good mood despite the circumstances.
Citri, did you snatch research materials from the other departments while everyone was gone?
How dare you? Do you take me for someone who would do something so terrible? What proof do you have?
It took more than knowledge and talent to become the prodigy. You also needed initiative and the guts to take risks. Citri made a face as if she had been hurt, but she was a woman who smiled when she was truly wounded. The best alchemists didn't easily reveal their true emotions. Nikolaf looked her directly in the eye. She furrowed her brow and tried to resist, but eventually, she glanced to the side.
I didn't snatch anything, but, well, I couldn't just let the knights take everything. Nobody was around, so it was a very real possibility.
You goddamn... Opportunists.
The knights had been outdone. Even if the materials were confiscated, every letter and every line was already inside Citri's head. They certainly couldn't go and erase her memories. Some of these materials contain knowledge that even Nikolaf didn't possess, things the other departments were keeping top secret. Knowledge formed the roots of the Primus Institute, and Citri had essentially stolen it all. Of course, Nikolaf wouldn't have been surprised to learn if someone else had used the disorder to steal from his laboratory. The Institute had just been wrapped up in large-scale turmoil. Surely there must have been other members willing to pilfer the materials and results of other laboratories. Finding these thieves now wouldn't be easy, but simply letting them go would damage Nikolaf's reputation. Just as he was beginning to consider how to handle this, Citri, in a perfectly natural voice and unfaltering expression, said something that threw him for a loop.
Nikolaf, the truth is, a real sample of Strawberry Blaze exists. The liquid originally contained in that bottle. Cray took it and poured it down the drain.
The hell are you talking about?
He had a legendary potion that could get you executed just for possession, and he just poured it down the drain. Even safer potions weren't disposed of like that. Nikolaf couldn't believe it.
I don't blame you for thinking that. However, the Thousand Tricks specializes in doing the unbelievable.
Why did you say that like a question? Citri, are you implying there's a reason he did something so unfathomable?
It was a simple question, but Nikolaf couldn't keep the eagerness out of his voice. No matter how diluted, if some of the potion was in there, that could give them a big clue. The Imperial Capital sewers were vast, but a diligent search should turn up something. If nothing else, this was much better than being tricked into believing in something that didn't really exist.
As I'm sure you know, the sewers are like a giant web. If the Thrall potion ended up down there, then we shouldn't have to worry about anyone drinking it. Even something like that will quickly dilute to the point of losing its efficacy if it ends up in sewage. Of course, I still think we'll be able to find some clues as to how we can reproduce it. But if it's consumed before it dilutes, the sewers are inhabited. What if that includes a sewer beast?
Over several centuries, the Imperial Capital had expanded to an impressive degree. The sewers were built shortly after the capital had been relocated and had grown labyrinthine over the years. At some point, it grew too complex to be fully managed by humans and became part of the underworld. Many different creatures lurked in the sewage that flowed beneath the city: rats, cockroaches, spiders, and other small creatures. There were also people who had been banished from the surface world. And there were monsters. Rumors of fiends living in the sewers formed their own genre of urban legend. These lords of the underworld lurked in the sewer water, swimming through the maze of tunnels in search of new prey. It was commonly supposed that there were aquatic monsters that had spent many years living underground and growing powerful, but nobody had proven or disproven this. Whenever teams went down to perform maintenance, they did so in large numbers, a policy that was the result of the many knights and hunters who had been killed surveying the sewers. The lords of the sewers didn't attack large groups.
I didn't think the Thousand Tricks would have any interest in urban legends.
Hunters are generally curious people. Anything that drank the Strawberry Blaze should be unable to move for the time being. Perhaps if we went now, even a small team would be enough to conduct an investigation?
Not a bad idea. I also know a few nobles interested in those fiends.
Even if they were enough to become subjects of urban legends, fiends were still living creatures. If they drank undiluted Strawberry Blaze, they'd be helpless. A captured fiend could be useful for alchemical research. Likewise, reactions from a creature affected by the Thrall potion could help determine the potion's components. Since the Thousand Tricks was getting rid of it anyway, there was nothing wrong with trying to snag some of it for themselves. Nikolaf figured that if he brought Citri along, that man wouldn't do anything bold.
Get ready, Citri. We're going underground. Not that I need to tell you, but don't forget your protective gear. This is all in the name of advancing the Primus Institute.
If they could understand even a bit about the Thrall potion's components, getting arrested would be a small price to pay. Nikolaf forgot his earlier indignation as he turned around and began giving orders to his former apprentice. Before the worship hall of the Imperial Capital's Church of the Radiant Spirit stood the man in charge, Edgar Winwood. He let out a sigh as he gazed up at the crucified Marin's lament. The church's hands had already been full dealing with this nightmare, and now the return of the vanished priests had been added to the chaotic mix. Nobody understood what was going on. Many of them had disappeared years or decades ago, and their identities were yet to be verified. All they knew for sure was that these priests had been released by the 1,000 Tricks, the man who had taken that chest off their hands, and that he had used the phrase spirited away.
I can't fathom how he possibly could have found the missing people in just half a day. Terms like skilled no longer feel sufficient. I'd say your friend is on the world's good side.
Ensem, childhood friend of the 1,000 Tricks and symbol of the Capital Branch, nodded. Sometimes, there are people who can accomplish feats unimaginable to an ordinary person. Edgar had been quite surprised when Ensem first introduced his friend. Even now, that young man's flaky demeanor hadn't changed. Yet during the purification, that man had held the attention of Captain Franz, Branch Manager Gark, Ark Rodan, and many other notable hunters. He must have been born under the star of a champion.
Spirited away, was it? Regardless of how it happened, the fact is that he saved our friends. With this and Marin's lament, we're in his debt. Our priests may not care much for him, but courtesy must never be neglected.
The reason so many priests weren't fond of that young man was because he was the leader of that party Ensem belonged to, Grieving Souls. They regularly heard of the party's fierce battles. Word of how Lucia Rogier had cast an advanced offensive spell over Ensem was already beginning to circulate. Nobody was going to hear something like that and walk away with a good impression. Ensem had become a hunter before he joined the church, and he didn't seem to mind getting hit by the spell, but human emotions were complex. Their current top priority was dealing with Marin's lament, but once the noble shaman arrived and completed the purification, Edgar was considering formally inviting the young man to the church so that they might clear up any hard feelings. That young man had saved the vanished priests. Edgar didn't think his cohorts would repay such a debt with disrespect.
Still, spirited away? I don't know which spirit or god did that, but I feel we have too many troublesome deities in this world of ours.
There was the Celestial God from the Shrine of the Celestial God, the level 10 treasure vault that once manifested outside the imperial capital. A good while ago, there was the Executor, the god sleeping in the Shrine of the Holy King, which was the vault that raised the level of Xerxes Sequence, the most powerful hunter alive. Humans were right to fear the phantom gods that manifested from extreme concentrations of mana material. Some research even suggested that several past civilizations had been destroyed by such supernatural entities. Thinking about this caused Edgar to remember something Ensem had once said.
That's right. The heavenly fox you met in Peregrine Lodge was another such god. The divine have really taken a liking to you and your friends. I just hope it isn't an ill omen.
Did Ensem really understand what Edgar was saying? His reticence was one of his few flaws. The return of the vanished priests meant more fighting power for the church. Reportedly, some of them were capable casters. The recently exhausted priests would also likely be recovered by the time Lapis and her party returned with the noble shaman. With renewed determination, Edgar knelt down next to Ensem, looked to the sky, and offered a prayer to the great god of light. Epilogue. Let this grieving soul retire. Part 8.
I have to say, that was quite an odd chain of strange events.
I guess so. I replied with a deep nod as I crossed my arms. We were chatting away in my office. She wasn't wrong. The recent tumult in the imperial capital was fairly odd compared to the usual helter and skelter. It all started with the attack on the clan house, which was followed by the Devil Sword trouble, then the Black World Tree. Next came the uproar over the strawberry milk, and at the church, a knight appeared from the pendant I had received, and finally there was a town inside a magic bag, and I guess all's well that ends well. Though I still need to worry about people chasing that bounty.
About that. From what we can tell, the bounty has been taken down. I was a bit worried, so I had it looked into.
This caught me by surprise. I didn't know what sort of channel she must have gone through, but Eva wouldn't lie about something like this. Though I had expected the bounty to be retracted, it struck me as lucky that it happened so quickly. In retrospect, I think fortune was on my side this time around. In a way, I'm glad I got to see many different things. The words just sort of came out of my mouth.
What did you say?
Just a joke. Compared to usual, things were on a smaller scale. But there was plenty of variety, like a box of assorted chocolates. Though it goes without saying, I was ready for it to be over. Once I had this hermit's ring off my finger, everything would be taken care of. But you got a bit, the people in this city really are holding on to all sorts of dangerous items.
I think you could benefit from learning to be a bit more wary.
I knocked my fist into my palm, that's it. I had a feeling something about this was different. Throughout all this trouble, I never got dragged into it. I only heard about the troubles with the Devil's Sword, the Black World Tree, and Strawberry Blaze after the fact. At the purification of Marin's Lament, I was only a spectator, and at the end with Mimicky, the magic bag's name given by me. I wasn't among those who got eaten. Sure, I was the one who triggered all this, but still. In a sense, this was something to rejoice over. It looked like I, too, was finally showing signs of improvement. But damn that Eliza. I don't know where she is, but I'll have to have a word with her next time I see her. I wasn't going to blame her for what happened, but there was no getting around the fact that she was the starting point of all this. If she hadn't brought that devil's sword, these last few days would have been full of blissful nothingness. I let out a sigh as I placed the letter from her atop my desk. Eva's eyebrow twitched when she saw what it said.
Can't find Tayed, she mumbled. That reminds me. Gark informed me of new info regarding Fox. The masked man at the Supreme Warrior Festival was known as Calum Tail.
Is that so? Eva stared at me silently. No way. This K isn't for Calum, it's Eliza's nickname for me. It's nothing more than a coincidence. Do they think I sent Eliza after Fox? Ha ha ha, you people are so imaginative. I began to grin, eliciting a sigh of resignation from Eva.
That reminds me, Cry. Thank you for this. In the end, I was fine.
Eva placed before me the safety ring I'd given her the other day. That reminded me, did I use many safety rings during this mess? I used one in the explosion and another at the church, but barely any outside of that. Usually, once the chaos broke out, I'd burn through them all before I knew it. Now this was worth rejoicing over.
What's the matter, Cry?
It's nothing. You should hang on to that. You need it more than I do.
What does that mean?
It means I can give away one and still have 16 left over. Several of them needed charging, but there was both a chance that giving her the ring would benefit me in the next life, and that this would all be over before I needed all of them. Maybe I could find more people to give rings to? Like Tino, perhaps. Rings aside, the prophecy business had been settled. It had taken me here and there, but Franz was taking responsibility for the purification of Marin's Lament, and I could ask the noble shaman to remove the cursed ring on my finger. For once, I didn't have any complaints. Was I being rewarded for my good behavior? I pointed to Hermit's ring, which was on the finger that used to hold the safety ring I gave to Eva. I've got this, you see. Besides, Kay hasn't been found yet.
Huh?
Right. I've got something I need to do.
You need to do? What is it? Don't tell me there's more.
Our newest member, Mimicky, was an exceptional one. Meanwhile, Carpy, the flying carpet's name, given by me, hadn't once let me ride him, and spent his days with his carpet harem. I needed to teach him a lesson. Rapid preparations were underway to welcome the fickle noble shaman. They had to prepare a carriage and keep people away. Stopping traffic was no simple task in a city as large as the imperial capital. That also went for the carriage, given the necessary materials and the mythical beasts needed to pull it. Though they may have had the approval of His Imperial Majesty, making the necessary adjustments wasn't a walk in the park. Franz and his knights were desperately trying to move the plan along when his sounding stone connected to the divinarium began to vibrate. He furrowed his brow at the report. He hadn't gotten much sleep lately, but now his eyes were wide open.
Impossible. The prophecy hasn't faded.
I imagine it'll fade if this operation succeeds.
What they said was certainly possible. Astrology had never been known for its precision. There was no choosing when a prophecy appeared, and there could be time lags, yet something was bothering Franz. This was going far too well compared to the other events. Normally, he would be pleased by this, but not now when the 1,000 tricks was involved. That's it, Franz thought. Looking back, he's been awfully quiet. No, too quiet. Previously, every time that man got involved, he stoked the flames. But not this time. Franz shook his head, body shivering.
No. I think he's seen a new possibility, one that involves a fox.
Fox? Do you think they're also behind this?
It's entirely possible. The 1,000 Tricks was attacked only just a few days ago. It's just...
Nine-tailed Shadow Fox didn't let anyone strike at them and get away with it. Given everything that had happened, it was possible this was their attempt at revenge. But knights had looked into Marin's Lament and the other cursed items, giving them a good picture of where they had come from. All of them had been in the city for a long time with no opportunity for Fox to intervene. The only one of uncertain origin is the devil sword given to the sword saint, but no.
If that's really what's happening, Fox's plans are becoming clear for the first time, in which case things are just getting started.
Franz was certain of it. Fox had their sights set on the shaman being brought over by Starlight. If they lost the noble shaman and couldn't purify Marin's lament, that wretched curse would eventually descend upon the imperial capital. No, there was no need to use such complacent words like eventually. If those sealing chains were broken, the curse would immediately blanket the entire city. They wouldn't be able to use the restraining magic circle again.
Request assistance from all the other orders. Everyone is going to brace for an attack from Fox. We can't let them interfere.
Captain Franz, only so many orders are available. What shall we do about defending the church?
Use hunters. We can't deploy large numbers of knights in the church's vicinity. Contact branch manager Gark.
Franz wasn't leaving room for error. He had accepted too many losses lately. If that organization got the better of him again, he would no longer be able to show his face in front of Emperor Roderick and Princess Marina. He had to ensure this would succeed. His skills were about to be put to the test.
What are you looking for?
In the furthest depths of Peregrine Lodge was a storage room for the things taken from humans. It was a room rarely visited by intruders and phantoms alike. Yet here was the odd sight of little Sister Fox rifling through it. Growth doesn't come without stimulus from the outside. The spectral foxes of Peregrine Lodge were highly intelligent, but they lived in an unstimulating environment that received next to no visitors. Therefore, most of the phantoms were unchanged from when they first came into being. Little Sister Fox, on the other hand, was different. Fooled by a human, she had learned the taste of fried tofu. She had received further stimuli by going into the outside world and appeared to have grown considerably from it. For someone granted near invincibility by vast quantities of mana material, defeat wasn't easy to come by. Her growth was commendable, especially to Big Brother Fox, who could recall when she had no emotions and more intelligence than she could handle. Shaking her tail as she stuck her head into a woven box, she calmly answered without bothering to turn around.
Something cursed?
What are you going to do with it?
Need a curse item our end? Mr. Caution isn't good with curses.
Big Brother Fox's eyes opened wide. So they were still in contact? A human conversing with a phantom over a smartphone was unheard of. If they just exchanged a few messages, that would be one thing. But he thought she was getting too fixated on this human if they were still talking, even if that man was the first she had ever encountered. Besides, Big Brother Fox didn't approve of her challenging someone a second time after she had already lost one battle of wits. If they lost once against someone, foxes generally didn't win again. However, with the long lifespans of spectral foxes, maybe having someone to bash intellects with wasn't such a bad thing.
I see. RN, huh? Just be careful. We have many different cursed items, and some of them are dangerous.
Unlike normal treasure vaults, the vaults of Peregrine Lodge mostly contained items taken from people. Sometimes they had taken precious items. Other times they had taken everything a person had on them. Not even Big Brother Fox knew the contents in their entirety. But he did know that there were fearsome items that could eat away at even a spectral fox. The emotions of humans could be terrifying, beautiful, foolish, and endearing.
Don't open that. Of the curses I know, that's the most beautiful and the most tragic. Though it doesn't target phantoms, Mother once expressed regret over taking it. That belongs in the outside world. It will invite a calamity, you see.
I'll make him admit defeat!
It seemed she was not at all happy about the way that young man had treated her. Given the man's lack of engagement despite her attempts to trick him, Big Brother Fox could hardly blame her for being irritated.
Still, I'd suggest you make this your last attempt, or this will never be over. And as progeny of a god, you shouldn't be so quick to involve yourself with humans.
With that warning from her elder, Little Sister Fox nodded. Then she vanished from Peregrine Lodge. Interlude, Noble Spirits. Noble spirits boasted exceptional beauty and bodies that were strong and flexible. They lived long lives, possessed a high inclination to magic, and could talk to flora, fauna, and sometimes even monsters. They were one of the higher races and self-proclaimed defenders of the forests. For a long time, humans and noble spirits had been at odds. From the perspective of the noble spirits, who lived among nature, humans looked like barbarians with their undeserved opulence they gained by tearing down the natural world and developing technology. From the humans' perspective, the noble spirits were an arrogant race that rested on laurels woven from their inherent qualities and considered the needs of nobody but themselves. If anything, their physical similarities only made it harder for both groups to ignore each other. thus inciting further conflicts. And it was the greatest tragedy borne by the two races. It happened over 1,000 years ago. A tribe of humans entered the domain of the noble spirit queen, hoping to reap the bounty of the forest. They started by negotiating with the noble spirits, but it was clear how that would turn out before it even started. The proud noble spirits would never cede anything to the lowly humans, with the continued existence of both sides at stake. So began a war with no end in sight.
After disrupting the balance of power with your technology, you humans began to look down on us. Sir, you're weak, but your short lifespans mean you reproduce way too quickly. With so many of you, there's going to be a genius in every 100 or 200 that are born. Sir,
your fast propagation makes you less like people and more like insects. It's the only area you undeniably exceed us in.
Wow. Sorry to hear that.
this isn't something to just wow at, sir.
Chris was fuming, and Lapis was her usual icy self. I was being compared to insects and stuff, but I just sipped my tea like it had nothing to do with me. They were just about to leave the imperial capital to summon a shaman. While saying goodbye, I let them tell me about the strongest cursed item. Really, I didn't feel any connection to it. The war between noble spirits and humans was pretty long ago. It was even before the time of my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. For humans, this was all history. Though noble spirits lived much longer than us, the war was definitely still before Chris or anyone else in Starlight had been born. But now we're buddies, right?
We're not buddies or anything like that. Sir, keep those weird ideas to yourself.
I was speaking about our races in general, but the noble not weakling always managed to give me an entertaining reaction.
The war ended after both sides had sustained considerable losses. With their superior numbers, humans had the overwhelming advantage. But upon her death, the queen left behind a curse that changed everything, the cursed spirit stone as it's known. Our kind can create malign energies that dwarf anything a human might. Even Marin's lament looks small by comparison.
Millions upon millions of people died, sir. You were barbarians, much greedier than you are now, but even the ancient humans were pushed to their limits.
The queen of the noble spirits resided in their largest forest. Shero's spirit stone was proof of her stature, and she laid a curse upon it when the humans pried it from her hands. The stone was incredibly famous among those familiar with curses. When Ansem said Marin's lament was likely number 2, he probably had Shero's spirit stone in mind as number 1. What a chilling thought that was. Just being in the vicinity of Marine's lament had been pretty dicey. To think there was something worse out there. However, as far as I knew, there hadn't been many recent reports of people being killed by the stone.
Though it caused considerable harm, the deaths came to a sudden stop after a point. It may have been sealed, or perhaps discarded in a place devoid of people. It's now been over 1,000 years since it last caused any casualties.
It's strange, sir. There's no way a higher noble's curse could disappear so suddenly.
So what was wrong with just leaving it like that? Better to let sleeping dogs lie. Apparently, Lapis had thought this stone was the subject of the prophecy, but the battle was over, and nobody was going to go out of their way to look for this thing. Not when everything had just calmed down, Lapis stood up, which I took as a sign she had nothing more to tell me. Still irritated, Chris followed after her. After this, they would be returning to their homeland as part of Franz's plan. With her usual haughtiness, Lapis looked down at me with a frigid glare.
It seems this time we were off the mark, weren't we? However, if something turns up, be sure to inform us. I trust your preterhuman artifice won't disappoint.
Expectations won't change what I can do.
Perhaps so. The Spirit Stone disappeared a very long time ago. I simply had to check when I heard you were searching for cursed items.
How did she get that idea when I was never doing anything like that in the first place? I sat there, blinking, to which Lapis let out an aggrieved sigh. His body felt like lead. Every step he took was an unwanted reminder of how exhausted he was. His parents had taught him to be a model for the citizens. At the Knights Academy, he had learned the importance of keeping his appearance in mind. The past Hugh would certainly be astonished by his current self. How long had it been since the 1,000 Tricks had asked him to find something cursed? Probably no more than 10 days, but those days felt long after spending them using every means and method he could. He had asked around, searched illicit shops, and eventually brought himself to the taboo decaying district. Using force and persuasion alike, he had done what he could to extract information. All the cohorts who had accompanied him at the start had since become unable to endure it and left him. He had kept himself going by telling himself he was on a secret mission, but he felt he was reaching his limits. He had put too much into this request, not even letting himself sleep properly. Still, he hadn't produced a single result. He had even removed his armor and played the part of a mercenary, but he hadn't found anything that might catch the eye of the 1,000 Tricks. In fact, after working his legs to exhaustion, he hadn't even found any leads. There was next to no chance that any cursed items were lying around on the surface world. The Third Order was already leveraging its respect to investigate the upper side of the imperial capital. With the matter of the prophecy, quite a few of them were looking into the matter. Hugh wasn't so conceited as to think he could compete with them. That's why he started with the decaying district, a place the Third Order wouldn't want to step foot in. But perhaps that was a shallow assumption? The Third Order was most likely considering the possibility of there being cursed items in the decaying district. There was a good chance they had employed the services of people familiar with the district. While asking around on foot, Hugh had caught sight of other people looking for curses. Hugh had lost his sense of self-assurance he had. His confidence had also taken a big hit. There was nothing more taxing on the soul than searching for something that may or may not be out there. His body and spirit were reaching their limits. He felt like he was being watched from somewhere, probably by the hyenas of the decaying district. This was a world that played by different rules than the rest of the city. Strength ruled everything, and the weak were forced to scavenge the corpses. In the past, there were rumors that if a corpse fell here, not even the bones would go unscavenged. Upon arriving, Hugh had tried his best to make himself look inconspicuous, but he still proved eye-catching to the locals. They all watched him, wondering when he might collapse. He shook his head, clearing his vision, then put on a smile. He even managed to entertain pointless ideas, such as the possibility that this was one of those 1,000 trials he had heard spoken of. He wasn't going to collapse here. That would be absurd. This was the chance of a lifetime. True glory awaited him over the horizon. He fired himself up, planted his feet, and cast a sweeping glare over his surroundings. He sensed gasps from the lurking hyenas. Then a child appeared before Hugh. It was a girl. She had a white Eastern robe and a fox mask. For the first time, Hugh felt not fatigue, but a fear-induced cold sweat. She looked about 10 or so years old, with her low height and slender body, but she had a presence that felt anything but normal. Hugh didn't sense any hostility, but it was overbearing, whatever it was. Hugh froze like a deer in the headlights. These features Captain Franz saw something similar in Peregrine Lodge.
I'll give you what that man is searching for.
What?
Hugh hadn't even noticed the box appear in her hands, but she held it out to him. It was a fine box, small and made of wood. It didn't have a bad aura or anything like that, but Hugh still had a bad feeling about this. His hunches were generally correct, especially the bad ones. Yet his hand moved almost of its own accord and took the box. It was light, yet his hands were shaking. His thoughts were scattered, his brain screaming that this was a terrible idea. Its aura didn't matter. This was trouble.
This will be the last battle. It's sleeping now, but it will wake up soon. You should hand this to Mr. Caution, that man with no sense of caution. And there's something I'd like you to tell him.
Side story. The 1,000 Tricks visits the mentors. Treasure hunting was a trade inherently averse to self-instruction. Raiding treasure vaults, hazardous dens that could be governed by different principles than the rest of the world, required the accumulated knowledge of those who came before. Having a mentor made a huge difference when it came to acquisition speed, even when simply honing combat skills. While the basics could be learned from a book, going to a relevant school was the most efficient route. And when it came to learning more complicated practical matters, there was nothing more useful than a mentor with real experience. Though it was nothing too advanced or applicative, the members of Grieving Souls learned the basic skills and techniques in our hometown prior to joining the Explorers Association. Before you can try to aim for the top, you need a mentor who can help make that possible. Naturally, the best mentors were incredibly popular and had no time for people of average talent. Luck also played a part, and honestly calling it a dice roll felt entirely fair. After becoming a treasure hunter, I had been confronted with the sad fact that I had no talent. However, that didn't stop me from taking an interest in the mentors my best friends managed to find.
I'm going to visit the Sword Saint. Basically, I'm going to cut him, and then I'll become the Sword Saint.
Incredible! If it's not too much to ask, do you think I could come with you?
Yeah, come on!
I was the only member of Grieving Souls without a mentor. This wasn't a choice I had made. My lack of talent had driven any potential trainers away from me. Still, I thought maybe I could manage something if I had a first-rate mentor. Hoping that perhaps this master would see potential in me and breathe new life into my hunting career, I headed to the dojo with Luke. He had recently been making a name for himself as a swordsman you were better off avoiding. The name Solnro was so famous that we had heard of him all the way back in our hometown. The dojo Luke had previously attended was tiny compared to this one. The vigor of each and every hard-working student was incredible. Luke's eyes were glimmering, but the sight of them just made my stomach ache. The Sword Saint was an elderly man with a wrinkled face and a serene expression. Unlike, say, a knight, he wore a robe and looked very cool in it.
Glad you could make it, Luke. Who's that?
Oh, this is Cry. The friend I told you about before. He's going to practice with me. That okay?
I don't think it's okay. The Sword Saint looked at Luke like he had lost his mind. The greatest swordsman in the Imperial capital was about to put his new student to work, only to find he brought a friend. Of course, Sol made that face. No, I'm not here for lessons. I just wanted to watch, that's all.
Oh, you just wanted to observe. Well, I guess that's that. Master, I'm ready for one.
Well, I suppose if he just wants to watch, I can allow it.
I didn't know what one Luke was ready for, but Soln struck me as incredibly patient if he was willing to give him lessons. I nodded to myself. Perhaps this would be a good place for my somewhat wild friend.
I see. You're the one Luke was talking about.
I wanted to know what he meant by that, but I was more interested in watching my best friend's first lessons. Go on. You can do it.
Rah! Yeah!
From start to finish, Luke brimmed with excitement during his first lesson under the Sword Saint. Grinning as I cheered him on, I thought, I'm not cut out for this. It was less a matter of aptitude and more that I couldn't possibly manage such a dense training regimen. Just the basic warm-ups seemed to me like something no human should do. 1,000 felt like a crazy number of laps around the perimeter. Then they had to climb the walls and run across the roof. What sort of dojo was this? The other apprentices were all about as, if not more, capable than Luke. That was probably a good thing, since lately Luke hadn't lost against a single hunter or bandit, leaving him unsatisfied. Keeping a cautious eye on Luke, the other apprentices began to shout when their new member began to chop with his hands after his sword was knocked from them. Hey, Luke, that's not a sword technique.
Rah! It's fine. This is another sword.
Luke ignored the older students and went on the attack. I guess my cheering had an effect on him. This isn't quite the place for me, but I think it's a good fit for Luke. Please take care of my friend.
No need to sound so high-handed. He'd get proper lessons with or without you.
I'd already set my sights on retiring from hunting, but that didn't mean I had lost all my admiration for hunters. Just laying eyes on a first-rate hunter was enough to excite me, except it wasn't hunters in this case. The members of Grieving Souls were all very kind to their one talentless childhood friend. If I told them I wanted to tag along, they would bring me more often than not.
Cry's incredible. He's got a true gift for making explosives.
Does he?
With shining eyes, Citri did her best to upsell my talents. We were at what would be her new place of education, the Primus Institute. I noticed the interviewer's cheek twitching. Citri was quite remarkable for securing a coveted spot in a place that was considered top-notch even in the imperial capital. But giving her recommendation to me, a guy who wasn't an alchemist or anything, seemed like a mistake. I had no alchemical talents. I had done this and that after rigorously following her instructions, but giving alchemy anything less than your full dedication was akin to playing with fire. Citri said I had a gift for synthesizing explosives, but I had never tried to make anything like that in the first place. You could make something explosive by using just about any old ingredients, so I could only imagine what sort of fuss would be raised if I ended up using one of the Academy's valuable cademy.
If you get in, let's conduct experiments together.
Yeah, I don't think I'm getting in. Citri was grinning at me, but I hadn't even been able to keep up with her when we studied at the library in our hometown. Nor was I as diligent as she thought I was. Experiments that involved using tools were fun, but the studying and calculations put me to sleep. Even if that wasn't a problem, I didn't have the intuition and dexterity needed for experiments, so I didn't see myself ever learning alchemy. And though maybe not to the same degree as with a swordsman or a magus, being an alchemist still required innate talent. Well, our party's already got one alchemist, and I have other things I have to do.
For now, if Citri is willing to vouch for you, then we can prepare a test. It will be a practical exam in which you make a designated potion using ingredients prepared by the Academy. If you pass, we'll make a special exception for you.
I see. So, the Primus Institute really wants Citri to join them. This was the sort of thing I could expect from Citri. She was attracting attention with her alchemical talents, something that had become rare among young hunters. The interviewer's offer wasn't a bad one. There was no penalty even if I failed, so I may as well give it a shot. I put on a hard-boiled smile and agreed to the test. Citri, with her oddly high opinion of me, squealed with delight. Lucia and I were headed to her new instructor. The Zabrudia Academy of Magic, or ZAM, was considered the best place in the Empire to learn magic. The Academy never turned down someone with talent, regardless of their origin. They had a variety of admission options, from general admissions to more specialized routes. Lucia had been allowed to enter because they saw the potential she had as a magus, a path lots of notable hunters opted for. I had a feeling that her academics and hunting were going to keep her very busy. But she wasn't a child anymore. She had made her decision, and there wasn't much I could do to stop her.
I see. So you caused that explosion?
Synthesis isn't something you can suddenly bring to a halt. The interviewer and Citri had both turned pale as ghosts. If we hadn't run the experiment in a special room, we would have been blown to bits. But I'll just say that room was built for incidents like mine, and there was no point in crying over spilled milk. Lucia gave an exaggerated shrug. She had started acting awfully precocious lately.
Brother, please don't do anything weird while you're here.
I'm just here to give my regards since this professor will be looking after my little sister. Look, I brought a gift. I wasn't much of an older brother, but with our parents far away, looking after Lucia fell to me, so I had to do my best. And it's not like I had tried to be weird back at Citri's place. The renowned Zabrudia Academy of Magic was just as resplendent as the Primus Institute. If the mentor in our hometown hadn't described Lucia as a savant, I can't imagine she would have been allowed to transfer to such a major academy. The students walking around all appeared older than my sister, which made me a bit worried. But amid the traffic I spotted a girl even smaller than Lucia. She had silver hair and wore a magus's robe that was a bit scruffy. I assumed she was somewhere near her mid-teens. She didn't appear particularly sociable, but perhaps she would become Lucia's friend. She seemed like a good person to ask for directions. I took a deep breath, then said in a hard-boiled voice, "Excuse me, you there."
Do you mean me?
She turned my way as I jogged up to her. She had golden eyes and strikingly attractive features. Even now, she was terribly pretty. I was sure she'd be a real beauty once she grew a bit. Though, maybe not as much as my sister, doting brother talk. Terribly sorry. We need to get to a certain research building. Special transfer, you see. Would you be able to tell us where it is?
No,
No need to be shy. Here, I'll give you a chocolate bar. There's no such thing as a human who dislikes chocolate. I pulled the bar I had been keeping on me and pushed it into her palm. She gave me a look you'd reserve for suspicious people. We're looking for Professor Sage's research building. Do you know where it is? I've heard rumors she's a bit of an oddball, but also a half-noble and incredibly good-looking.
Oh, of course I know where it is. But I thought the new student was a girl.
It's my little sister who's entering. I'm just her guardian. Lucia, what's the matter? My sister was staring at the student, the blood draining from her face. How come this was happening when she had just started to overcome her shyness? They were going to be studying at the same place, so she might as well at least say hello. Sorry about that, my sister's a bit shy. But she's a really good person. I'd be delighted if you could be her friend.
Fran, very well. I'm headed to that building as well. I can show you the way.
Oh, that's a coincidence. Thanks. Are you by any chance also a student of Professor Sage? You see, I brought her a homemade spellbook as a gift. But do you think she'll accept it?
Brother!
A homemade spellbook?
I wonder what sort of person Professor Sage is. I can't wait to meet her. I was trying to appear non-threatening. The student's cheeks started twitching, and she clenched and unclenched her fist. Then she snapped her fingers, causing a geometric magic circle to appear on the ground. Thus, we were transported to Professor Sage's building. The Church of the Radiant Spirit was the dominant force in healing. When people talked about healing powers, they were generally referring to rites that borrowed the powers of the Radiant Spirit. Any town of a decent size was guaranteed to have a church dedicated to this god. At least one person capable of using healing abilities was considered a necessity for any party that fought dangerous phantoms and monsters. In Grieving Souls, Ansem Smart fulfilled that role. Back in our hometown, he had trained to be a knight who utilized the powers of the Radiant Spirit, a paladin. Being a paladin generally meant playing the party's leading role. Wearing heavy armor and using healing spells to protect their party, paladins were usually people trusted by their comrades, and were frequently leaders as well. In that sense, someone quiet but honest like Ansem was perfect for the job, even if he was incredibly soft on his sisters. Ansem had received from the branch in our town a letter of recommendation to the church in the imperial capital. He said his initial plan was to pay them a cursory visit, then only resume his training once his hunting work had steadied out. Being the biggest city in the region, I was told the imperial capital's church was of a size few could match. Though watching Ansem's labors had dissuaded me from thinking I could be a paladin, not to mention I had also been told in big red letters that I couldn't do it since I was skittish and irreverent, I saw nothing wrong with paying the church a visit and seeing the place for myself. And then, the student, right? It turned out she was Professor Sage. Can you believe that?
Mm-hmm.
As we walked, I told him about how I had tagged along with Luke, Citri, and Lucia over the past few days. I sure hadn't expected that small student to be Professor Say. Not only that, Lucia recognized her too. Regardless of how it went, I was just glad my sister had been able to successfully find her professor. Plus, I had been able to give her the spell book, and I was sure her youthful appearance would make it easy for Lucia to get along with her. If there was one thing I regretted, it was that I had told Lucia I wouldn't be weird, but I had been weird enough to really make her angry. That aside, I was eager to see how Lucia would grow under the tutelage of a half-noble.
So, only Liz is left?
Nah. Liz said I don't need to bow. I'm joking. Don't give me that look. I gave up the moment I saw the light leave Ansem's eyes. His usual warmth just made that dead look all the harder to endure. Not that I didn't already know this, but he really was too protective of his sisters. Of course I wasn't going to ignore Liz. If anything, she was the one I was worried about the most. It wasn't just Lucia that I was excited to see grow. The same went for Luke, Citri, Ansem, and of course Liz. They were making rapid progress along the road to success in the hunting world, all while shouldering the burden that was me. I wanted to see what would happen once their skills were honed even further. By the way, Ansem, what sort of person is your mentor?
They were once an active paladin. They excel at both healing and defending.
It was a concise answer, but I could tell by the look on his face that he had great faith in this person. He was originally on the small side, but he had gone through a real growth spurt recently and was developing a physique befitting his role. With the right teacher, I had no doubt that someone as serious as Ansem could become a great paladin. Well, I don't like to admit it, but he needed to become good at his job. For one reason or another, Grieving Souls' hunts were much more brutal than those of other parties. Ansem's powers were the party's lifeline. I don't like being the leader anymore. I think I'll give that job to you.
No.
I don't like it either.
My mentor has been asking me what sort of adventures we go on and in what direction I want to improve. I think he'd like to hear an outside perspective.
I looked at him, shocked to hear him become so talkative. This is a huge responsibility. I can barely remember the last time I had a leadership job that wasn't dangerous. I gotta do this right. What direction? That'd be all of them, wouldn't it? Strive to become the best paladin in the world. It wouldn't be easy, but I was sure Ansem could do it. We went way back, and I had learned a lot during that time. I pumped myself up, then pushed Ansem along, a troubled look on his face.
You're always like this, crybaby. That church is totally boring, but you went anyway.
No, it wasn't. It was quite pretty, though the father looked at me like I was crazy when I told him about the Ansem statue I had in mind. He had also given me that look when I told him what our usual adventures consisted of. If Ansem hadn't been present, I might have been purified. That aside, the people at the church seemed like good folk, much to my relief. Ansem had a bit of an inclination to self-sacrifice, so knowing he was surrounded by good people put me at ease. Liz was showing her usual high energy as we made our way to her mentor. I had been looking forward to meeting everyone's instructors, and there was something sad about the thought that this would be the last one. Was this how parents felt seeing their children go off? No, it wasn't. So, is the mentor you found this time, you know? All right?
I told you it's fine. Besides, looking back, that one's training wasn't too bad. But I appreciate the concern.
I was particularly worried about Liz because her first mentor back in our hometown wasn't great and had nearly destroyed her. It was long in the past now, but it still made my heart ache recalling how Liz had been pushed to the verge of death from enduring pointlessly brutal training day after day. She was a hard worker and didn't like to complain, so we were slow to notice what was going on. Liz had since critically wounded said instructor in a sparring match, preventing them from ever fighting again. But perhaps I didn't need to worry for her any longer. She was improving every day. Raiding treasure vaults had improved her skills as a scout, making her a better thief. Hunters in the same age group would shiver when they heard her name. If I worried about her now, there would be nothing if she found that concern patronizing.
My mentor, you see, they've got this esoteric technique called Stifled Shadow. It only gets passed down to one pupil at a time, and I'm gonna learn it.
That's great. Esoteric technique sure has a cool ring to it. Seeing my dear friend in such good spirits put me in a good mood as well. I began to grin as I listened to her talk.
It's super strong, but if you fail to master it, your heart will rupture and you'll die.
Wait, hold on. Is that something you should be messing with? What? It's a skill that ruptures your heart if you botch it? She said it only got passed down to one student at a time, but maybe that was because everyone else died of heart failure.
Don't worry, with the proper training, you can endure it. It might take a while, but I'll definitely learn it. So keep an eye out for that.
Liz said this with a big smile. I couldn't stop her. Not when she was making that face. Yeah, just don't push yourself too hard. I made up my mind. Once we reached her mentor, I would ask them to train the hell out of Liz. Seeing her on the verge of death was much better than her heart exploding. As she was now, Liz could probably overcome any harsh regimen thrown at her. I'd also, have us clear vaults faster. She could use the mana material to temper her heart. I wasn't keen on going anywhere dangerous, but it was better than letting her die from a ruptured heart. She wrapped her arms around me from behind and leaned into my back.
I've got an idea. Why don't you train with me?
No way. Liz might be able to learn some esoteric technique, but I would definitely destroy my heart if I tried that. Besides, it was only taught to a single student. If Liz survived, wouldn't that mean I would have to die?
I'm just kidding, that's all. By the way, have you found yourself a mentor?
I didn't respond. Honestly, I had totally forgotten about it at some point. Luke's training looked tough, and I'd only cause explosions if I joined Citri. I'd be getting lectures from Lucia if I joined her place, and Ansem's colleagues might try to purify me. And if I trained with Liz, my heart would explode. I was trapped on all sides. I had only one path left. I let a heavy sigh put on a half-hearted smile. Don't know what else I can do, but go to Mathis. Piss off. I've got nothing to teach a relic-obsessed brat. Get out. Don't say that. Here, I'll grovel. I'll get on my hands and knees. Grovel, grovel, grovel. Don't do that in front of my shop. Are you trying to ruin my business? Besides, you're not an appraiser. Aren't you a hunter? Enduring both his verbal abuse and very reasonable objections, I boldly pushed forward with Operation Grovel. It's not like I wanted to do this, I just didn't have any other options. So here I was. Appraising relics didn't require me to train my body, and if I didn't sell anything, I wouldn't even have to learn negotiating skills. With my love of relics, I couldn't think of anything I was better suited for. I guess the one issue was that there were no hunters who appraised relics, but in that case, I could just quit being a hunter. Faced with my passionate groveling, Matthews, the appraiser, let out a loud cry, almost like a scream. Fine, if you come to me when I have time, I'll teach you. So quit groveling, you goddamn hooligan. Afterward, special short story, more of a vagabond than the vagabond. Eliza Beck was a rare and elusive individual. A desert noble thief, she was the one griever who wasn't part of our circle of childhood friends. Even among a party of unshakable hunters who lived at their own pace, she was the freest spirit of us all. After meeting her in a certain treasure vault, we invited her to join our party, offering to do whatever we could to support her in exchange. From that day onward, Eliza became an active member of Grieving Souls. By the time she joined us, I had already mostly stopped going on expeditions, so I had only seen her in action a handful of times. However, I had heard tales from my friends, and apparently, things were going better than expected. Ideally, I'd rather ask Eliza personally than rely on hearsay. Being the person who invited her to our party meant I had certain responsibilities. I intended to frequently sit down and talk with her, but that didn't pan out. And it wasn't because I didn't try. I don't know why, I just never see Eliza anywhere. The two of us got along fairly well on account of our arrangement, in which she would give me the relics she found on her explorations. Despite this, we had shockingly few direct encounters. She would regularly drop off her relics along with a note in my room, so she was supposedly coming into my quarters, but I guess luck just wasn't on our side. Rolling around on the sofa, Liz looked at me wide-eyed.
Ellie's always saying you're the one who's never around.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, come to think of it, whenever I come here with Ellie, you're always somewhere else.
That's ridiculous. I'm always in the clan master's room. It seemed luck wasn't just not on our side. It was against us.
But it seems like Ellie wants to see you. She's, awfully thickly and walks like she's half awake.
This caught me off guard. She wanted to see me? Me? That girl who was always so vacant and spacey did. I was sort of happy to hear that. Unable to sit still, I stood up from my desk filled with a rare sense of passion. Then today, I'll try and be the one to find her. Will you show me the way? It's not like I had anything better to be doing, and with Liz around, the occasional walk around the city didn't sound so bad. Liz blinked with confusion. Perhaps my suggestion caught her off guard.
Well, it just so happens I know where she is. But are you sure? You never go out of your way to see the rest of us?
I'm totally sure. I want to see what that placid girl looks like when she's surprised. The reason I never went to see the rest of the party was that they always came to me first. Liz, for instance, would stop by once every few days or so when she was in the imperial capital. Of course I didn't go out of my way to find her. As I got up, I placated the pouting Liz. Then off we went in search of Eliza.
Kay's gone again.
This was her first visit to the clan master's office in some time. Cry Andre was a rare and elusive individual. He seldom showed himself in public, and nobody knew what he did when he was in seclusion. Yet, whenever a major incident occurred, he just about always had something to do with it, and he was always showing up in places he had no reason to be. For some reason, Eliza rarely got the chance to see him. Even now, she could tell he had been in his office not too long ago, but now he was nowhere to be seen. It was true that as a noble spirit, she had a different sense of time than humans did, but not just anyone could elude a thief skilled in detection and tracking, not to mention the fact that Cry didn't seem to be eluding her intentionally. At this point, it was hard to tell who the true vagabond was. Rubbing her hand against the ground, she suddenly looked up. Normally, she would tell herself she'd see him some other time and depart. She didn't have an urgent need to see him or anything like that, but she could tell he had been in this room no more than an hour ago. She might still be able to catch him. With an uncommon sense of motivation, she stood up and began her pursuit. Following the faintest of traces, Eliza traversed the grand city. On his own, Kay was indistinct, but it seemed Liz was accompanying him today. Following them wasn't hard at all. She slipped through the bustling main street, slinked past a spot where knights were gathered due to some sort of trouble, walked past the inn she had been staying at until yesterday and entered a trendy-looking street-side knitting shop that was clearly popular among women. After walking around one of those labyrinthine interiors unique to shops in the imperial capital, Eliza checked with an employee.
Oh, the man you're referring to just left. He was accompanied by a pretty young woman with pink hair. It seemed he was in some sort of trouble and left through that door.
I see.
So there were multiple exits. This was why Eliza wasn't fond of cities. Frustrated, she started walking again. She navigated a crowd, shaking off the curious gazes that a noble spirit attracted. She kept an eye on a small group of knights as she pressed on before entering a small street too narrow for carriages. Kay was really on the move today, though she had no idea where he was going. Since he normally stayed in one place, you could say she was unlucky, but as a thief, she was trained for situations just like this. She swiftly moved down the street. Initially, the road was in good repair, but it wasn't long before she started seeing cracks. The surroundings became similarly gloomy, the other pedestrians increasingly shady. The look she was attracting were no longer curious, but covetous. She didn't know what had happened, but she found a number of large men on their backs. Her eyes went wide.
Kay? Did he go to the roof?
She was certain she was reading the trail correctly. He hadn't walked any further down this road. Eliza leaped atop a decrepit building that looked like it could fall apart any second. For hunters traversing treacherous lands, being able to jump this high wasn't just common, it was a necessary skill. Making sure not to break through any roofs, she ran for a few minutes before finally catching up.
Oh, hey there, Ellie. What brings you here?
It was Liz, holding up some goon by their collar. Eliza looked around. She didn't know what had happened here, but she didn't see the man she was trying to find.
Where's Kay?
Ah, yeah. City entered the shop, found out I was trying to use our outing as a date, and grabbed him. Besides, there's no way he would go running across rooftops.
He changed companions partway? Liz's presence was much stronger than Kay's, so Eliza hadn't noticed. Now she would have to return to the knitting shop and check for his trail once more.
If you're looking for Crybaby, try following the mayhem. As usual, lots of people wanted a piece of him today.
Eliza didn't say anything, only letting out a sigh. She slowly walked down the route she had come so she could restart her pursuit. Cryandry was a rare and elusive individual. The day Eliza saw him would not be this day.